Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics, first of the week. And yeah, Stan is going nuts at something upstairs. Welcome to the show, everyone. This is the first High on Politics of the week because yesterday I was a little under the weather. Had me one of them 24-hour stomach flus that was, so much fun. I thought initially I had gone a little hard the night before, but nah, it was definitely some little extra. So, but feeling better today, nice and hydrated, ready to go. Had a good old meal today. So yes, the energy is there. Pinkerbell, all right, you're here. All right, so I'm gonna start off with something special. Pinkerbell sent something in the mail. You guys can always send something to the show via the P.O. box. I have it listed in the Discord. So if you guys want to, you can always join the Discord for as long as we're going to have that. Ooh, what is this? Ooh. Okay, I already like this. This is awesome. Is this what I think it is? It's a little unicorn poker. Oh, that's cool. Wait a minute. I have a feeling I might have to share some of this. Let's see. What do we got? Ooh, pretty. What? Oh, what the hell? For real? Tinkerbell. What? Okay, this is incredible. Look at this. Oh, she's gonna love this. You have no idea. Like, this is... Oh, okay, cool. Very cool. There's more, guys. There's more. Wait. There's more. What? Tinkerbell, you went... Oh, man, you really went above and beyond here. This is so cool. All right, I love getting presents. I really do. So this is also just, in general, very cool. But the fact that that is something that my wife is going to just... She's... Oh. Is this... It's exactly what I think it is. Oh, no way. All right. Seriously, Pinkerbell, thank you so much. What? And I even got my own little guy. Look. Actually, this is perfect. I can put that there. Look at the little pokers, man. Look at this. Yes. We have a pep pipe. It's a pep pipe. Okay, this is cool. I mean, it's a clean pipe. So it's we got some glass aficionados. Oh, thank you so much. This is so cool. For real. I hope that you are here to see this because this is too cool. And there is more. What? Oh man, you like really went above and beyond here because I can already tell that. Oh. Cute. Obviously, this is for uni. It's for me, you guys, Although, because my wife loves unicorns so much. Oh, cool. So, it's a little box for... Alright, seriously? But it's a cake! It's not a cake, but it's a cake! This is what she does. She makes, like, fake cakes. It's cool. Although, honestly, I could see it, like, as long as it's, facing this way, it's like, is that a fucking cake? No, it's a wooden box! Dude. Okay, seriously, Pinkerbell, thank you so much. You have no idea how much I I love this. This is so cool. Thank you so much. She is going to love this. I hope she didn't see this because, yeah, this is going to be a little surprise for her. So, but holy crap. I am floored by this generosity because I can't believe these. These are so cool. These are so cool. Are you kidding me? I love them. Like I'm like legit jealous. Like this is so cool. And she's kind of territorial about her, especially now because we can't share. It's one of the things that sucks about, you know, her being in her situation. What am I talking about? It's not like you guys don't know. Yeah, because she has cancer, it's part of it is you can't share like things like that. So yeah, it's just little pecks on the cheek here and there, you know. Lots of hugs. Lots of hugs. But yeah, you got to be very careful about that. Also, one thing they don't tell you is how you guys can't really share a bathroom. Yeah, that was something that came as a shock to me. I was just like, that is surprising. But dude, seriously, this is so cool. She's gonna love this so much. So, again, thank you. And like I said, guys, if you guys are ever feeling generous or just fan art too, I'm always in for some fan art. I do have a PO box just for that. So, I can't give money, have a card, but hopefully pray. Oh, hey, that's. You can just give me your prayers are welcome here. I may not be a believer, but good vibes, prayers, all of it goes a long way. So I still can't believe this. This is so cool. I have a pep pipe. Like, dude, I am. Yeah, I'm a little too excited about that. Also, can I just say, the hemp bag, like, you just gave me a new dice bag. Thank you for that. Very, very, like, all of this is going to good use. Thank you. Sylvie, what's up? Check it out. So, Tinkerbell got me a pep pipe. She sent this to me over the weekend, and then Uni got this beautiful flower, like, floral. Like, dude, this is so cool. Like, all these little flowers are freaking really well done. I'm just kind of captivated by it. Anyway, sorry. Getting lost in there. Yeah, right? That's crazy cool. But yes, thank you so much. Don't believe, but where the guys look? What? I have no idea what you're talking about there. Anyway, I was about to say, here's the spiel. If you guys are just joining us, if you haven't already hit the like button and you are enjoying yourselves, please consider doing so. I really appreciate it. I know that helps all of us streamers here, but gotta say, why did Bad Bunny delete his social media account? I don't know. I saw a random thing on Twitter where they're saying that he's missing. And that, like, he was running for his life after, but then I saw something confirm that was all AI, so I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not even sure if he actually deleted his... It was only his Instagram, by the way. His social media is still up, but I wouldn't know because I don't have Instagram. So, if you guys can check for me, that'd be cool. Real I mean, these are quality. I can already tell, like, oh, hey, guys. Okay, so here. Just to, I don't do that stuff. Don't, evil. But it is a pepper. No. Oh, man. A lot of context missing for new viewers. You guys don't know about Tim Pepper. Yeah, peer pressure. I missed a lot of the propaganda, but knew the Great Tinkerbell unboxing was going to happen. Super awesome. I mean, I look at the smile. Like, I am so happy right now. Leave Tim Pepper alone. Do not pressure Tim Pepper into something he doesn't want to do. What good, big dog? Oh, what's good, big dog? What good? What's up, man? How's it going, man? Don't know about the pepper, no sir. I still can't believe this. Yeah, so guys, this is Tim Pepper. Tim Pepper is Tim Pool's biggest fan that happened to end up on my show. He got shipped to the wrong house. So he ended up with a left-wing podcaster, but he happened to be wearing this little Pepper shirt. And you know, what's the chances of a Pepper ending up at a Pepper's house? I know, it's so crazy, and I hate you so much. I hate him so much, guys. Oh, what I would give to end up on just Timcast. I need Timcast IRL. I need to be on that show. This guy, oh boy, he's into his leftist BS. He's DSA. Yeah, I bet there's some communists there. Oh man, I gotta say, he's giving me all the time. Hi, so I'm Tim Pepper. Nice to meet you. Where else do you get a pepper puppet that happens to also be wearing a beanie like his favorite podcaster? I know, weird, right? But anyway, kickflip. And that's how he usually ends his appearances. Whatever. Yeah, we do weird shit here. It's fun. I am more than happy with it. DSA. Don't say DSA. We don't need the actual Tim Pools seeing that and just being like, what is this DSA they're talking about? Oh man, we got a lot to get to. We have so much to get to. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 26 tabs of stories to get to. This is what happens when I miss a day, apparently, because it was weird too. I was like, oh hey, what a day to get sick, a slow news day. It all picked up pretty much when I was going to bed, where I was just like, oh, so all this Epstein stuff dropped. Actually, here, I need to change my title. I put this there we go. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so I had to start the show pretty quick. The Epstein Six, if you don't know who the Epstein Six are, I've been mixing up their names. I almost said Thomas Kana. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. Yeah, they actually went on the House floor and they did it. I'm kind of shocked. So be prepared to be underwhelmed, though, because you're not going to know who any of these people are. I had to do a quick Google search before I even started the show, but we'll get into it. We'll do a deep dive. So the 6 names are Salvatore Nurara, Zurab Mikledens, Leonik Linov, Nicola Caputo, I know that one, Sultan Ahmed bin Salman, we know that one, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, which we knew that. Let's be real. That was kind of, yeah. That was like the one that everybody was very aware of, but now it's just like, okay. But yes. So we got 6 names. We're going to be going into the connections, because apparently there are more political names coming out too. So this isn't the case of, oh, they're just releasing like the ones that aren't politically connected. I saw that was like the earliest review of this, and this came from a leftist, by the way, where they're just like, oh, this kind of feels like they're, you know, trying to do like, oh, here, you're gonna be happy with this, are you gonna be happy with these 6? No. It turned out that they have more names coming out now. Am I going to play devil's advocate for those guys? No. I can see them totally being dishonest about this, but we'll see. Quick, what is dialectic materialism? Only the real Tim Pool would know about that. Nice, Sylvie. What up, Ghost Dog? Good to see you, man. Tim Pepper about to have a tanky arc. You know, tanky Tim Pepper? We could do it. We could let that happen. I feel like that could be fun. The Epstein files are fake. Yeah, all of them are fake. Okay. Why? Just because they conveniently expose the fact that Donald Trump is in them over 1,000,000 times? Like, I don't know, man. It is definitely a stretch to go out there and be like, yeah, Donald Trump had nothing to do with this. It's like, yeah. I mean, he's certainly acting like someone who's guilty. He definitely does not act like someone who's actually innocent. But here we are. We have, I mean, dude, we have so much. Okay, time is it? You know what? No, I want to hang for the 420. I want to hang for the 420 because I want to test this new bad boy out. All right, let's see. Because once I do that, dude, I don't think I've actually like had a pipe in a while. Just a non-water glass. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't had that in a long time. He doesn't do anything wrong. I hope you're kidding. Seriously, I don't care how much of a sycophant you are for the guy. If you truly believe that, you're so far gone that you need to go get help. Because only certifiably, like, crazy people, you know, the crazy people, the ones that they used to put in insane asylums where my mom told me that I would be a great baseball player. Yeah, you kind of belong there. I'm gonna be real, because that's weird. You should be able to think for yourself and judge people, you know, by their actions and all that, and not just blatantly ignore every bad thing that Trump does. But okay. That's why we just say it's bots. We're just like, Not trying to debate, though. I support Kamala Harris. Oh, okay. I'm not a big Kamala fan by any means, but you know what? Cool. Good for you. You're welcome to agree to disagree on some things, but I hope that if we can agree that, you know, ICE bad and Donald Trump's rule has been disastrous, then yes, we can 100% agree that we should team up for the midterms here and continue that team up until 2028. Then we can start arguing the finer nuances of our beliefs. Okay? Until then, I feel like we should just kind of shut up. Just be like, yeah, okay. Let's do the things we agree on. Let's not hyper fixate on the other BS. Like, I mean, I don't understand how you could think the Epstein files are fake. That's crazy. I mean, most MAGA doesn't even think that, so just gonna say, actually, I don't support Kamala. I just want a woman to be prez. To see it will be entertaining. I don't know about, I mean, how can it get any worse than this? I mean, for every time that somebody's like, oh, a woman would be too emotional, it's like, have you not lived through this Trump presidency? Did you not read his tweets on Super Bowl night? I mean, let's be real. Also, we're allowed to talk about sensitive subjects. It's fine. Yeah. Talk about, this is high on politics. I like to talk about politics. No matter what. Oh, hey, 420. All right, guys. I really wish I could do this on cam, but I'll be right back. Oh, this is so cool. Thank you, Pinkerbell. Wow. That thing actually, Jesus. That ripped a little harder than I thought it would. Wow. Oh, man. There's nothing better than having a fresh, like, glass pipe. Oh, man. With some good old greenage. That was fire. Kamala wants a commission to police speech online. I'll tell you right now, Trump wants that too. The new Discord TOS didn't come from Kamala Harris, bro. Like, you can't sit here saying that she wants something when she's not the fucking president. When did you guys land in the alternate United States where she is the president or Biden is still the president? I would love at this point to just, can we swap places? I'll let you live here. Fuck, man. This is not fun. This is not fun at all. God damn. And this is coming from somebody that I probably benefit more than your average person because of the fact that I do political content, and it wouldn't be as interesting if she was the president. Like, I've thought about that. I don't think I'd be where I'm at if she was president. It pains me to say. I just realized that my chat was off. I am so sorry, guys. Man, I got used to that setting from doing my propaganda show. That here, this should fix that real quick. No, there we go. Right? Economy is probably her fault too, or is it Biden's? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, it's always, yeah. Biden wasn't in the files for raping kids. Nope. Easy choice for good people. And that's the thing, man. Like, when people are just like, Democrats are in a cult, it's like, you do understand that we do the lesser of two evils thing. You guys, like, this is what I will say. Trump does have an energetic base that actually likes him. Like, they love his personality. They love the shit he sells. This pains me to say it too, where it's just like, yeah, and he's good at he is very good at capitalizing on that base. But this is also what is kind of shitty. He has gone on record to say that he thinks that his base is stupid because they are rubes. They like, when he said that I could go out in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they would still not indict me. It's like, that is true, man. Like, it's a crazy amount of loyalty that I just could never understand. Like, I'll be honest, even after I was a Christian, like, I will admit that I think it's when I left my faith that it broke my ability to ever look at a power structure, whether it be government or like the church, and just be like, nah, I don't need somebody telling me that it's a higher power BS. Like, I'm good on that. Like, if you need it, you need it. I don't need it. I'm just, I'll just go with the, where like the facts are. And that's, again, where now we live in post-fact era where they're just like, everything is fake news. It's just like, no, I do have a degree of media literacy that I am going to just have that little bit of an edge on, where it's just like, yeah, no, I don't care what you say. I don't care. Like, you could scream fake news from the top of every mountain. If you cannot explain to me why you would not win in a court of law with a defamation lawsuit that was a surefire proof that a news organization was lying about something, then I don't want to hear about it. Like, if they're just reporting on something, and I've explained this many, many times, but there's a major difference between when they go from opinion to, you know, or like from the actual news to opinion, which is why it's structured that way, by the way. Pep, you might want to give a PSA for words to avoid in chat. Yeah, slurs and grape is also another one. Like, the actual R word. These should be updated. I'll be honest. I did that yesterday. I have no idea why it's not taking those out. So that's on YouTube at this point. I've done my due diligence. You know, and this is also like kind of disproving their whole like, oh, AI is going to be great for streamers. It's going to be great for moderation. This is also why it's bullshit. And they're just trying to abolish Section 230, which, you know what? I got a Taylor Lorenz video that I want to play a little bit later about this because she did some great coverage. It was painful to listen to because we all know how I feel. Well, at least my regulars know how I feel about Taylor Lorenz. I'm not exactly the biggest fan, but her coverage was great. It's just great. What's Section 230? Section 230 is the very, very boring media bill that makes it so they cannot sue Google or YouTube or Facebook or any of these entities for what we say. But it also has the rules instituted where if someone goes like across the line on the internet, that it, like, say you do something that's actually blatantly illegal, like doxing, for instance, that law is what makes it so I could technically go after you for doxing me. That's, one of our many protections that is layered in there. But Section 230 is what ensures net neutrality. And the weirdest part is they backed off of this in I think it was 17 or 18, because Ajit Pai was going after Section 230. Him and you guys remember that guy? He had the big stupid Reese's mug, and he would just he was such a cheeseball. But yeah, man, they wanted to abolish Section 230 back then, but the tech companies didn't have the AI that they do now, so they didn't have the ability to do mass moderation that they can now. Now that the AI is up to snuff, they're looking at ways to take back that power, because realistically, it doesn't hurt them as bad. And it takes away it kneecaps the ability to have any competition. So for instance, if we get pissed off at Discord for all the bullshit they're about to pull, they want to ensure that if there was an up and coming platform, that they don't even have the ability to get off the ground. And that's what's fucked up. Everybody, I do not care what your politics are, should be on board with this. I would be remiss to see anybody that's just yeah, I think that it would be perfectly fine to have internet police, literal internet police, and then also have it to where everything is behind age restrictions and everything. And I'm talking everything. News stories would be curated by the government. I'm pretty sure that we don't want that, right? I thought that no American was rah rah, yeah, big government, in the form of, yes, I want you to monitor all my communications. I want to only hear what the government has to say, which ironically there is a contingent of Americans that would be perfectly fine with that right now, because that's the only people they trust. Which, ironic, right? This is what I've been saying about the establishment, the anti-establishment, where it's okay, so then you take over and then you become what? The establishment, right? I remember thinking that when I was high, and I was just and somebody even said, they're that's kind of a good point. I'm oh, you always remember those where you're just oh yeah, I got a little ripped on that one. But Putin's viceroys screwed themselves. Putin, I don't know, man. Do you think there are secret things in Area 51? I don't fucking know. Listen, if aliens attack tomorrow, or they they came out and just said, we have all this stuff from at Area 51, I'd just be okay. I think I'm burnt out, man. I realized that yesterday when I was gonna try and stream, and I just realized it, where I was oh, I'm not just sick, I'm burnt out on this shit. Really needed the day yesterday, so that worked out. Trump is no, he's not. If there's one thing he is not a Christian. I think Alex is a bot, guys, because she doesn't engage with anything direct, unless it's coming from me. She's not engaging with any of you. Be wary of that. Good evening, Alexander. Alexander. Is that what it is? Or wait, Alexander and Daker. Sorry, man. I try not to read the last names on accounts like that, because some people don't even know that that's what their account says. But hi, welcome. The world is already running out of private islands where they can thrive. The thing is, dude, I was talking about this on my Pepaganda show. Epstein Island is still technically running. There's security there. Nobody's allowed on the island. What are we doing? I know. Sarcasm. Thank you. I'm well aware. Although I'm gonna just say this much: sarcasm doesn't land as easily on the internet. This isn't just like having a little touch of tism or anything like that. That is just legitimate. Context gets lost with words in written or typed form. I was like, wait, but this isn't speech. Uh-oh. The indirect engagement is a sign of intelligent operator. With at least one level of support, it is trying to argue. Hi. So I've known some people who work in these elite circles as servants. Whoa. That's... wow. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, but unless... I just want that... yeah, be careful with that, because I don't want anybody doxxed. That doesn't, like, yeah, in those cases. So please, be careful. You have no idea how bad it is. Again, none of this really surprised me because we all kind of theorized about this, like the elite always having this weird secret cabal. That's why, like, the Diddy stuff, like, all of it. Like, God, and to think, the timing. You guys remember what was happening, like, right around, like, 2014? And then you go back to 2008, 2009, like, the advent of certain technologies. It's just like, interesting. Wait, 11-year-olds fixing clogged toilets and 9-year-olds making meals and everything? What? Because of the overwhelming majority of scientists that don't work for fossil fuel companies or conservative think tanks. Yeah. I know how bad that is. Like, I have a buddy that is a microbiologist, and he did not want to work in the oil field. Like, he didn't want to work in the oil field. And I mean specifically, like, you know, the science behind oil. He did get a dope-ass job. Like, he actually works for a cannabis company in California, which is, yeah, he got his dream job. So I'm happy for him, man. Bible verse of the day, Matthew 6, 34. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble on its own. Good one, actually. I like that. Hello, Happy Dog. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. If you guys haven't already, please hit the like button. Helps get the stream out a little bit more. Hold on, guys. I just realized something. What the hell? Okay, sorry, I had to reset something. That should definitely fix my chat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because this is... I don't know why, but my freaking chat was freezing. Alexander, did you mean me? Common name. Oh, we're not talking about you, no. No. Alex Sumner is the one that we were talking about. Come on, YouTube. There we go. Sorry, guys. This is really annoying. I wish this didn't keep happening, because on my side, my chat just freezes, and then obviously I'm not seeing anything new except for on my OBS, but it's too small on OBS for me to read, so give me a second. You know what? Fuck this. I might just pull this up. Here we go. I'm not religious, but I say that verse to myself when I try to get to sleep with all these problems hanging over my head. Hey, whatever you can find. I mean, I'll be honest. You know what? I'll just admit what I watch. I watch the Tubby Nug. If you guys don't know what the Tubby Nugget is, Tubby Nugget is just like, it's a wholesome little TikTok social media thing. I'm so old, but it's just a cute little nugget that gives you like a little, hi friend, I love you. I hope you have a good day today. Like that kind of shit. I'm just like, I like it. So I don't know. I've been into like the little bit of wholesome content here and there because it just makes me feel a little bit better about my day, Which I gotta say, I'm being for real, man. You gotta take the little bits that you can and just go with it because, man, life's too short to always stress. I'm not saying that we should just like turn away from everything that's going on in the news and just be like, nope, I'm gonna ignore that because life's too short. It's like, no. There needs to be balance. But going after Hillary Clinton is a waste of power. Trump is destroying America now, dude. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, man. During the Super Bowl, I got to have some conversations with my more right-leaning friends, and number one, they ain't so right-leaning anymore. One of them just straight up, he's gonna vote for, I guess, progressive candidates because he doesn't know better. And oh my God, trying to explain like the political compass. I sat there with a political compass with him and he was still just like all over the fucking place. I'm like, okay. You really are just proving that you might just be like an independent. Because at first, one of my friends was just like, yeah, he's probably a libertarian. Yeah. That was not the case either. So, I don't think bots are the correct description. I bet you people are paid to sit online, making what would be a decent wage where they are just increasing discontent and polarization. Huh. You genuinely think that there's people like getting paid for that shit? I mean, hey, there's people that think that there's paid protesters. So listen, I know that people are into thinking some weird shit, but Trump is not destroying America. It's great again. Keep coping. Cope even harder because you know that he is not. People are pissed, man. Like I said, Alex Sumner, you're the one who has to listen to this. Like, I know it's anecdotal, but it happened. And these are people that I get to base, my interactions on, where I'm just like, oh shit, man. Like, you really feel this way? So as I said, I had my one friend who was a Trump voter, just did not like Biden, but now he's just like, dude, yeah, you might have been right. This is fucked up. This is really fucked up. He's like, I don't think that Kamala would be better, and he doesn't think that, and honestly, I don't know. I couldn't fucking answer that. I think things would be a little bit more boring and status quo-y, that's for sure. But realistically, I don't fucking know. So I'm left? Yeah, Nardog, I am left. But I like to engage with people who do not think like me politically. I think that it's kind of boring just sitting in your own echo chamber. Not just boring, but it's also like, I don't like having a fake version of what I think MAGA is. Like, I know that, and this is where it is getting a little bit frustrating with like the bots, because the bots have gotten bad, man. Like, you have to admit, they've gotten really bad. That's why we even have this like way of thinking where we're just like, oh my God, this could just be another bot. I ask about the link to apply to Soros protester when people ask about paid protesters. Never got a response. Yeah, because they don't have one. They don't have anything. They like, again, this has been going on since 2020. I think was the first time that somebody claimed like a paid protester was a thing, from Soros. Yeah, George Floyd. So 2020. And yes, yeah. They, in those, 6 years, they have not been able to produce a single, bit of proof that that is a thing. So, just gotta say, You'd think there'd be this deep dive investigation, especially with this Nick Shirley character out there. I mean, oh man. Actually, here. You know what? Here, I gotta start getting into some of this politics. Let's do it. You guys ready for some politics? I know I am. All right, guys. First bit of politics. It's the way I'll go about that, where it's like, yes, this is politics, and it's going to be good politics. A little bit of procedural politics, but still politics. If you guys didn't know that this was happening today, they had a hearing with a bunch of the ICE commanders. So I watched this whole thing while getting ready in between my shows, and I have to say, this was kind of boring. Not a lot goes on, but I did find something interesting. One specific interaction. So this back and forth was really funny. Well, not funny, but eye-opening.
Magazine for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Lyons, has ICE hired anyone who is charged with a crime related to the January 6th riot here at the Capitol?
Good question.
Sir, I don't have that information, but I would say no.
Could you find out and please report
This is
back?
all
Yes, sir.
Harold Hoffels. This is all
I'll
theater.
get that. I'll take that as a get
Would
back.
you hire someone who attacked police officers here on January 6th, even though they were unfortunately pardoned by the president?
Sir, we take assault on law enforcement very serious, and we have a good, strenuous vetting program. I'm
All right,
sure.
thank you. Commissioner Scott, how many of your agents have been disciplined for excessive use of force over the past year?
I cannot
Good question.
comment on ongoing.
I'm not asking you to comment
Ah,
on specific
does he have fucking chew?
investigation. How many of your agents have been disciplined?
I cannot comment on active investigation.
I'm just asking for the total.
Fuck.
I'll get that
Excessive
number
force.
to you. I don't have it in front of me.
All right, I sent you a letter asking that
That's a mouthful of chew if I've ever seen
question
it.
and haven't received a response. Will you commit to sending a response to me, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like you to view this video.
This is
Dodge.
video of what appears to be pepper spray thrown by a federal agent into Rafael Veraza's car.
You okay, mama? You okay?
Seconds later, he realized his daughter, 1-year-old Ariana, was in the back seat, also battling the chemicals.
Are you familiar with this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is a family of United States citizens who were out to get groceries at a Sam's Club in Chicago. When they arrived, they could see that there was a chaotic operation in the parking lot. They turned their vehicle to leave, at which point your agents sprayed pepper spray out of their vehicle and into the driver's side window of the Veraza's family vehicle. Is it proper procedure to aim pepper spray into the window of a moving vehicle?
I'm not familiar. I don't have all the details on this. It's an ongoing
I'm not asking about
investigation, but to
I'm just-
answer your specific question,
Is it proper
we try to
procedure?
avoid that. No, it's not.
Try to avoid it. Because you understand it's dangerous, right? Not just for the driver, but for pedestrians, for other people who could be hit by a car if a driver is blinded, right?
I 100% understand that, but you're talking about intentional versus not intentional.
Well, now listen.
I've been in a
I mean,
vehicle
from the
in one of
video-
these situations.
Scott,
that
reclaiming
got
my time. From the
in my
video,
own
this
case.
was clearly intentional, and you know as well as I do that in any other law enforcement agency, if an officer did this, they would be put on leave, investigated,
Yeah.
and likely disciplined. Were any of your agents ever investigated
This guy cooks, man.
or disciplined for this incident?
I'll have to get back to you on this incident.
I'll have to get back to you
I
on
believe this
this.
is still an
So you don't
ongoing.
know.
This is not going to investigation. Everything's still ongoing. We don't really have the manpower to be investigating, so unfortunately, this might take a while.
Investigation, but we have at least.
I'd like to
10
show
open
you
cases.
another video. This one is from Minneapolis.
Yes, he has giant chaw in his cheeks. He literally has chaw in his cheeks. Yeah. What of it?
So as you can see, the agent sprayed pepper spray at close range directly into the face of
That is fucked up.
an individual who had already been pinned to the ground by 3 other agents. And there's a picture of this behind me to give you a better view. Is this proper procedure for the use of pepper spray?
No, not in any way, shape, or form in any policing is that proper procedure.
I cannot comment on that because you're
I cannot comment on that because it's another.
only showing one piece, and that subject
Has
is
this
clearly
agent
not
been
compliant.
investigated?
It's only one piece. Again, this isn't a both sides thing. He's asking you a direct question whether if putting the nozzle of pepper spray into someone's face and pulling said trigger is proper procedure.
But this is not the intended use of this.
Or is there, I don't know, directions with non-lethals? Because you do understand that these non-lethals are less lethal. They call them less lethals for a reason, by the way, not non-lethals anymore. Is because, yeah, they can still be lethal.
Weapon, correct?
The intended use is to try to avoid escalating. It's to de-escalate the
All right.
situation.
Well, he was already pinned to the ground by 3 other agents.
He was already pinned to the ground.
I think he had been de-escalated. Is there any investigation into this
guy literally reached down and was just like
agent for doing this?
I'll get back to you. There are several open investigations.
All right, listen.
Can anybody in the Trump administration just not be a fucking cartoon character? Like, Jesus Christ.
There has been
This is cartoonish. The guy's literally sitting there chewing tobacco like, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you.
no accountability in your
That's unfortunate.
agency under the Trump administration. None. Your agency has repeatedly been caught on tape using unnecessary violence against civilians, and you can't even tell me if any of these agents have been investigated or disciplined. You are supposed to be making people safer, and instead your agents are being unnecessarily violent. And that is why the Trump administration has lost the trust of the American people on immigration. Understand, it's not just the actions of the agents in the field, it is the lack of accountability from the top that has caused public trust to erode. And there need to be major reforms before we vote to give any of you any more funding.
Yeah.
Your agencies need to act like other law enforcement agencies. Take off the masks, wear badge numbers, enforce discipline.
It's really not asking a lot.
With real
It's not.
standards of conduct. But
The idea that people got comfortable with like having masked law enforcement without badge numbers is insane.
accountability starts at the top.
Like, they willfully were just like, constitutional rights, what now? Fuck that. I want to be protected.
Kristi Noem is completely unfit and should be removed from office. And all of the operations that we just watched were overseen by Commander Gregory Bavino, who himself engaged in excessive use of force.
That guy was waiting for his cue.
He even admitted that he lied
I always like when the aides were waiting for a cue with a
to a federal judge.
nice little
when
visual
He
aid.
claimed he had been hit by a rock prior to throwing a tear gas canister at a
Yeah, and then it turned out that people had multiple videos of him not getting hit by a
crowd of
rock and then just
civilians.
throwing the canister.
But then after the footage came out, and that
Only Kamala Harris' wisdom can save the
turned out to
USA.
be
Ugh,
not
I feel like that's a bot
true,
too.
he admitted that he had lied about it. Mr. Scott, what disciplinary action do you plan to take against Mr. Bavino?
I cannot comment on personnel actions on any.
Is there an investigation underway or being considered into Mr. Bavino?
Every allegation and every use of force is fully investigated.
Well,
within
please
DHS.
investigate him.
It goes through a review
You need
board.
to
and then-
start
That's not how that works.
enforcing
That's not how that works at all.
discipline.
When you join law enforcement, you actually like sign up for that. Like, this is why when you are encountering a just normal police officer, they cannot wear a mask. They cannot impede their, like, they cannot look any different than they would in their, I guess, police photos, because, yeah, they need to be easily identifiable.
Gentlemen's
Your
time
agency.
has expired. I know.
You also have the right to get a sergeant there. Like, yeah, these are know your rights instead of just coming into my chat and fucking being like, yeah, you know what tastes good?
I
Leather.
recognize the gentleman from Alabama.
All right. Fuck this guy. All right.
CBS News has obtained an internal memo from the Department of Homeland Security. The headline, less than 14% of nearly 400,000 people
Remember, CBS News is owned by Sinclair Media, like as a independent entity.
arrested by ICE since President Donald Trump took office have charges or convictions for
If you don't know what that means that the local affiliates are owned by Sinclair, and then they just kind of are licensed by CBS,
violent criminal offenses.
which is now run by Barry Weiss, a, Trumper.
DHS has
So before anybody comes on here screaming, mainstream media fake news,
said that the administration is going after, quote, the worst of the worst. Senior investigative reporter Jennifer Mayerly is digging into the numbers.
She joins us now from the newsroom. And Jen, what do we know?
I'm very sure that their PD, their program director, is not exactly right-leaning.
Well, the document reveals is numbers for across the country. It breaks down what criminal history, if any, a person detained by ICE has. When we're talking about the less than 14%, that's for people with charges or convictions for homicide, robbery, sexual assault, arson, or kidnapping. The rest fall.
Which I, honestly, if they were going at, like, this is where that argument, like, if they cared, I would kind of capitulate a little bit and just be like, no, okay, so go after the worst of the worst, I guess.
Into another category. So take a
Yes.
look at this graph.
Jesus. Look at this graph.
You can see a breakdown of the offenses I mentioned. It adds in dangerous drugs and DUI on that left-hand side. Other crime accounts for roughly 30%. That's that lower left. But look at the right part of the pie on your screen. It found nearly 40% of people detained had no criminal
That's
record.
insane.
And they were only accused of civil immigration offenses, things like living in the U.S. illegally or overstaying their time here.
Yeah.
We spoke with a local immigration
Which, again, this flies in the face of, well, if you want them to get the worst of the worst, this is actually a waste of resources.
attorney who said all of her clients fall into that category. And
it's almost like they disingenuously are, like, they want crime to go up. Trust me. They want to keep you afraid, so they simultaneously want to tell you that crime has never been better. We've never had lower crime rates, but at the same time, we got trendy agua out there. You got to be scared. Be very scared and afraid. The Latin Kings.
some sort of application.
We heard the Black Panthers are a thing again.
Process. She said out of the roughly 24 clients detained.
No, I said this is the local affiliate WCCO, which is owned by Sinclair Media.
By ICE, the most that's on a record was a.
You're not wrong, Skydance Media, Paramount Skydance, which is one company, they own
parking
CBS as a actual news affiliate.
Ticket for a snow.
But like I said,
emergency.
This is WCCO, which is local CBS Minnesota.
Publicly, what they're saying is they're trying to find the worst of the worst and get the dangerous people off the streets. But in my experience, they're arresting people who are applying for family visas, who have already applied for asylum, who are going to their check-ins and their court dates on time. They're not people who are unknown to the government.
All right, a DHS spokesperson responded to the CBS reporting saying drug trafficking, distribution of child pornography, burglary, fraud, DUI, embezzlement, solicitation of a minor, human smuggling are all categorized as non-violent crimes. It goes on to say, like we said, about 70% of those illegal aliens arrested under President Trump and
that's odd.
And Secretary Noem have pending criminal charges or prior.
Go back there.
President Trump and Secretary Noem. It goes on to say, like we said, about categorized as non.
Drug trafficking, distribution, CP, burglary, fraud, DUI, embezzlement, solicitation. Really? You would think that the solicitation, human smuggling, burglary, well, burglary is different. Okay, hold on. Armed robbery is its own thing.
It
so
goes
hold
on to say, like we said, about 70% of those
that is still,
illegal aliens arrested under President Trump.
You'd think that with the Trump administration, this would all be registered as like violent crime, so they could say it's like we're getting all the violent offenders out.
Trump and Secretary Noem have pending criminal charges or prior convictions.
Yeah, but that's the blatant lie. I mean, thank you, WCCO, for your reporting on this.
All right, so we are breaking down Minnesota data from Homeland Security's worst of the worst list. We'll share that ahead at 6 and look at how
man, it's egregious how fucking bad they are at this too.
Information. Amelia, Aaron.
I look forward to that, Jen. Thank you.
A lot of the immigration crackdown in Minnesota involves the Whipple Federal Building at Fort Snelling.
It is a place under heavy scrutiny. Human rights advocates are suing, saying that the facility isn't equipped to house this many people. A judge granted the advocates...
I'm sorry, I'm just noticing their hands. What do you do with your hands when you're a newscaster in Minnesota?
Human rights group the opportunity to perform an inspection at Whipple. That happened this morning. The group is accusing the facility of not having enough beds, functioning bathrooms.
It's better than some weather guys where they just stand there doing this and
we have reached
they
out to the
pat their legs
group to learn about their findings, but we have not heard back yet.
In South Minneapolis, some neighbors are taking a different approach to keeping watch in their community.
Oh, this is
Groups
cool.
have been gathering at intersections, slowing the flow of traffic as they look out for one another. Police have stepped in at several locations, raising questions about safety and legality.
No, but I like what they're doing. They're going, this is illegal, but they're working with their city councils to put in speed bumps, which
WCC
more speed bumps and roundabouts? Hell yeah.
Derek James has a closer
I'll say, I'm all for that, man.
look.
Organizers
I'm lucky enough to live somewhere where we have some speed bumps because
call them filter blockades, and they are set up
You gotta go make
at
dinner.
intersections like this one.
I will see in a bit. Yes. Okay. I love roundabouts. I'm all about them.
The goal
More roundabouts, please.
is to
It keeps traffic moving.
slow but not stop
Especially once everybody gets the hang of it. It's like, oh, yield. Oh, okay, I get it.
traffic so that neighbors can attempt to identify
Oh, it's the guy on the right. Okay.
possible ICE vehicles. This weekend, we saw a bunch of them across South Minneapolis. Many look like pop-up block parties in the middle of city streets with fires, music, and food.
Pinkerbell, I know that you can hit up Illyria if you
Minneapolis police
need some help
attempted to
there.
clear this blockade at 35th and Bloomington twice.
Just reach out to her on Discord.
But community members returned and rebuilt the blockade as soon as police left. Our cameras were also at 38th and Oakland as an officer asked
A cat
people
tower.
to move items that were blocking traffic.
The only time you get rid of a cat tower is when it's like, ooh, that really reeks of cat piss.
These neighbors agreed, saying they want safety as they work to identify if federal agents are in their neighborhood.
I'm concerned about that.
I love that fucking hat.
If I need the ambulance at my house,
Okay.
I want it to be able to get there, fairly promptly.
State law makes it a misdemeanor to block a right of way, but some,
I know that was a Yoda hat, but for real, it looked like an orc from Warhammer.
as we've seen, are still doing it. Coming up all new at 6, how the city
This guy roars at ice.
is responding to these pop-up filter blockades.
I painted it red so it go fast.
In South Minneapolis,
Warhammer joke.
Derek James, WCCO News.
Ben and Sam Lumen have been documenting ICE
It felt like melted Shrek.
activities for months. The teenage brothers were born
It did give a little bit of that popsicle that was just like, I'm dying.
in Minneapolis, but now live in Chicago. Both are legal observers. They started last fall in Chicago during Operation Midway Blitz.
Man, these guys got a lot of
Where more than
publicity.
200 ICE and Border Patrol
Holy
agents were
crap.
sent. They then hit
These were the two dudes that we saw at the Shields at the last protest we were watching.
the road and arrived in Minneapolis the day after Renee Good was shot and killed. They spent 3 weeks here taking hours of video showing ICE agents in Minnesota clashing with protesters and other observers. The brothers say that the tactics used by these agents here are far more aggressive than what they witnessed in Chicago, adding that what they recorded often contradicted the public statements made by the Department of Homeland Security.
With the greater presence, it seems that they just felt like they had the power to do anything. So like just destroying the community and brutalizing people. It was every single day that they were doing something.
Guys have a better interior design freaking
Something
sense
just
than I ever had at that
hurting
age.
our neighbors.
In Minneapolis,
Hey, Meta, thank you for re-upping your sub. I appreciate
there was
that.
just so many more agents. Like, it seemed more like an invasion compared to just like little operations here and there in Chicago.
No,
The brothers are now back
I've heard that from everybody I've talked to.
home in Chicago.
They said it's so much different.
But new at 6, we hear about their
Because I know a few people that have gone to both, and they said that Chicago was a cakewalk.
encounters and why they may come back to the Twin Cities. There was a different kind of protest at
Yeah,
a
because Tim Walz said that they made a deal to get them out.
Robbinsdale District Middle School.
But then Trump denied it. So
As Jonah Kaplan reports, it didn't go as students first envisioned, but they agree that it probably worked out for the better.
I still can't get over
300 students singing Lift Every Voice.
Okay, now this would be really funny. Hey, Christina.
Not just an anthem, but a call for positive action.
Why you gotta be such a cunt?
And that was also the challenge to students from the principal of the Fair School in Crystal. who did not support the idea of a school walkout.
We're a school of the arts. Our kids are very creative, and so I like them at any time to use their creative thought process in everything that we do.
Challenge accepted, and thus came this chain of
Oh man, I miss making chains like that. That was always
When
fun.
was the last time you saw paper chains? How'd you get the idea?
Paper chains are the shit.
I think the last time
We used to do that all the
I saw
time.
a paper chain was last year when we were counting down the days till summer.
Sixth grader Bryn Halupnik recruited
Yeah, we used to
hundreds
do it
of
for
others to
everything.
draw, write, and stamp words of encouragement when so many are feeling depressed or scared.
There are many
Although ours were a little lame, we used to do WWJD chains that would spread throughout the entire
ways
school.
of protesting, and some people prefer
We were rebels.
different ways. And
God, now actually asking what would Jesus do would probably piss off some people.
if you have the courage to do
Because
that,
if you had the actual answer where it's like, well, Matthew 8 says that he said to love thy neighbor, and
it's great, but it's not always
Yeah.
going to be the best way. I'm going to remember those
welcome the stranger.
that have gone through this, and I'm
That pesky.
going
communist.
to think
Ah.
about how this is not something I would have expected.
Damn, that's an impressive fucking chain.
And that it's way more than just my life, and it's other people's lives too.
The chain might come down eventually, but the bond between neighbors unbreakable. In Crystal, Jonah Kaplan, WCCO News.
Still in the area. You are under arrest.
This was on the 5th. So this was not last night.
That's press. They violating our constitutional rights left and right. They pushed us down from one corner to go to another corner.
Yeah, this is the one that we had the broadcast interrupted, and it just never came back.
What is this? Are we kids or something? We're not allowed to be out here? This is our fucking street.
That's why I think he's just recording in general. Like, I know that he goes live sometimes, but
Only independent news outlet.
he's been taken
always on
down
the
from
ground
Twitter
with the
for a
people
while.
for as
So
low as 16 cents a day.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so.
dude, everyone is in the file. Not a million times. Dude, he broke 1 million. Trump broke 1 million. How many? Vegeta, how many times was Trump in the Epstein files? Over 1 million.
Covering what the corporate
1 million
media covers up.
Holy crap, Vegeta. I feel like that guy, he's probably going to jail, right? Nappa, don't say something so stupid.
This is on
Why would that be stupid, Vegeta?
University of Minnesota
Come on, Nappa. We know that there's a two-tier justice system.
campus
Oh, right.
near Minneapolis,
Hey, Vegeta.
outside the Graduate Hotel.
Does anybody understand the context of that? Please tell me that I got some abridged fans here.
All right, so yep, police are going to be peddling.
Vegeta, he went to. Vegeta was in prison. He was someone's prison, bitch.
Protesters in here. They are surrounding
Hey, Vegeta, did you drop the soap?
them on
Shut up, Nappa!
all sides.
May I have your attention, please?
This is not the. This is not ICE. This is the cops.
Understand
DBC of Bruce. I mean, it is.
of the state of Minnesota. The state of Minnesota statute 60974 prohibits creating and maintaining a public nuisance. If you do not cease your unlawful behavior and disperse immediately from this
Oh, were you spamming? Did you say it more than once?
area,
Then yeah.
traveling east on Washington Avenue Southeast, you will be arrested.
Man, LRADs are becoming more common too.
If you do
That's
not
not good.
cease your unlawful behavior
That's
and
not good.
disperse immediately,
LRADs do permanent damage, man. Like,
you will be arrested. All individuals still in the area, you are under arrest.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yo, usually you don't go from like, you will be under arrest to you are under arrest within like a sentence. What? Damn.
You guys are all under arrest. You're all under arrest. Sit down. If you're pressed, over here. Wait, you're pressed. Press. Press. Go. Press. Go. Press. Go. Press. Go.
This is why it is very important for us to get our press credentials. The fact that I'm technically... Your boy could be a journalist. Ain't that a bitch?
Back up.
The part is I probably take that oath a little bit more seriously than most.
Chipotle. Go to Chipotle. That's press.
Chipotle? What? Chipotle?
Hey, press.
Or Chipotle?
That's Chipotle.
What do you guys... Chipotle?
Go. Press.
Man, that guy was... That was the whitest way to say that shit. Go to Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Chipotle. Go to Chipotle.
Over there.
Or am I saying it wrong?
Press is over there.
Wait a minute. Am I the idiot?
Over there.
Do not answer that, chat.
Press is over there. Press is over there. Move back over there. Move back.
Go to Chipotle. Do not redeem.
Move back, press. Move back. Press.
That would be actually really funny if he just throws in a... Get the carne asada bowl. It's really good. Gotta say, their carne asada. Just tried it yesterday.
Over there. Over there. Over there.
Hey, Arab Vlog, what up?
All right, so as long as the press
Can't just call you by the
this,
single name.
they can't push us out any further, so we got to stay here together. So I don't know how many people...
Letnick admits to having lunch with Epstein on island after denying
Well, they have
relationship.
that
Yeah, I got that raw
on
footage.
the ground.
Well, not of him having the lunch, but of him denying it and then going, well...
I would say it's about 10.
It's funny, too, because the guy's like, are you sure? Are you sure?
I can't tell if there's any...
Were you on the Epstein Island?
If there was any more arrests.
No, never, no. Are you sure? Robinson really does. Can apply to anything now. Whoa, they did it again. They did the bum rush. Damn. Damn. All right, hold on, guys. This guy hauls ass. Holy fuck! Make this guy a wide receiver. Holy shit! Look at him go! Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Get that guy, like, drafted immediately. Could you imagine that actually happens, or it's just like... Hey, man, how did you get into the NFL? Well, man, I just got to say, my coach, he was watching a protest video, and then he said, I just need that kid, and he came and found me, and here we are.
All right, so they're targeting somebody.
Back of his jersey just says F-Ice.
They all chased after him, and now they're all retreating.
I mean, dude, he was gone. You just saw him take off and just disappear.
Officers are talking to one another about press. If press is in the street, they will be arrested.
How do you respond? You can't, right? Like, I've played this game, man. I lose.
I have dinosaurs on my wall, and I want people to know. You know what? If you enjoy dinosaurs on your wall, I'm happy for you.
They're on the side of pedophiles.
If something brings you joy in your day, and it's having dinosaurs on your wall, that's awesome, man.
Looking at us.
They cool dinosaurs? What's your favorite dinosaur?
What are we here for? Fuck you.
If anybody tries to make fun of you, you know what? I got your back. Let people enjoy things, man.
and that is to protect the community against this fascism and from federal ICE agents from harming.
President Pete.
us.
Yeah.
Hello.
The MAGA files.
Do y'all not fucking see
That's a
what's
new one.
going on? But it ain't like that.
Dinosaurs base. Hell yeah.
Like we ain't seen this time after time. Like I said before, Governor Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, they've been lying to us. They in the fucking state capitol buildings doing press conferences while we out here freezing our ass off, standing in solidarity with one another. This is literally what community looks like right here. This ain't, man, this shit right here. They violating our constitutional rights left and right. They pushed us down from one corner to go to another corner, and then next you know they're gonna push us down to another corner. What is this?
Well, I mean, that
Are we kids or something?
No, you just don't understand how rules of dispersal work. And technically, if the cops gave you 3 warnings to do so, even as press, and then they tell you to stay within a certain press zone, then yeah, you got to do it.
We're not allowed to be out here.
That's exactly what that means, man. If you had any actual formal media training, you would know this.
This is our fucking street.
Damn, as I said, I'm one of the last professional broadcasters out here that actually learned about this shit, where I'm just like, oh, no. I didn't even want to be a journalist, but that was just part of the course.
Who's street? Who's street?
Because they don't want you getting caught up in this shit.
Hurry up! Move back! Get the fuck back right now!
Alex Sumner, thank you for the sub.
Or else.
Hey, you know what? Hate watchers are watchers too.
What? Or else what?
Salute to every Hispanic hockey player.
You already know what's about to happen, y'all.
I'm trying to think, do I know it?
Everybody's moving. Police are moving behind the LRAD because the LRAD is directed in this area. So it's going to be very loud.
Dude, LRADs. If you see an LRAD, do not fuck around, guys.
So that's why everybody's backing
Any
up.
of y'all. Again.
Even
if you're a counter protester, I don't know why I'm trying to protect you, but for real, you should also know LRADs suck, man, and they don't give a shit if you're on their side.
Direction of it, you'll be okay.
If you don't have earplugs, get the fuck out of there.
Kind of, but if you're directly in front of it,
I always have earplugs.
It will really.
I'm not even kidding. I always do.
Really fuck your eardrums up, pop your blood vessels.
Disperse immediately.
What's up with YouTube Live?
Make it really sick.
I'm a cornball. Is it a fried cornball? Sounds delicious.
I'm looking for my.
Little cheese in there.
Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, again.
Cornball.
It is mostly press. They're giving a 1-minute warning.
Who is the first person to say cornball and just be like, "You're just a cornball"?
To clear.
Oi, you just call me a cornball?
The area.
Hey, you're a cornball.
Us guys.
I say it.
It's all press here.
Oh yeah? Well, you're a cunt.
Right, so.
Oh, I see you brought out the big guns, eh?
Protesters have left.
Journalists of some kind. So it is
all press here. So we'll see what happens.
Passenger princess. I do enjoy it.
Become a member of Status Quo. We are.
That's a hell of a way to end that video. All right. For anybody that ever accuses me of not watching opposition, fuck you.
Fox News Digital, Asra Nomani joins us now, who's leading a lot of these reports. First, right, Asra, what makes you think and what leads you to believe that this foreign influence
I literally watch them all. So
behind the protests we're seeing?
You're going to sit here and shit on Fox News, CNN, all the MSNs.
Like Minneapolis.
Well, you know, it's been wonderful because at Fox News Digital, we've been combining traditional gumshoe reporting with high-tech tools that are out there to
kill me.
Map this network. And so, Brian,
I do this for you.
This network includes large organizations in the United States that have been funded by a billionaire or a tech tycoon, we should say, that is based in Shanghai named Neville Roy Singham. And today is a day of reckoning for these far left groups because
The far left groups, eh?
At the House Ways and Means Committee, they're going to have a hearing on this phenomena called malign foreign influence.
So they're very
Cool. So we're going to go into Russian bot factories, eh? All right, let's see what we find.
interesting when it comes to elections, but when it comes to protests and an agenda,
They really do think that they're going to find a smoking gun, that like China is paying protesters.
we're watching these
That's the new narrative, by the way.
signs, and you
They're
have
saying that China's responsible for PSL protests.
some signs with you and some of the phrases that keep popping up. And according to reports, the organization has been engaging in a dynamic DSA called narrative
Oh, DSA. Oh. Never mind.
convergence, advancing
They're
narratives that stoke
They're
domestic
going
unrest,
after the milk toast motherfuckers now.
delegitimize state institutions,
Yes, I'm calling myself milk toast.
while advancing talking points aligned with hostile foreign governments. For example, do you want to give us some examples of this?
Yes.
Do I believe? It's not about believing everything they say. It's about taking what they're reporting on and having an analytical fucking like brain and just being able to go, oh, okay, so this is the news and this was their opinion.
Exactly. So what the
That's how this goes.
report
How do you break down information, numbnuts?
by the Network Contagion Research Institute showed is that the Democratic Socialists of America
Holy
went
shit.
on trips to China, Venezuela, Cuba, and then
Do you ever believe your own
they
eyes?
parroted the message
Like literally, do you watch something and just go, I didn't just see that, so you know what? I must have just
of those adversaries.
Nope.
And one of them is this one, this idea that America is a fascist state and that socialism is the answer.
based.
And so you can see
Thanks for promoting this. Love it. Hey, you know what? Screenshot it, guys.
in the small print, Democratic Socialists of America down
Yeah, DSA.
at the bottom.
Yeah, that's literally how this works.
And they are very clear in their messaging. And other organizations like the Party for Socialism and Liberation have
There, getting a shout out. Look at
mirrored
this.
this language that America is a terror state. So the dynamic is one in which the propaganda is right out of the playbook of these foreign adversaries to demonize America, to vilify our federal authorities, and to stow discord. And that's what
Wait.
the committee will discuss.
And we're finding money, billions flowing to places like
Here it is, guys. Here it is.
Code Pink, which they deny, right?
Yeah.
Is this allowed? Can you be a foreign entity and supply money to adversarial groups like Code
The poor Godzilla, he won't go.
Pink?
Well, we're breaking news this morning because the House Ways and Means Chairman, Jason Smith, has just sent a letter to two new organizations called Breakthrough News and the Tricontinental Institute, because they have been getting this money from the Singham
If you want Godzilla to go anywhere, you just got to have Mothra. It's like, come get your old man.
Network, along with Code Pink. The money is in the
Pick him up by the back and carry him away like a bad cat.
in the tens of millions. Right now, a couple hundred million combined in this network. But Brian, what happens is that America's nonprofit laws are very clear that you have to do your charitable mission. And so what Representative Smith and his committee are exploring is whether these organizations are breaking tax laws. And so it's basically the Al Capone strategy. In order to
You mean the one that they tried with Trump that you guys like freaked out about?
disband this network that's sowing discord.
And Ashra, how about the fact that last week we were talking about let's have a net.
Do you think for a second that these networks didn't see this coming and they don't have everything on the up and up with their fucking taxes?
National shutdown, a general
You're going to be very surprised by this one.
strike. That's also out of that playbook.
Trust me. I'm thinking that they expect an audit.
But some critics would say, okay, socialists are socialists no matter where they are in America. They're just
Corn Pops. Corn Pops rule.
looking at the same stuff. They're not actually getting their cues from foreign entities. What do you say to that?
Oh, no. Over these years, I've been able to document so many digital toolkits, is what they call it. And the origins are all the same. These organizations in the Singham Network, the Answer Coalition, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Code Pink, Democratic Socialists of America. And so they have the same script. And they are basically parroting this negative language. And the really important
Wait a minute. Didn't we find out that MAGA was literally bankrolled by Russian oligarchs?
thing, Brian, is for people
Like,
to
wait a minute. What are we doing
know
here?
that they are calling this a new Cold War on America.
Didn't the president just take a fucking plane from Saudi Arabia? I'm just saying, man.
And so
Y'all want to talk about foreign influence? Okay.
they see it as a smokeless war, is what they call it. And the lawmakers now are really going to be holding them accountable.
Or you're just trying to do the thing where you're trying to kneecap, the opposition before they can even get a little bit of some traction, which you can see coming because they have some pretty good ideas, and you see the fact that they are growing in numbers.
It's going to be fireworks today in the hearing.
And it could go right back to our enemies like China, North Korea, and Russia. Asra, if you want to get the latest, go to Fox News Digital. You're leading the charge on these investigations. Asra Nomani, thanks so much. We're all going to be watching today on these hearings. I hope Democrats and Republicans are equally outraged, but I doubt it. Thanks so much, Asra.
I mean, I watched them. It was kind of funny, to be honest. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening
Okay, so here's Lutnick getting called on his bullshit.
statement, you led people to believe that you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein after the 2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different record of interaction. Why do the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall.
You guys keep getting caught in lies. Be careful with this one, man.
2 times, and that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him, and then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've
Trump falls asleep in cabinet meetings. Yeah, he does. More than sleepy Joe Biden ever did. It's weird.
Of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails.
You know what? I'm not only going to keep watching this, I'm going to open Pokemon cards while I watch this. Who else on the internet is watching Howard Lutnick testify while opening Pokemon cards?
Me with him over a 14-year period.
Nobody, right?
I did not have
I'll never say that I'm not a
relationship with him. I barely had
a special
anything to
channel
do
on the internet.
with that person. Okay?
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the
What do we get? What do we get? What do we get?
the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in
Messenger
fact,
Princess based.
make
Hell
a
yeah.
visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family
This one?
vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4
Yeah.
children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children.
Palmo.
And we had lunch on the island. That is true. For an hour.
Grand
I
Bowl.
left
I
with
needed
all of
one
my
of him.
children, with my nannies and my wife all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that.
Glee tough. Yes, I got what I needed.
I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again,
Charmeleon. Hell yeah, and it's a foil.
indication that you yourself
Love me some normal foilies.
It's
Like this
the
guy.
fact that you
Snubble.
believe
yeah.
that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact
No
you had not.
EX.
When you visited the private island, did you
Let's
see
do it.
anything inappropriate during that visit?
the only thing I saw with my wife and
Holy shit, his kids were on Epstein's boat.
my
Yeah.
children and the other couple
Yeah.
and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that this visit took
He just said their children were there too.
place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted.
Focus on cards and get the fuck out of politics, dude. I say that as a card gaming enthusiast.
Soliciting
Hey, I can do both.
prostitution of a minor.
Play Magic
and yet
as
you
well.
went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's
I've actually, I just tried One Piece for the first time. Gotta say, I actually like the system a lot.
New York
Reminded me of Digimon.
City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's
It's concerning how many times he says nannies. Oh, yeah, and then you go deeper into the files, and then you see that some of the women that were trafficked were labeled as nannies.
there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the
I'm glad to see young people paying attention.
millions
Oh, thank you.
of documents for my name,
try.
just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise.
You would think that, like, he would know all this
For an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right.
by this
There's
point.
also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny.
There it is.
Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that.
No, as far as
Am I
I know.
even a
Would you, as
nerd?
Secretary, willing to ensure that the file is complete?
My
to share
Warhammer, Gundams, all that.
Committee and the Congress,
Yeah.
your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know. What would burn my nerd creds?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we can totally trust him. Definitely on the up and up.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So apparently, the government drafted an announcement of Epstein's death dated the day before he died.
This would be the biggest scandal of all of politics if we didn't have daily scandals coming out of this.
I am not kidding. Like,
this is fucking insane.
this is the down the
Alex Jones should be freaking out about this, but is he? No.
rabbit hole through the looking glass moment if we weren't already there. So we'll break that down for you as well as some other revelations, powerful people that were involved. There's some important reporting that's going on here. Bibi Netanyahu coming back to Washington yet again, and once again to beg for war with Iran. So we will take a look at that. Even Republicans have been uncomfortable with the stunningly racist video.
You don't
that
think I like Warhammer?
Trump posted.
Dude,
Usually the
I
White House
literally
walked
told
back.
I just said how I like playing my orcs. What's wrong with you?
Down. What does it say about him, about our politics, etc.? We're going to take a look
Oh, I have got to finish my Necrons.
at the Super Bowl through the lens of
Whatever.
sports betting, just how much was wagered, was there insider trading? You will never.
Don't ever start Warhammer because you will tell yourself, I'm just going to build one army. Then you hit your 2,000 points, and then you're like, well, wouldn't hurt to start another army.
Yes, what the answer to that one is.
And now I have Ultramarines
Olympians are speaking
that
out
are also just, now collecting dust because I haven't touched them in a long
and
time.
getting backlash from the right, and we're going to be joined in
Yeah.
studio by Dan
God, bro, Warhammer fans are either the chillest people or the biggest losers. Yeah, I know.
Osborne. He is an independent candidate for
It's a mixed bag, man.
candidate for Senate in Nebraska. He ran previously, came quite close, and he is giving it another shot. There's some very significant commerce and monopoly issues in Nebraska that are ground zero for that. So we
Don't unlock Nerd Pep. We'll be here for weeks.
are excited to meet him in person and get to speak with him.
Yes.
And we're going to be doing the AMA today. So if you want to be part of those live AMAs, make sure you sign up at breakingpoints.com, Sagar.
That's right. Thank you to everybody who has been supporting the show. We are starting off with Epstein with some very, very wild stuff. Almost certain that eventually we'll get hit with a demonetization. That's why we rely on our premium subscribers. All of this Epstein coverage. We understand, it makes
Yeah, but you can't play with 3D printed figures in tournaments, so there's no point if you actually play the game.
advertisers and all those other people uncomfortable. Luckily, we don't
My buddy got banned for trying to play with 3D printed sisters.
rely on that. We rely on
And that's what got him out of Warhammer.
all of you. So support us if you are able to, breakingpoints.com. If you're just watching this on YouTube, no worries. Please just hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're listening to this on a podcast, please share an episode with a friend and rate us 5 stars. It really helps other people find the show. All right, let's go ahead and start here with Epstein. There was an ad actually released by many of
Are you just mad at me because I'm covering politics in general?
the Epstein survivors.
You're saying that my politics are fake, but you haven't really made an assessment on what my politics even are.
We're going to go ahead and put it up here on the screen just so you can see some of this in the background, many of them appearing on camera. They're saying on November 19th,
If you're finding it harder and harder to find people who like Trump, that's not an anomaly.
2025, the Epstein Files Act was signed. They cross out the line transparency. They say 3 million files have still not yet been released. They have black, marks over their mouths. They're talking there about one of the largest sex trafficking conspiracies, which has now been unveiled for everybody and calling for more.
I played in a tournament where 2 of the finalists of the final 5 were trans, and the winner was trans.
More of the release of the files, holding up pictures of themselves. To
Strong
highlight,
trans contingent in the Warhammer community.
of course,
And I'll tell you one thing that people will not put up with is trans bigotry.
from the central, most important people.
We watched a alt-right guy get banned from the tournament just for being a dick and saying that he wouldn't play a trans opponent. And they were like, fine, then you're not going to play any opponents. You're out.
In all of this story. But most importantly, I think for all of our purposes, and they're asking there, stand with us. It's time for Attorney General Pam Bondi to tell the truth. Let's do.
This is why Adepticon will always have my money as far as that goes, where it's just like, nah, I watch these guys go above and beyond.
Continue now down the rabbit hole, as Crystal said, genuinely unbelievable stuff. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen.
Oh, nice. I thought Warhammer was not cool.
One of the most stunning documents yet.
I mean, Warhammer's great.
That was uncovered. Great find.
I love
for whoever was able to see this. Because
no, there's just a problem who, so like the Ultramarines or the Space Marines specifically, they like, yeah, their lore, if you read it, it's essentially space Nazis. And some guys, they kind of like the Imperium, non-ironically.
I would not I would
like. They would love for the God Emperor to actually exist and be Donald Trump. Which, I'm sorry, but that would make Warhammer kind of funny.
I've been able to.
These fucking Necrons, I told you.
Say
they're coming for us. Once they had souls, now you can say that they're a whole bunch of metaskeletons. They don't technically have souls, so we don't have to feel bad about it, folks.
Couldn't believe this was real, so I double-checked the DOJ website. The U.S. Attorney Berman announced Epstein's death with...
Don't even get me started on orcs.
...letterhead dated the day before that he was found dead. Bill Barr announced Berman...
The Tyranids, we shot him like dogs.
...Berman's resignation. Then, less than a year later, Berman denied he was resigning and was then removed by Barr on June 20th, 2020. Trump denied any involvement, but it was confirmed later.
All right, actually, this could be a fun bit.
In the reporting that, in fact, Trump, who had Berman removed, the rabbit hole is endless. This is from Clint Russell, one of the people who flagged this.
Donald Trump doesn't return his shopping carts?
And, I mean, I do think it is genuinely unbelievable for immediate release Friday.
You, sir, might have just actually gotten that's sign worthy, because I like funny signs. My last sign said Donald Trump puts ketchup on his hot dog because Chicago.
2019. Now, you could potentially ask for innocent explanations, but the Department of Justice has not released anything as of yet. This information has been public now for 48 hours or so, and you do have to just be like, okay, I mean, look, I feel like I try to...
Thank you for the sub.
Keep up
sick.
My words very...
Sick from the Kush.
Carefully, I'm always like,
what?
I always say Epstein died. I don't say he was killed. I don't say he was committed
Get me
suicide.
started on that fake...
It's one of those, like, open questions.
What is that called?
We don't really know what the answer is.
Oh, Susie, thank you for the sub.
We have the video, which was released, of showing another person going towards the... I mean, you have, the guards...
Is Warhammer like a D&D game? Kind of.
Asleep, the cameras...
It's without, like, the story aspect to it. It's mostly, like... You roll a shit ton of dice. You play with D6s. Each unit has its own rules to it, so it's more so a war game.
Working. There's actually a routine way.
It's like if Risk had, like, I don't know, a serious aspect
where
to
the camera resets every single night for some reason.
I shouldn't shit on Risk.
According to the Attorney General,
Risk
you've
is
got
fun.
the cellmate, question.
It's kind of like playing checkers.
You've got the former guy who was in the MCC who's been on our show and is like, sorry, there's no way any of that happened. And so, you would actually be...
The Don Emperor was funny, even if I disagree with some stuff
opinion,
here.
The most responsible would be
right.
like, yeah, he probably was killed. I still don't say it because I don't know it definitively to be true. Then you see something like this and you're like, all right, yeah. What else do you say?
If it was the only thing, and you didn't go through even the whole list because we'd be here all day.
Right, yeah,
There's the fact that, we never found the noose that was used. What do you mean? He was in a tiny jail cell. What do you mean we never found the noose that was,
The guy who played Superman likes Warhammer?
Allegedly.
Yeah. Henry Cavill, he has a ton of armies.
Oh, there happens to have been this orange blurry figure that we all pretended, that the Attorney General and Inspector General, that they all pretended didn't exist when they did their report on this. Oh, that's interesting. What's going on with that? And then you have this. I mean, if it was the only thing.
Yeah, right, exactly.
If it was the only thing, you could go, maybe they just got the date wrong. Maybe they just were being a little bit sloppy and they got the date wrong.
Yeah.
But when you look at this and you look at everything else,
It's
and then,
literally
oh,
one
lo and
day.
behold, this guy, the U.S.
And then you had the guy literally say, yeah, they had a bunch of boxes that were covered up, and that they said, yeah, that's his body.
Attorney Berman was fired under very strange and contentious circumstances less than a year later. You just got to look at this and go, like, I mean, it becomes very, very, very hard to believe the official narrative. And of course, 1 million people had plenty of motive to take this guy out. The other thing that we learned that we talked about before is that his team was cooperate. They were looking at, hey, maybe we can cooperate. Maybe we can name some names. Maybe we can do a deal here. So quite to the contrary of Epstein feeling like I have no way out and this is it for me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life, which I'm very used to these coddled circumstances. I'm going to spend the rest of my life behind bars. He was still exploring avenues and trying to work it and see what kind of a deal he could make. So I don't know, guys. This is just absolutely wild. The one thing, so this is identical to the
Remember Handyman, Damon Wayans?
official announcement that did ultimately
Wait, Blank Man. That was Blank Man, wasn't it?
go out from the government with two exceptions. Number one, the date got updated to the day that he died. Number two, which at this point I'm like, maybe the conspiracies about him still being alive, maybe that's a possibility. I mean, it's so wild that I literally cannot rule anything out at this point. So the date gets updated. And then the other thing that was added is that he was dead by apparent suicide. Those words got added in. Otherwise, it's identical to what ultimately went out.
Right. So, okay. And remember this, I mean, it's very possible. I mean, there's some potential about planning, but
repair, man.
The thing is that you look at some of the timing for all of this. The last guard check was on 10:50 p.m. on that Friday night.
Wasn't it French with Pierre?
There was no check until 6 a.m. This is according to the official narrative. So official
Pierre Escargot.
narrative should be that nobody knew he was dead until some 6 a.m. So it's not even some time zone thing that you could argue. Like if you go back and you check the timeline, again, according to the official timeline, nobody was supposed to know until about 6.
Right.
So if that's the case, then there's no way that you could have drafted it. And like you said, also they added the term of parent suicide. We didn't even mention Michael Baden and the autopsy. That's actually that was one of the first things that convinced me where I was like, oh man, I mean, this is Michael Baden, right? He came out, yes, I know he's hired by the family, but look, he released his own findings talking about the hyoid bone and the way that it would look if it was a strangulation versus a hanging.
Of course he was cremated. Also, I mean,
we can't put...
To be fair, it's like the most normal way to get
these photos up there because it's too graphic, but you can actually see the photos of the care that was for him.
What show is that? All that.
After he had been found dead. And you can see the mark on his neck. And, you know, one of the speculations was it a sheet? I'm telling you, I saw the mark. It's not a sheet. Like, there's no way that would have left a mark like that. And that's just, you know, maybe I'm wrong. You could send me different ones, you know, if you find something else. But it's just one of those where I think it is just absolutely crazy. Let's go to the next one.
Insane.
We're going to continue in the, you know, things are getting more unhinged as we go. The government put boxes covered in a sheet inside of a vehicle to trick the media, pretending that it was Epstein's body. It says, due to the large news media presence outside the MCC, a male OCME official called and said he would be arriving at the loading dock with a black vehicle in order to thwart the media and use boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was then put into the white vehicle, which...
Should I check it out? Worth it? Yeah.
The press followed, allowing the black vehicle to depart unnoticed with Epstein's body. So yeah, that's where...
Why all the cloak and dagger?
Right, yeah.
Why? Why is this such a problem for the media?
I was about to say, like, yeah, cremation's super common in America.
To follow the body. Why is that such an issue?
I just had my step-grandmother just passed. She got cremated, and we didn't think anything of it. My mom got cremated, didn't think anything of it.
Is this typical procedure?
And like, these were their wishes, so my wish is the same.
High-profile cases that you have...
If he's dead, why do you care about traffic? I mean, I know this sounds insane, but it's true. Like, this actually is true. You can go and check the file names for yourself.
No, what's insane about the Osama bin Laden one is the fact that they didn't just produce some pictures where they're like, oh, it's too gruesome for the American public. It's like, no, fuck you. We're owed this.
If you want.
Viewer discretion is advised, motherfuckers.
And, you know, we double checked on some of this. All right, so this is another totally crazy one. Let's put it up here. So as they flag, on the same day that they opened a child sex trafficking case against Epstein in 2018, he ordered half a dozen 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid.
This is insane.
To his private island. So what's up?
My wish is someone pull Lebowski with my ashes. It's my number one fear that I'm going to have that happen while I'm seeing my mom off.
And I'm reading the wire transfer form for St.
I have to take her to a very specific place that happens to be on a coast where I'm like, ooh.
You know, to St. Thomas, LSJ.
So is the goddamn ocean.
LLC, purpose and description, ×6 55-gal drums, sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge for transport, materials for conductivity probes, replacement pH and cable-RO plant. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's an explanation. You have private jets all around. I don't know a whole lot about acid and all this other stuff. I have read a decent number of the plans around the island. I know they waste water. You know, again, I'm not an expert. I'm just saying, like, that's one of those where you put it together and you're like, yeah, it's pretty creepy. It's pretty weird, especially when you have massage rooms with masks, you know, all over the island. You have trap doors, as one does. So this is apparently a photo.
This is crazy.
That surfaced.
Yeah, and the fact that it is over like shark-infested waters.
Where
it's just like, what?
It was some trap door.
Like
that was there on the which
I had
apparently
it's
opened
like sharks with freaking laser beams
directly into the ocean. So again, I mean, what are the innocent explanation here? This is where they're done.
He liked to swim a lot underneath his place with sharks because he was, you know, he liked to test his adrenaline.
Dumping waste. This is where they're dumping something.
It's for fishing.
You know, I don't know.
Some sort
yeah,
of
some
motherfucker. I got a swordfish. I got a big one.
Yeah, maintenance. Right, maintenance.
If there's one thing that I haven't seen any pictures of him doing, it's fish.
You also own a.
You know, like guys, like when they're super into shit. Like I got a friend that's really, really into golf. So it's like 90% of his pictures are golf. Yeah, if you're really into something like that, where you would have a trap door, you would have seen some pictures of that motherfucker holding a fishing pole. But no.
Private island?
No.
Please email.
What have we seen him holding a lot of? That also, you know, we now have these questions of how many have gone missing?
Tell me about what is. I'm not familiar about
Please
what it.
tell us about your sulfuric acid and ocean trapdoor needs on your private island.
Who among
because
us?
we're very curious.
Who
what
among
this
us
could be.
doesn't have ocean trapdoors in our house? I've stayed at some hotels and the beach. Not that great, but they don't usually have trapdoor. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe every 5-star resort in the nation on a beach has trapdoors into the sea. Maybe it's certainly possible. Maybe it's a scuba diving thing. Maybe it's a way to access your septic tank, although I guess that wouldn't even make a lot of sense. I'm purely I'm just telling you that these are the facts, and this is what apparently shows up there. So you know, this is presented without comment because I don't have a comment. I don't know why else. I don't know why you would need one.
I mean, you said in our pitch that advertisers get uncomfortable with this. Look, in fairness to them, I get uncomfortable with this too because it's like, what am I supposed to make of this?
Yeah.
What is a sane and rational, non-hysterical person supposed to make of this? It becomes increasingly difficult to not look at all these emails, the way they talk to each other, all of these weird things surrounding his death. The, you know, emails where they say, oh, did you torture? I love the torture videos, etc. All the code words, and not think that it is even darker and even more elaborate, and that he was even more powerful than I ever could have imagined. And to your point about, you know, putting all the different things together that you're like, well, that's weird. Well, that's weird. Well, that's weird. Well, you're gonna put it all together. It's really freaking weird. Another piece of that is the way that the government has behaved. Recall, okay, so now supposedly we've gotten all the Epstein files we're gonna get, right? According to the government, now Thomas Massie, Rokana, and others are continuing to push. Massie's being very aggressive. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But just remember what Kash Patel told you. He told you.
Yeah, he went, dude, he was under oath when he said this shit. If there's not a hearing to hold him in contempt, I don't know what the fuck you can say in Congress as a lie and then actually be held to account for anymore, which they did it with Bannon, so I don't understand why not go for the slam dunk.
He looked at the files and he is convinced without a shadow of a doubt
Although,
that Epstein...
somebody did say that they're waiting so they can have Bondi, Noam, and Kash Patel all put on trial at the same time.
...himself, and that this was proven definitively.
I mean, I don't know, for... you know, media sake, that would actually kind of make sense.
By the files that Kash Patel looked at. Have we seen those files? What was it that you were looking at that was so persuasive to you that you went out in public and said, nothing to see here, we're moving on. Let's go ahead and remind ourselves exactly what he said.
Oh, yeah, the Zorro Ranch.
This is A6.
Hey, Robin.
Let's play that.
You told me when we last talked.
Yeah, we're going to be covering that.
This is 8
I covered that on Pepaganda. the Zorro Ranch, if you do not know about it, is fucked up.
Months ago when we did an interview at the FBI in Quantico.
Like, they had a cop call in a tip about it because he saw that they had like an incinerator and like all this shit like way too close for comfort, and he was just like, yo, that's sus.
That you were convinced that Epstein killed himself in jail. Today, 8 months after that.
Chow One, did you ever sub to my channel?
Are you still convinced?
Yes.
You did.
100%.
Either way. Appreciate having you.
No credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
In the
So
files.
he absolutely killed himself, Sagar, and he didn't traffic anyone, any girl to anyone. That he's convinced.
There is nothing that has been released where you can definitively say he killed himself, which is what Kash Patel said. Kash Patel said he definitively, if anything, like we said, we got the video, we got this thing, we had all of the preponderance of evidence prior, you had all of the holes in the investigation, you had the
not sus at all that they just, even doctored that video with fucking Adobe.
The DOJ initial report around the sleeping guards and all this. None of that shit made any sense, period. But don't listen to me, listen to Kash in 2020. He's the one who said all of this. And he had his hands on all of this information, and this is all eventually they came up with. On the second part about involving others, there's nothing that has been a definitive smoking gun, and we should all be honest about that. There are some look, what are the threads that we would
Dennison, thank you for the sub.
Oh, I don't know, all these wire transfers to Russia. I don't know, all of these photos of creepy old dudes with their collars open, smoking cigarettes on the couch with a bunch of women, chasing girls around the kitchen. Let's continue. Prince Andrew, can you even say hovering, like trapping this girl like underneath him? Were they really there under their own volition? Maybe, but I was talking to Scott Horton about this, and I was like, look, I know libertarians think that it's not a crime, and apparently the current justification is like, well, they wanted to be there and they were getting paid. I'm like, it is actually a crime though to send a wire transfer to a foreign country and fly women in for the express purpose of having sex. That's actually
it's almost
literally
like
sex trafficking.
It's almost like they're trying to just do this thing where it's like, yeah, this is normal, right?
Not joke
for us, not you. God.
Of their
and especially
age,
regardless of their age.
Yeah.
And in Russia, as you may all learn, or
you look like Asmongold fusion dance with Moist Critical.
Ukraine, it's not like all these girls are willing in the sense that they want, that liberal sex worker types always try to pretend. Sometimes they get kidnapped, sometimes their family or whatever is threatened. It's not a willing enterprise. So just putting that out there.
Or they're told they're going to be models.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And they get to come to the
I've been saying this.
U.S. on this special visa. And
yes, and that's why do you think that they're not bringing up modeling agencies as the major fucking connecting piece here? It's almost like there's still a bunch of rich fucks that are still using modeling agencies as high-end escorts.
And they're
allegedly
going to be in high fashion, and then next thing you know,
doesn't it make fucking sense?
And this is known, this is reported.
Jesus Christ, guys.
The way that modeling agencies were used as pipelines for trafficking girls. And, and these guys were
totally,
Epstein and Trump, by the way, deeply enmeshed in these modeling agencies and clearly using that as a path to gain access to girls and women.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Wow. This just broke from the UK press. New story on Prince Andrew. The former prince known as Andrew. Now police are assessing if Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
How does nobody just go for the
shared
obvious joke? The artist formerly known as Prince.
Reports from his role.
Or the Andrew formerly known as Prince. Go!
As the UK's trade envoy.
I got to do all the heavy lifting here. You know what?
Jeffrey Epstein. U.S. Department of Justice appears to show Andrew sharing reports in 2020 with Epstein of his official visits to Hong Kong, Vietnam, and Singapore. Wow.
Well, and this comes on the heels of Lord Mandelson.
Yes.
And
I'm aware of how that sounded.
Being revealed, and he's under investigation now for providing inside information from inside the UK government.
Weak joke. Hey, low-hanging fruit is still fruit that can be picked.
Directly to Epstein. Tradable information that he was providing directly to Epstein in
Don't be mad that somebody just took the opportunity.
the midst of the 2008 financial crisis.
Right.
And plotting with him and to try to see what how they could loop Jamie Dimon in to put pressure on the government to make sure this like banker bonus limit thing didn't go through. So yeah, I mean that would be it shows you too, like all the questions about how he made his money. Clearly insider
Princess State gonna sue
trading
somebody.
was some significant component of that. And then you can see with the Bill Gates email he sent to himself,
Do
the
Pepper
way
sang
that
well?
he would get something
Tactically?
over, like not over on someone, but he would gather some sort of compromising information on them. And then if they tried to back away from the financial relationship, it was like, oh, no. Let me just, subtly and not so subtly remind you of the various things I know about you and the way that I can destroy your life, your brand, your marriage, your family, whatever.
Let's continue, shall we? By the way, again, to Cash's whole point about how nobody else was found to be implicated, let's put A8, please, up there on the screen. You can see inside of this document, this was a great flag by this journalist. They say, buried in the footnote of the Ghislaine Maxwell's court filing, she...
It's funny. You know why nobody's really reporting on that today? It's because when you read it, he talked to about that in 2019 with the guy.
Makes the bombshell claim.
This wasn't like the investigation was happening during Epstein's time and that Trump said, I'm really glad you got that evil son of a bitch. He said that in 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein was already in prison.
There were
It's almost like he had a reason to do that.
25 accomplices of Jeffrey Epstein entered into secret settlements, and that there are 4 unnamed employee co-conspirators. That's almost certainly his secretaries. The fact is, Maxwell is no longer content.
Weird part is we don't even have to work that hard for this, where it's just like, it doesn't really make that much sense there.
Conditions of confinement. She has tasted this glimpse of freedom and appears determined to push for more. After losing her appeal in the Supreme Court, she has filed habeas corpus. This is the legal equivalent of a last resort. It asks the court to overturn the conviction on the grounds that it's so fundamentally unfair or unconstitutional it can't stand. So just to show that she has...
Just know that if Trump signs that pardon, then that's admitting that he actually was part of it.
A lot of other stuff.
And that's one thing that I'm telling you, if Democrats do not get in front of that and say, if he pardons Ghislaine Maxwell, he is admitting guilt.
That she can point to. And in that petition, that 25...
Then I don't know what we're doing anymore.
Accomplices, she also asserts...
A Decepticon or an Autobot? Oh, fuck, I love that. Autobot.
4 Epstein employees were co-conspirators and never charged, like herself. If you will all remember, this is tracing back to...
Although I'd like to say I fancy myself a Maximal.
...to the non-prosecution agreement, but... If you combine this with some of the other reporting, let's put A7 up there on the screen just to give you an example. The FBI at one point had actually posted a 21-page presentation of all the evidence they've gathered.
Aside from them actually being still in an active investigation through the majority of the Biden years, realistically, if you want my true answer, it's because they didn't want to upset the status quo because they knew that some prominent Democrats were also involved.
In the case, including a summary of allegations against...
It's almost the same reason that Donald Trump doesn't want to release these, even if he's not, criminally
11 men. The list was then taken down after this was flagged by Julie K. Brown over at the Miami Herald. So just to show you again, the idea that the FBI didn't have information, maybe they didn't have prosecutable information. I'm just telling you, though, that at this moment, the idea that they did not have...
He's trying to chew on my phone cord,
information or potential leads and all of that on various... It's just completely not true.
Yeah.
Completely not true.
You won't be surprised at a number of the names in here, and one of the names identified by the FBI as a prominent man for whom significant allegations had been leveled against was President Trump. So, look, to your point, does any of this, is this meet the evidentiary standard that would have to hold up in court? No, it doesn't appear based on what we have publicly. Were these things investigated? You know, what happened with all these tips? Were they investigated? Where's that information? Were you able to dispel all of, these allegations against all of these various powerful men? And then I think the Ghislaine Maxwell thing is worth dwelling on.
I have a dog and a cat.
Because, again...
I got to get another cam.
Does she sit right now? She sits in a club-fed, minimum security prison that's supposed to be for white-collar criminals. She is not supposed to be there at all as a sex offender, number one. Number two, even within that, she's getting all kinds of special cushy treatment with her puppy and her access to, electronic communications and her private ability to wander.
Stop doing that, by the way. When you say something like you didn't have a problem when Biden pardoned his family, yeah, we all did, actually. Not a single person that watches my show here that's a regular thought that was good.
the grounds by herself.
We're not Biden fans here, man.
And get visitors, and the warden saying that he's sick of being her bitch. Okay, so she is playing some
Two things can be true. Crazy people love
sort of
hotlines.
game here, and now this to me reads like a shot across the bow. Right? Who are these 25 men that apparently struck deals according to her?
We know who 6 are
in this legal filing
here.
That apparently.
Because we're gonna be going into this a little bit deeper in a minute, but I have this list here: Salvatore Nuara, Zurab Mikla Dze, so Mikela Leonik Leonov, Nicola Caputo, Sultan Ahmed bin Salman, which we know that one, and billionaire Leslie Wexner. These were the ones that they released before I got on here.
With our government to be able to, make this whole thing go away. Who are they? And why did our government
Pep appears to just call it old school. I like it.
have
Thank you.
an interest
Try.
in striking those deals with those individuals? If what she is alleging here is true, that would be a significant thing to know. Thomas Massey, I believe today, says that he is going to be reviewing.
Yep.
Dude, we roasted the Biden administration hard in that last year, especially because of his unmoving stance on Israel.
Number of the unredacted.
You don't understand how bad that cooked him. But yes, then the normies got involved where they were just like, don't tell me the economy, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining when you're telling me that this economy's great.
Active files. He's supposed to
It's
have access
not.
to the
That's piss.
entire cache of unredacted files, and he was asking people, okay, what
piss coming out my ass?
What should I look for in this, limited time that I have to go in? So he's continuing to push forward, and let's go ahead and take a listen to the aggressive posture he is taking. He's saying he will use the nuclear.
Well, both can be true there, Super Toot.
Option if
you do understand how influence and corruption works, right?
DOJ.
That's exactly how that works.
Refuses to unredact the names of, the.
If you're just going to sit there and pretend that Israel didn't do anything, what? That's an unpopular opinion with everybody.
Powerful men that are associated.
Do we have any Biden fans here? I don't think so.
With this, because remember,
you might have a few classic, more they voted for him.
In this
and Kamala, I don't know. Do we have anybody who enthusiastically voted for Biden or Kamala?
Police, according to the law that Massey and Khanna pushed through and were able to get passed and signed into law by President Trump, there are very limited reasons that you are allowed, legally permitted to redact. Okay, they have clearly gone far beyond that while screwing up and leaving unredacted a number of the victims' names and likenesses.
What is it with stream? Where
so let's go.
I feel the third one coming, and I'm like,
go ahead and take a listen to Thomas Massey and the way he's continuing to try to fight here.
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession. But
that's just objectively not true. He is implicated in some pretty heinous shit. Now you're gonna just say, yeah, but that's just it's hearsay. I saw MAGA just discovered hearsay. That's for sure.
Victims want to give them.
Now all of a sudden you guys care about the legal system and all that stuff instead of just saying lock him up, lock him up.
To me, I've
fuck is wrong with you
expressed that
people?
I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to
no due process unless it's for Donald Trump, who needs every little bit of due process.
force the DOJ to
That's such a cool cat. Yeah,
release those names on those 302 forms.
And I just can't give
I'm just
enough
hoping he
credit
doesn't do the
to
thing
both
that
Ro Khanna,
he
but
keeps
Thomas
looking
Massey.
at.
I mean, he is taking so much incoming from the president, from AIPAC over his unwillingness to sign on to these Zionist speech codes. He was, I don't know if you saw this video floating around. He was
The source is the Epstein files.
back in Kentucky.
That's whitehouse.gov there, my man.
At an Oldham County.
All you gotta do is type it in the top, and there it is. There's all of the pages that Donald Trump is listed in.
A suburb of Louisville, Republican Party event.
Don't know what to tell you
and
there,
he
guy.
was speaking, and he was saying, some
sources,
just very basic things. things about how
The government, you fucking twat.
he doesn't serve,
Jesus
any
Christ.
one party. He serves the people of the country, and they pulled his mic from him. So, clearly he has really touched a
That's true TDS, where you're just like, but no, everything's great.
nerve. And the
No, he's not. They didn't say a bad word about him.
fact
It's
that
like, yeah, okay.
he's a Republican, and he has this a large
Don't look up what happened in 1996 then.
following too, and like a lot of credibility. And I think people like myself who don't agree with him on any number of issues, like we're night and day when it comes to economics, for example. You have to respect this man and his integrity, because he is truly risking it all here to push for the truth and to push for more transparency.
Yeah, Bloodstone, I'm right there with you.
It's a very rare breed,
Yeah.
rare breed in Washington. And
so
yeah,
cute.
I mean, I have disagreed with him plenty of times in the past, but on this, it's unbelievable to see somebody stand. And really, this is what the House is for. You need an Ilhan Omar. You need a Thomas Massie. That's what the House is designed for, is to have the actual full spectrum. They end up sometimes being our best members. So there you go. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a
believe that there were tons of completely unnecessary redactions in addition to the failure to redact the names of victims. I think that the Department of Justice has been in a cover-up mode for many months. There are certainly lots of names of other people who were enablers and cooperators with Jeffrey Epstein that were just blanked out for no apparent reason.
Blanked out for no reason. That is a description. So if we're asking telling the truth, that's a problem for DOJ. And if it was habitual, if it's pattern behavior defending or protecting people who are not supposed to be redacted under the law, remember, this isn't just a dispute. That would be a violation of the law. Why does that matter? Well, it doesn't mean that someone at DOJ is going to be hauled off to prison immediately. That's not the kind of law this is. But just as the law ultimately got so many of these documents out, violations of that law that are provable based on the material and going to court could get those unredacted documents ultimately out as well.
My cat's watching chat.
People are still, of course, going through the 3 million documents. Among the files is new footage of Maxwell's 2016 deposition, where she's asked about the schemes to traffic underage girls.
Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls to use them for sexual massages?
If this is pissing in the wind, then we finally just got our bearings.
Can you ask it a different way?
Then you got Trump just standing there. He's just like, hey, what's that? Oh, is that pee?
Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls for sexual massages?
I literally was watching Fox right before this, man.
If you know.
Just because you just joined us when I'm watching something else does not make it that not true.
So, I don't know what you're talking about.
To be clear, I don't know what you're talking about isn't even no.
What year did Trump and Epstein start hating each other there?
It's just sort of, I can't deal with this question. The lawyer obviously doing their job to make objections for the record, but this was the pressure that was originally building up civilly. As we know, the difference from then to now is she's been criminally convicted. Now, there are more calls for accountability at these people who've popped up in the files, and we've been charting this on our timeline, as mentioned. We've charted how a current cabinet member, Secretary Lutnick, had claimed in public, he didn't have to, but he went out of his way to claim in public that he'd cut off contact with Epstein.
He didn't have to.
That big,
That's true.
sweeping televised denial is
He
now
did just kind
undercut
of give
by
up
what
that
you see
info.
there, him and Musk emailing about visiting the island. He's facing calls to resign or be fired. The House Oversight Chair says they could subpoena him. And again, this is still sometimes, on some issues, bipartisan. Here's a Republican on the matter.
Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
That's a Republican's view about the level of scandal. And as we've been careful to point out, being named in files or being embarrassed or showing poor judgment is not the same as the criminal standard. And no one is alleging that most of the names we've mentioned, for example, tonight, were proven to be involved in the actual...
Wife says hi. Hello, Kirk's wife.
...sex crimes that Maxwell, for example, was convicted of. But at the level of judgment and the problems the Trump White House has had, including in delaying, denying releasing these files even after they pass a law requiring it, you would think that the White House wouldn't want to just stand by someone who is now busted in their own writing requesting to visit the island. And yet the White House is standing by Lutnick. There's also new
You're so good at doing research, though. You can pull it up.
revelation site that I
Are you afraid that it's going to show up on your computer and all of a sudden the Lord and Savior Donald Trump is going to see that you looked up some information that countered the narrative that you have chosen to just take as his official word?
mentioned Miami Herald reporter Julie K. Brown reporting that in July 2006, Trump actually called the then
yeah, totally hated him.
Palm Beach police chief, telling him Epstein's activities with teenage girls were well known, that he was described or remembered to have as having said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." That is according to a 2019 FBI interview with the police chief, which has now been revealed in these files. So again, the written records, the things that some have tried to hide, are still coming out. Apparently, Trump had told the police chief, according to this account, that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Julie, let's turn to the actual violation as described by Republican member Massey of this DOJ. They violated the law on the deadline.
That's
and
totally
he said, and
Trump,
we have
man.
a lot
He
of
does this thing where he accidentally tells on himself too.
accounting of this
He thinks he's a really good, a really good liar, which he's not.
today, new today, that one positive, people are understandably skeptical. They say, how's this all work? At least the lawmakers are going in and they're looking under
What up, Bear Dog?
those
Good to see
now
you.
infamous redactions, and they're saying some of them are wrong and they better fix them. Where does that fit into getting to the bottom of this? What do you see happening on that process?
Well, it's good that they are aggressively looking at what these redactions are about, but I still think that larger
Could you imagine a conversation between her and RFK?
problem is that this case,
I'm not trying to be mean, but
there's no evidence that we have seen
we all hear it.
or the victims, for that matter, have seen that indicate that the DOJ has investigated some of these allegations that are contained in there. And this isn't just about these anonymous tipsters. There are allegations throughout these.
Oh, hey, you reported me for false info? That's cool. You just told on yourself for me watching a fucking news stream that has already been vetted. You emotional moron. And by the way, dude, anytime that you do that, I know I shouldn't give you guys like the details on how this works, but when you tell on yourself, that just makes it easier for me to appeal and then show that you were bad faith, so your account gets banned. I just had this happen to somebody. It was very funny.
Files that we're seeing that have women's names
But keep it up.
attached to them. They're redacted, thankfully, in some of these places, or hopefully most of them. But there are allegations here, and there aren't any documents to support whether they were ever interviewed. And I know of at least one victim who reported her abuse in 2021, and she mentioned that there was never a follow-up. There was an intake taken, an intake form, but nobody ever reached out to her afterward and said,
Seems like there's a lot of those.
tell me about what
The FBI just going, we'll look into it. Shelf that.
happened to you. And that was in 2021. And so there's questions
What
to
up,
be
Tony?
raised, and it
Good to see
isn't
you.
just a Republican or a Democrat issue. It is, there were problems with this DOJ throughout this past decade, at least, where it doesn't appear that they took this case seriously.
We're watching the end of the culture wars. Yeah, we are. Because if that was the best they had, oh boy. Yeah, they're not some of their best, that's for sure.
Killed. That's on an Jeffrey Epstein was supposedly killed. That's on an FBI form. That's not somebody calling in an anonymous tip or writing it on some deep, dark place in the internet. That's an actual FBI file stating what happened. And people are going to have to completely take in what they are seeing with their own eyes, what they're reading, and what they're being told.
Their experts are giving opinions on it. You guys are fucking retarded. I can't stand how bad the Republican like brain is, especially online, where you guys, you look at anybody reporting on something and you get to their opinions on it, and you're just like, this is not real news, and then all you'll listen to is opinion-based Fox News or right-wing commentators. Are you that fucking disingenuous, or are you just a troll? Please, now's your time to be honest. I'm going to go with you're that disingenuous and that stupid.
The reality is the Trump administration is not releasing the information. And
Man.
I got yelled at by
It's genuinely frustrating to see that level of just absolute thoughtlessness.
the president over this. This is why he called me
God
a traitor. He called me a traitor because I would not take my name off the discharge petition, because I stood firmly and said, no, we're going to release the Epstein files. I'm standing with women who were raped as teenagers. I'm not standing with the government. I don't support the cover up of.
You're literally like, look, the brown people are taking some money, and then you're looking at this and just going like, nothing to see here.
Of all of this stuff, whatever it may be. And the president got mad at me, and he told me, and I've said this multiple times, he told me his friends would get hurt.
Super Toot, the only coward here is the person that's afraid to look at Twitter.
And that.
Or just go to the government's, the whitehouse.gov website and look up these files, you fucking twat.
That's what he told me, and then we're seeing a.
Like, do you not know how to do any research? Are you guys not, like, when you guys say you do your own research, what does that mean? Does that mean, like, you get a text message with a header on, like, or just like a picture of an article, and you're just like, yep, I read that article. That, you know what, that actually makes sense.
You slow walk and cover up of a lot of this information. And
you read all 3 million of them, did you?
I know that is why. I firmly believe that's
cool.
Why it is being covered up. Look,
dude, the only people triggered in here are a bunch of MAGA heads.
Pam Bondi works
incredible how fucking how big of crybabies y'all are.
For Donald Trump.
Jesus.
She is not out there an independent attorney general. She can't just run out and do whatever she wants. She works at the play.
Literally cry about Super Bowl, cry about the Democrats doing what?
And approval of the President of the United States. Everybody in the administration does. So does the FBI. They're under the very same pleasure and approval of the President of the United States.
The safe space halftime show.
So
yeah, exactly.
When everyone's getting mad at Pam Bondi, or you can name anybody you want. The man at the top is Donald Trump. He's the president. And he's the one that was completely against releasing the files when we started fighting to get them released. He's the one that called it a Democrat hoax. He's the one that, he invites everybody to the White House, but he will not invite these women that have defended him, by the way. They have defended him and said Donald Trump did nothing wrong. They have defended him, yet he doesn't bring them in the White House. And support them. But what you're seeing is if it looks like a duck, and if it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it's a duck.
Or it might be a Lutnick.
Yeah, Super Toot, what's your opinion on Section 230?
Or it might be a Lutnick duck.
Two major stories for the Listening Post to examine this week. The Epstein files. The latest release of documents has rocked Washington. Ceasefire now comes with quotation. Last week, following a major document dump by the U.S. Department of Justice, more than 3 million files exposing the interconnected networks that had the late financier and convicted pedophile.
He looks and sounds just like freaking
well into the world of geopolitics.
Oh my God, oh my God, what's his name?
Newsrooms, podcasters, and content creators around the world.
Anthony Bourdain.
Have all been delving into what these documents reveal. The names spanning politics, royalty, finance.
He just looks like Anthony Bourdain, like, straightened his hair and lost his contacts.
Big tech. The material reveals the ease with which elites operated outside of the law, seemingly confident that if their dealings were ever revealed, there would be no holding them to account. For all of the coverage, however, the sheer volume of it, there is one angle to this story that's not attracting nearly enough attention. It is there in plain sight, yet
someone said Andy Cohen kind of looked like Epstein, and now I can't unsee it.
Curiously absent from much of the mainstream reporting. Joining me now in studio is Meenakshi Ravi. She's been digging into the documents and tracking the coverage. Let's start with what we have learned about the rarefied world that Jeffrey Epstein operated in. What kind of people, powerful people, was he rubbing shoulders with? And what can you tell us about these networks?
Do you know what docking is?
The picture that emerges is of Epstein as an elite fixer. He was a power broker who moved seamlessly between the worlds of big tech, politics, finance,
Oh, this isn't like a vape.
and academia. When you go through the reams of
fun vape.
emails, you read these names, almost entirely of men: Donald Trump, Peter Mandelson, Bill Clinton, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Ehud Barak. The list goes on. The emails repeatedly show Epstein facilitating introductions and creating back channels. But Richard, it's not just about the people Epstein knew. It's the fact that these very friendly relations continued long after 2008, when Epstein was convicted for soliciting a child for prostitution. That's why when you read emails from the likes of celebrated academics like Noam Chomsky or New Age gurus like Deepak Chopra, it's all so jarring.
I did like that one. Kid Rock makes music for people who know how to steal catalytic converters and know exactly how much Sudafed you can legally buy.
Many of Epstein's...
My other favorite one was that they have tattoos of their kids, names, but not custody of them.
Connections offer personal comfort and support for a convicted pedophile. For example, if you look at what Noam Chomsky, the man who co-authored the book on how the media manufactures consent, here's what he wrote. He was expressing sympathy for the horrible way you are being treated by the press and the public. I spoke with Murtaza Hussain. He's a correspondent with Dropsite, and he's been following Epstein's connections, investigating his networks for many years now. I asked him, how was this man able to embed himself so deeply into the establishment and remain protected for so long?
When you look at Epstein's communications and his networks, it's very clear that there's a relatively small number of people who are globally connected, who are in community with one another, and they wield tremendous power. And Epstein was a member of that sort of club. If you look at his communications, you see him acting as a connective node between powerful officials in many different countries, including between Israeli elites, Russian elites, Americans, Europeans, some Gulf Arab countries as well. And he was somebody that they looked up to help accomplish both their personal and political goals. And in doing so, you really do notice the tremendous leverage that he had over them when you also consider the fact in some cases he was facilitating their illicit activities.
Now, a lot of powerful people are implicated in either illegal or morally repugnant behavior. There are so many leads for journalists to dig into here, including the links that existed between Epstein and Israeli politicians and intelligence figures.
Yes, and this is an element of the story that really hasn't received the kind of media time and attention it deserves. I'll come back in a minute to why that's the case. But first, it's worth explaining what the documents show. There's evidence of a close friendship between Epstein and Ehud Barak. Ehud Barak was the former Prime Minister of Israel, but he also had a decades-long career in military and the intelligence services. So Epstein served as an advisor to Barak, and he was facilitating introductions to tech investors and financial firms. One of them was Palantir. That's the US-based data analytics firm founded by Peter Thiel, and they are deeply involved in government and surveillance. Here is a clip from a call between Epstein and Barak.
Palantir is Peter Thiel's company.
Palantir, P-A-L-A-N-T-I-E-R?
Yes. Okay. So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir.
So that call was back in 2013. You can hear Epstein is encouraging Barak to look into Palantir. 2 years after this call, Palantir opens an office in Tel Aviv. And these documents, Richard, the Epstein files, they contain a lot more about the shady connections.
Leave it to Al Jazeera to actually put this one together.
Epstein had with various Israeli figures. This is what Murtaza Hussain had to say about it.
It's well known that Epstein had close ties with the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, but really his ties to the Israeli political system and also the intelligence world go far beyond that. And Epstein was really somebody who was not in any way a servant of the state of Israel in the sense of a public servant, but he was someone who saw himself clearly incumbent upon him to do what he offered the services he could to Israeli elites and Israeli society as a whole. And through his interactions with Barak, we don't just see the interactions of two powerful men, but we see private sector Israeli firms linked to the Israeli intelligence establishment, Unit 8200, Unit 81, the tech sector, being deployed by them to win financial...
Funny how that's also the same thing with the Russian connection.
...gain for Barak, but also to grow the sector and to win financial benefits for people who are working in it as well too in Israel. So Epstein was deeply embedded with Israeli elites, and regardless of his own political views and Barack's own political standing inside Israel, they had a broader
JD Vance is basically still working for Peter Thiel. Yeah.
ideological commitment to do what was right for Israel as they saw it, and to funnel money into key Israeli strategic technology sectors and pursue the interests of the state of Israel geopolitically.
Given the depth of Epstein's connections to Israel, the details that we now have on that, the silence of the media on this story really stands out.
It does.
What have you seen in the coverage or lack of it?
Yeah.
When it comes to Epstein's connections with Israel, the links are
I mean, can I just say my obvious answer?
so glaring that you have to make an active effort to ignore them.
It's because they own the fucking networks. That's why.
The stories are sitting right there, but a lot of the mainstream media has not even bothered to touch it. What has been remarkable instead is how so many outlets have pushed speculative notions about Epstein's connections to Russia.
Possible connections between convicted sex offender Jeffrey
They're there too.
Epstein and Russian intelligence services.
Growing suspicions of a Russian connection. Fueling speculation that Epstein could have been working for Russia.
It's worth noting Vladimir Putin's name is mentioned about 1,000 times in these emails. It appears that Epstein really worked his contacts to set up a meeting with Putin, but it looks like it never happened. And there's certainly nothing in the files, at least the ones that have been reviewed so far, that indicate that Jeffrey Epstein was somehow an asset of Russian intelligence.
But that
I mean, the fact that this is, again, Al Jazeera, which
hasn't stopped news organizations from speculating on that, and they've been doing it for years, suggesting that the Russians had some compromising
by
material.
Doha.
Trump may have been blackmailing him. We're now seeing more and more on Epstein's ties to Israeli intelligence. We're even seeing images.
As I said, this doesn't
of those surveillance systems
This seems
that
to
Jeffrey Epstein had built into some of his
Holy
properties,
shit,
as
dude.
though he's trying to gather more material that he can possibly use against people. But
fuck.
much like other angles relating to this, including Israel, we're not seeing that much coverage of it.
Yeah, and one of the few media outlets that has been doing coverage on the Israeli angles has, of course, been Dropsite News. So I asked Murtaza Hussain what he makes of mainstream media's silence on the Israeli story.
It's very well known that the corporate media in the U.S. has difficulties covering the state of Israel. But I think that actually in this case, the problem goes even deeper because Epstein was specifically embedded in this network, which seemed to encompass the Labor Party in Israel and the Democratic Party in the United States, the Clintons and so forth. And even his ties to Donald Trump were kind of based on the fact that Donald Trump was a Democrat for most of his life. So, you know, a lot of these institutions,
Oh, don't remind them of
media
that.
institutions, which are sort of more center left leaning, they're really being asked to cover their own corruption in some way because he was very much part of that world. I'll give you an example. There was a gentleman at the New York Times, a columnist named David Brooks. He wrote an article late last year, basically expressing his view that the Epstein story should not be covered anymore, and he dislikes the coverage of it, and he dislikes the focus on it. Shortly after that story came out, a photo emerged of him basically at a meeting with Epstein, and he had not disclosed that in his column, which seems like a great ethical lapse. But you know, that's just a microcosm of the main issue here. That's a pretty small world that he was in, and the media elites who are supposed to cover this world unflinchingly, they were part of it. So how can they cover it exactly? And the reason Dropsite's covering it is because Dropsite's not embedded in that world. So we're able to cover it, and we're not, you know, it's not impugning us, so it's not really.
Wait, therapists. Wait, I had to quit therapy today. Therapist did a not good thing. That's
the problem.
So that's fun. Oh shit.
Richard, the Epstein story is going
Yeah, I don't like therapists that
to be with us for a while.
make people quit therapy. That's awful. I'm
There are
sorry that you experienced that.
3 million documents yet to be made public. The Department of Justice under Trump has been slowing down this process. If the rest of the files are released, and that is a big if, it will surprise no one if the DOJ has saved the worst, the most damaging material for the last.
Thanks, Mina.
Yeah.
Last Saturday, Israeli airstrikes killed more than 30 people.
All right, actually, we're going to go, with that being said, we're going to go into the Noah Samson thing. Here, actually, I'm going to link this in chat just in case. Oh, hold on. Actually, I'll do it in a second. There we go. Oh, shit.
Genocide.
For 2 years straight, we watched Israel commit genocide in Gaza. We watched as they killed hundreds of thousands of Palestinian people, tortured them, starved them, locked them into cages, and opened fire. On this tiny strip of land, of which half of the population is children, they dropped the equivalent of 13 nuclear bombs. They tried to erase Gaza, and the world watched. But one day, late last year, the bombing stopped. A ceasefire had been reached. The agreement, backed by the United States and signed by Israel and Hamas on October 10th, calls for the exchange of hostages, the suspension of all military operations,
the way that
and
he
the
has to
commencement
show off
of
his
the
homework. Look, that's my signature. I did it.
full entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Soon after its implementation, hostages and prisoners were released. Some Palestinians would attempt the journey home. Many would return to find that there was nothing left. So was this it? Was the genocide over? Did we finally achieve peace? And, well, no, not exactly.
No, not at all.
In the 4 months since the ceasefire was signed, Israel has killed over 500 Palestinian people, men, women, and children. They've wounded thousands more with their snipers, their drone strikes, their tank shelling, and their aerial bombardment. The IDF has continued its campaign of mass destruction in Gaza, blowing up everything in sight, demolishing thousands of buildings with explosives and bulldozers. They've also continued their brutal strangulation at the crossings, restricting the entry of vital humanitarian aid.
They also just killed a whole bunch of cattle today in the West Bank.
And all the other basic necessities required to sustain life. The genocide did not end. It continued, only this time slower and quieter. Gaza's corpses have been hidden under the shroud of peace talks. The violence described now, not as massacres or war crimes, but as incidents and tests which underscore the fragility of the ceasefire. In the past 2 years, Israel has been systematically destroying the Gaza Strip. By October of last year, it was estimated that they damaged or destroyed over 83% of the buildings. And during the ceasefire, the destruction has continued. Since October, the Israeli military has demolished over 2,500 buildings, including entire neighborhoods. In some areas, they are clearing out the rubble to dig barriers and build military outposts. The Gaza Ministry of Health estimates that at least 10,000 Palestinians are missing under the rubble. Many of these structures harbor their remains. Israel's demolitions make the task of their eventual recovery potentially impossible, as many of these remains are being excavated and removed, in essence, erasing these people from existence.
Yeah.
According to the UN, the volume of rubble in Gaza has exceeded 60 million tons. That is roughly 20 times the amount that's been removed in the prior 15 years of Israel's many violent assaults on the territory.
If you don't think this was the goal, then I don't know.
With 100 trucks running around the clock,
and now you got fucking Jared Kushner coming out saying, oh, you know what? They're going to love us for giving them jobs.
Clearing out the debris would still take decades. But if Israel continues its restrictions on the entry of equipment necessary for rebuilding, the process would take over a century. And that's the next piece of the ceasefire violation puzzle here, the blockade. The ceasefire requires that Israel immediately allow the full entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, but the restrictions have continued. Tens of millions of dollars in humanitarian aid sit at the border awaiting Israeli approval. Israel is blocking the entry of basic supplies to
you guys are maps.
live,
What?
like fuel for heating and cooking,
I don't even know what that
batteries to power devices, and solar panels to
Isn't my
charge
enemy?
those batteries. This includes thousands of
sure.
temporary housing units.
He just did that thing where he declared me an enemy because I disagree with him, and anybody that does disagree with him is, according to him, a radical leftist terrorist.
With over 1 million Palestinians
I'm using his
displaced and
exact words again, like
forced into makeshift
What do you mean?
tent
What?
cities, severe storms have caused major flooding. Even in breaks between the rains, the flooding lingers, as most of Gaza's drainage infrastructure has been destroyed by Israeli bombardment. The lack of shelter and fuel for heating, combined with the harsh winds, rain, and flooding, are leaving people susceptible to hypothermia. Dozens of Palestinians have frozen to death since the ceasefire began, including at least 10 babies. Infant death from exposure and normally preventable diseases has been dubbed wet tent syndrome, where these brutal living conditions are leaving people vulnerable to respiratory illnesses, including infections,
major infections,
bronchitis, pneumonia, and worsening asthma. The supplies necessary for rebuilding existing structures are also being restricted for entry, denying Palestinians the ability to make even the most basic repairs to their destroyed homes, such as filling cracks from the bombings, which have begun leaking water during these storms. A combination of restrictions on the entry of medicine with the destruction of sewage and waste treatment infrastructure has created the ideal conditions for the spread of infectious diseases. This has turned otherwise survivable injuries and illnesses into potentially fatal conditions. Access to landfills is being blocked by Israeli occupation, resulting in an
trench foot.
Estimated 700,000 tons
is also like a big thing that they're
solid
going
waste
through.
Piling up in the Gaza Strip
All
with
that
no
rain.
means of exit. Some families are being forced to live in the immediate vicinity of these piles of garbage and toxic waste, and are reporting constant sickness and the inability to consume food due to the smell. Israel's restrictions on the border go both ways. There are currently at least 16,000 Palestinians in need of urgent medical evacuation, including 4,000 children. Israel is blocking these requests. With a healthcare system decimated by Israeli bombs and the blockade, if they aren't able to exit, many of these people will die. On New Year's Day, the Israeli government voted to suspend the operations of 37 aid NGOs in Gaza, including Doctors Without Borders, one of the largest and longest running of these organizations. This ban restricts both the amount of aid entering Gaza and also the direct humanitarian work these NGOs do, like distributing that aid, building water infrastructure, and providing healthcare services. Along with this ban, Israel is continuing its ban on UNRWA, the largest and longest operating organization dedicated to providing aid for Palestinian refugees. These restrictions are also nothing new. Israel has been crippling the organization for decades. In the last 2 years alone, they've mass murdered its workers and targeted their facilities over 1,000 times. Israel's blockade around Gaza is the largest contributor to indirect deaths, that is, deaths from causes beyond just traumatic injury, like disease, starvation, and hypothermia. In comparison with other modern conflicts, indirect deaths almost always make up a far greater proportion of the death toll than direct violent deaths. The figure can be anywhere from 2 to 16 times higher. The official Palestinian
we already went.
Death toll in Gaza, the one most often cited by the media, currently sitting at just under
we went through this with Japan too.
72,000, does not account for these sorts of indirect deaths. When they are factored in, credible estimates have placed the death toll in Gaza in the hundreds of thousands, with some as high as 680,000, nearly a third
Gonna
of
be
the
in and out as you're working on a project. Cool, Rebecca.
Population,
Appreciate
with hundreds
that.
of thousands of these deaths being children under the age of 5. This is Sundus Hillis. She's 6 years old. 3 weeks into the ceasefire, while she was playing with her friends at a wedding, Israeli snipers shot her in the head. The bullet wound left her with permanent brain damage and partial blindness. She is unable to move freely. Sundus requires medical evacuation for proper treatment, but like thousands of other Palestinians, Israel is denying her exit.
I think they said that we detonated the equivalent of 13 thermonuclear bombs on Gaza, as far
This
as
is
what we produced for Israel.
The Njuma Abu Asi. 2 months into the ceasefire, these two boys, ages 8 and 10, went together.
I'm glad Noah's doing this. This is a very powerful way to do this.
For their father. Both of the boys were killed in an Israeli drone strike.
You know, like I hate to say it, but it took like a lot of 60-minute pieces that just made this into something palatable where you can see it all in one setting where you're just like, holy fuck.
Father described the scene arriving at the hospital. I removed the shroud and hugged them. My little Juju's head was blown off. His arms were severed and parts of his torso gone. God rest his soul. A week later, Israeli soldiers gunned down 16-year-old Zahir Nasser Shamia. As he lay dying, they denied him medical care, and then they ran him over with a tank. He was killed instantly. This is Mohammed Bakr, a 35-year-old Palestinian fisherman. 3 months into the ceasefire, Israeli gunboats killed him while he was out fishing. He was killed in full view of a crowd of people on the beach. His funeral was attended by hundreds of Palestinians. This is Mustafa and Nesma al-Borsh. For years, they delayed their wedding due to displacement.
Never wonder why the world did eventually catch up.
And grief from the
Now, it's like, do we actually do anything about this, though?
genocide. But with the recent
Trump could sit here fucking touting his ceasefire, but you're seeing this.
ceasefire in place, they finally decided to get married. During their
While the ceasefire was in place,
ceremony, Israeli tanks fired on a building next door, a school sheltering displaced Palestinians. The explosion
not
killed
exactly a ceasefire, right?
6 people, including an 8-year-old boy and a 4-month-old baby. The 8-year-old that was killed was Mustafa's nephew. This handful of stories represents just a fraction of the people that have been killed and wounded by Israel during the so-called ceasefire. If we were to give voice to all of them, this video would need to be hours long. So with all that in mind, the mass killing, the destruction, and strangulation inflicted upon Palestinians by the Israeli military in the last 3 months, one might wonder how the word ceasefire
Will Trump allow Israel to annex the West Bank? I have a feeling, yeah.
Still being used at all. Well, for starters, these ceasefires don't end just because violations are committed. They're only officially broken when the violence returns to what it was before the ceasefire. But who decides when that happens? Well, Israel does. That's how it was with previous ceasefires, and that's how it's always been. The ceasefire is over when Israel wants it to be, when they want to kill 500 people, not every few months, but every few days. In the meantime, though, until they make that decision, the ceasefire illusion must be maintained, and to that end, Israel has invented a number of pretexts. The first pretext concerns the yellow line. The yellow line is the boundary between areas marked for Israeli withdrawal and areas in which Israeli troops are still active on the ground, demarcated by this map from the October ceasefire agreement. Many of Israel's mass killings of Palestinians have occurred on or near this yellow line, with the IDF claiming to be targeting suspicious individuals that pose threats to its soldiers by approaching or crossing the line.
Oh yeah, six-year-old girl at a wedding. Yeah,
So,
sure.
by opening fire, Israel is actually ceasing fire, by preemptively preventing Hamas from firing. But, as history shows, for the Israelis, Palestinians become immediate threats the moment they are born. Fadi and Juma Abu Asi, the 8 and 10-year-old boys collecting firewood for their disabled father, they were 2 of these so-called immediate threats. According to the IDF, they were suspects conducting suspicious activities, guilty of the crime of breaching an invisible line. When Israel killed 11 members of the Abu Shaban family by blowing up their bus as they drove in search for the home they'd been displaced from, they were potential terrorists operating a...
Could you imagine this happening to you? You're already in the worst position ever, and then some asshole across the world on the internet is just like sitting there making fun of you.
Suspicious
like
vehicle. 7 children were...
I don't know, guys. This is kind of why I'm just like, fuck it. Giant meteor.
Killed.
Just take us all. I'm fucking done.
Attack. The youngest child, Ibrahim, was just 5 years old. The blocks that
humans really, we don't deserve this.
Israel has deployed to
we haven't evolved like past any of this bullshit. We've just given into it. We've let the elite classes fucking just demolish this planet, like
mark the yellow line
generation after generation.
And have large gaps between them, and they're constantly moving.
It's a fucking joke.
Whether or not Palestinians are actually breaching the yellow line is ultimately irrelevant, though, of course, as we've seen countless massacres and demolitions occurring outside of the yellow line, in so-called safe zones.
Oh, shut up.
When Israeli snipers shot 6-year-old Sundus Hillis in the head, she was playing at a wedding in the Daraj quarter, a neighborhood that's miles inside the yellow line. When Israel attacked the school shelter right next to Mustafa and Nesma al-Borsh's wedding, witnesses described seeing the Israeli tank advance over the yellow line before firing on the young couple and their families. Israel's assassination of 3 Palestinian journalists last week occurred in a densely populated refugee camp 5 kilometers from the yellow line. The same is true for Israel's continued destruction of Gaza's buildings. Analysis of satellite imagery shows entire neighborhoods being flattened in areas outside of the yellow line. Some of the excuses provided for these violations are as elementary as they are genocidal. The IDF has admitted to demolishing buildings over the line, but denies that these constitute violations, claiming that soldiers bombed them without technically stepping foot over the line. Israel's other pretext for these attacks is that they are retaliatory, that Hamas is committing violations too, so they're not doing anything out of the ordinary, anything that jeopardizes the ceasefire. The press then validates this claim, citing reports of accusations on both sides.
Israeli strikes have killed more than 300 Palestinians, including more than 60 children during this ceasefire. And Michelle, I know that sounds contradictory. We're talking about a ceasefire.
People like you that say that shit about how we have it too good, I want you to be fucking homeless and start from the very bottom. Tell me how fucking great we have it. Go fuck yourself.
So many people being killed. As you said,
$20 says that your dad owned a car lot or some shit.
Both sides have accused each other of violations.
This phrase often comes
It's always those motherfuckers.
Following reports of Israeli violations, ones that are factually undisputed. This contrasts with the accusations against Hamas, the vast majority of which are either fabrications, misrepresentations, or procedural disputes that fall outside the scope of the ceasefire's terms. Hamas was accused of a violation for failing to return all of the Israeli captives within the 72-hour window laid out in the ceasefire. But the agreement does not call for the immediate return of every missing person. It calls for the return of the Israelis in Hamas's possession. Some of the remains of the Israeli captives were missing, and given the sheer scale of Israel's destruction of Gaza, it was clear from the start that locating these remains would take time. This fact was accounted for in the text of the agreement. When footage surfaced of Hamas executing Palestinians who'd collaborated with Israel, they were accused of violating the ceasefire. But the agreement signed does not dictate Palestinian internal affairs, such as dealing with genocide collaborators, nor does it require Hamas to lay down its arms. With this agreement, disarmament wasn't on the table. Hamas was accused of a violation when 2 IDF soldiers were killed in Rafah in October. In reality, these soldiers were killed when an Israeli bulldozer ran over unexploded ordnance left there by Israel. This was confirmed by reports on the ground, and it was also corroborated by
So even their friendly fire cases, they're just like, no, that was totally Hamas.
Donald Trump and the Pentagon. The only confirmed killings of IDF soldiers by Hamas have occurred in areas controlled by Israel, where resistance fighters have been cut off for months. These fighters are not acting under the orders of Hamas leadership, and that's according to both Hamas and Donald Trump and the Pentagon. But even if we take all of these accusations at face value, even if we grant that the ceasefire's terms said something other than what they said, thus implicating Hamas in all of these violations, there's still no comparison to be made here. Killing soldiers of a genocidal army invading.
Hey, dial up. How much did we spend just in our military alone this year?
Your country is not aggression, it is self-defense. If the terms of the ceasefire are unable to make this distinction, to tell the difference between genocide and resistance to it, then what's the point of even calling it a ceasefire? There is no ceasefire, and there never was. It was always a lie. The ceasefire lie has several functions. First, it reinforces the false conflict narrative. Ceasefire implies the existence of 2 armies fighting a war, but what's happened in Gaza is not a war, and there are no both sides to genocide. There is a victim and a perpetrator. The only war here is Israel's war against the existence of Palestinians. In addition, the ceasefire lie has acted as a vehicle for coercion. By convincing the world that things have improved, that barring some tests of its fragility, the ceasefire exists and is holding, Israel and its backers have been able to pressure governments into accepting their terms, lest they be seen as obstacles to peace. This pressure contributed to the approval of UN Security Council Resolution 2803, which granted legitimacy to Donald Trump's 20-point so-called peace plan. The approval of this measure, a move—
So you're telling me this was all to placate one man's ego?
Described by experts as a—
Meanwhile, they knew damn well that nothing was going to change? No.
Declaration of war
What are you
on
talking
Gaza
about?
And a death sentence for international law sets a legal precedent for the destruction of Palestinian self-determination in Gaza. It establishes the so-called Board of Peace, granting governance of Gaza to a group of politicians and real estate developers, none of whom are Palestinian, and some of whom have spent their lives vying for the extermination of Palestinians, namely Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The so-called Board of Peace is set to oversee the construction of a new Gaza, with plans to build highly valuable AI data centers, beachfront resorts, and fun pockets of coastal tourism. These plans don't forget about Palestinians, though. Those who aren't forcibly expelled from Gaza will have the opportunity to live in what the plans call humanitarian cities, Israeli-controlled areas complete with checkpoints, biometric surveillance, purchase monitoring, and educational programs promoting normalization with Israel. The third function of the ceasefire lie, and perhaps the most significant, is that it has helped turn the world's attention away from Gaza. The Israelis have always taken global perception into account when calculating the amount of bloodshed they wish to inflict on the people of Gaza, and depending on the number of people watching, they adjust that killing dial accordingly. When 120 million people had their eyes on the 2024 Super Bowl, the most watched TV event of that year, Israel launched a bloody assault on Rafah that killed over 100 Palestinians. The attack came almost exactly 30 minutes after the opening kickoff, and also at a time where ceasefire talks had reportedly been progressing. Attacked Gaza, breaking the ceasefire, resulting in Operation Cast Lead.
God damn it. Sorry. This piano music actually just hit.
At the time, Israel's bloodiest and most destructive incursion into the
Here, I'm going to turn this down just a little.
Strip to date. Their current campaign of mass killing and destruction is a continuation of this phenomenon. By keeping the number of dead Palestinians at a level consistent with previous periods of so-called peace, Israel can complete its ethnic cleansing project without all that pesky international condemnation. Ethnic cleansing has always been a requirement for Israel's existence. The founders of Zionism said so over a century ago. We must expel Arabs and take their places. The Arabs will never voluntarily consent to the transformation of Palestine into a Jewish state. The Arab problem is one of the most difficult problems. The only way out is transfer. And fast forward till today, that goal has not changed. We must reduce the number of Palestinian citizens in the Gaza Strip to the minimum possible. Israel is destroying homes in Gaza so that Palestinians have nowhere else to go. When we understand this fact, that ethnic cleansing has always been a requirement for Israel's existence, then the violence we're currently seeing makes sense. It's not just cruel for cruelty's sake, it's perfectly rational. If you want a group of people to leave an area, then this is what you do. Terrorize them, massacre them, deprive them of basic necessities after destroying everything they need to live. The last Israeli held in Gaza was returned to Israel over a week ago, but of course, Israel's killing sprees have continued. The Israelis have already gone back on their agreement to begin the rebuilding process and open the crossings, despite widespread reporting of the so-called lifeline that is the Rafah crossings opening. The mass denials
And honestly, mainstream media just doesn't care.
of exit and entry continue. This is because when Israel signed the ceasefire, they were lying.
Because realistically, that's by design.
It was never about freeing the hostages. It was never about Hamas. It was about rendering the Strip uninhabitable and forcing...
Yeah, so they can just go bulldoze it and fucking make it into their little resort town. Here, I'm going to link this one more time. This was very well covered. Okay. Well, if that wasn't disturbing enough, we got some more disturbing news to get to. So, Prince Andrew's ex is going out and hitting the media circuit, and now she's really putting the spin out there. Apparently, if you weren't on the Epstein list, you're a fucking loser. Did you know that?
It is astonishing that a senior member of the royal family would meet up with, take for dinner, maybe more, invite to Buckingham Palace, a random 26-year-old Russian girl.
Well, I suppose he felt very comfortable with Jeffrey. At that point, how long had they been friends? They'd been friends for a long time.
This bitch needs to fucking go. She needs to be locked up.
Right.
But he didn't know the woman, presumably.
No.
Scotland Yard, what are we doing?
No, but I suppose he put all his trust in Jeffrey and just, you know, Jeffrey said, oh, she's a nice girl, she's discreet, she's beautiful. And sort of, why not? Like, he's single and... to be honest.
Pretty sure your post got removed from YouTube. I didn't even see your post.
Like, he should have been charging for these private tours.
Sometimes that happens. I don't even, like, my mods and me don't even see your post sometimes.
Buckingham Palace.
You think
she should be sending the girl an invoice, I think.
But why not? Might be because she's a completely unknown 26-year-old. And he is a very senior member of the royal family,
but he's a guy. He needs to date. I mean, you know, I think it's very hard for anyone to kind of try and imagine being in his shoes. But he's a male. He's single. He needs to date. He's not going to be sitting in a monastery his whole life. So how is he?
Oh, lock this bitch up. Lock this bitch up and throw the fucking key away. Who the hell's going to defend this?
Used to do that.
Who in the fuck is listening to this and just going, yeah, what she's saying totally makes sense.
And so this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, he trusts...
Who is she pick-meing for, by the way?
Him. You know, he's obviously like they'd known each other for a long time at this point, and he sort of thought, okay, well, he knows beautiful women, and
she's literally saying that this was a boys will be boys thing for Prince Andrew, which this is one that's not being litigated at all Everybody has thrown him under the bus because of how much he is implicated. Wow.
Andrew said in an interview to the BBC,
Lady Victoria Hervey, that's her name.
Quote, "That is a picture of me. It is definitely me."
Yeah, because imagine, like, he never thought he's going to be shopped into a picture. Like, no one knew. Like, if I saw a picture of me 25 years ago in a location that might have
what up, Frugal?
been a friend's house, but I know I hadn't been upstairs. But when you first look at it, you don't...
This is nasty. Yeah.
Imagine.
No, but you know what? We're watching this because this bitch needs to be fucking put on blast.
Someone could have swapped your heads.
This is uncomfortable. Like, I feel sick right now because, yeah, also, look at how she's talking. Do you think that she's worried that she's coming across as kind of a fucking nonce?
Out and put another...
Because that's what she is.
Which is what you say happened.
Yeah.
And then we have the Epstein email.
Pepper, yes, there will be a fun half.
From July 2011, which says, Jeffrey Epstein's email.
We're covering some pretty heavy shit today.
Yes,
but yeah.
Virginia Giuffre was on my plane, and yes, she had her picture taken with Andrew.
Well, because he said, because I...
The interviewer allows us to go barely challenged. This is actually planned as far as his case there. He's letting her bury herself.
I still believe...
No, this is actually where people want non-biased journalism. Here's your non-biased journalism. You literally have a dude reading off questions.
Jeffrey and...
Fucking Christ. What's his swing, huh? Like, what side is he on? What is he representing? What the fuck is wrong with people?
Virginia work together.
This motherfucker is asking her questions, letting her bury herself, and you're just like, yeah, he's not doing nothing. He's not doing nothing to help.
Jeffrey and Virginia worked together on
setting up Andrew with a fake photo.
And you believe that because
that seems the obvious thing. That's what he did. He was a blackmailer. It's all coming out. He created, like, in this instance, a photo
why
to
would you
use as blackmail
with a fake photo that could easily be proven?
It hasn't. No one's proven it except like people that I know. No one's still saying.
Totally makes sense. So all the experts, the forensic, analysts, no. Listen to his bitch ex that is totally just telling you how much of a loser you are because you weren't in the Epstein files.
It's
all the people that the BBC at the time of the interview went to the experts in photography to say, is this fake?
Yeah, but what experts?
I just think...
I don't know an ex that would ever go to bat like this for me, so...
I think people are going to come to the conclusion that...
How much did she get paid?
What is everyone believing Jeffrey Epstein now?
You've provided.
Why do I have a feeling that she's totally still getting paid from his estate, like in some way, shape, or form?
It's to the contrary.
Well, but just tell me, is everybody believing Jeffrey Epstein as a Bible verse now?
I think people are believing Virginia Giuffre.
Really? What? Because she's dead?
Not because she's dead, because it is overwhelmingly likely the case.
Dude, this bitch sucks.
That this.
Oh my God!
It is a real photo.
I have never.
He really was there. He really did have her arm round her
waist.
And he's not being honest.
think.
Oh, someone needs to.
What I would love you to do another time is to try and
He is a dangerous idiot.
That photo and see what the arm.
No, not just a dangerous idiot. This bitch is evil.
Does.
This is it, guys. You're looking at evil right now.
Because that.
For her to go out there and do this with this attitude, this is evil.
Even I
Holy
can't
shit!
Because it's very private. But Andrew
and anybody that normalizes this, you're evil too.
Recreated that pose, and
don't ever wonder how the Nazis existed and then agree with this bitch.
The arm, it's
Which
impossible.
Means he recreated that pose.
Standing like.
Watch her on Piers. This is actually the lead up to that
with somebody else. And
he did a mock-up of it.
Yeah.
Where?
And the hand, it doesn't work. No one's seen it. This is a private thing. But it's impossible. Like, you would have to have Inspector Gadget.
Oh, cool. Going to a hockey game? Sweet.
Arms.
Have fun.
Put your arm around the waist of a...
But look how it is. Do we have a photo
young
of it?
Woman.
The way he's standing.
She probably got a new car out of this interview. I mean, if... Maybe, because I'm pretty sure that Andrew got his fucking wealth locked up too.
Tom,
unless Downing's the one paying for this shit.
His height does not She is.
This isn't our country, by the way. This is exclusively the UK dealing with this. But again, this is while the UK is simultaneously saying, hey, we're going to get rid of Nigel Farage because he knowingly put someone who was associated with Epstein in, not even Nigel being associated with it. And he is on the chopping block. Meanwhile, in America, nothing. Nothing.
5'5".
We're sitting here arguing the finer points of, well, could we actually charge them with the statute of limitations?
6 foot, 6'1".
You talked about the tapes.
But I still want to go on about this Virginia thing because, you know, just before she passed away, her lies were unraveling. Like,
oh yeah, happy birthday too.
Finally, people were kind of realizing, okay,
happy birthday, Rebecca.
Okay, this girl is making up stories, and then she conveniently dies. And
I don't think it's convenience.
Convenient for her.
She's dead.
This dumb cunt. Have you ever seen a more just fucking holy shit?
Is she dead? I mean, I think
fucking.
You know, I think
You
she
don't think
is.
she's dead?
I don't even think Jeffrey Epstein's dead anymore, to be honest.
You don't think Jeffrey Epstein's dead?
No, I don't. I think he
What
might
would
be
lead
alive.
you to that conclusion?
Yo. I saw the clips of this interview. I didn't know. Oh my God.
I'd seen one of those emails, one of the ones that ended up in the files, and I think that prison guard needs to be interviewed. The one that he said he saw the bodies being switched out.
Conveniently dies. Like it was good for her. Yeah, what the actual fuck, man?
So your honest
she's worse than my ex-wife, and that's pretty bad.
belief is that Jeffrey Epstein is alive somewhere.
Mitchell, I'll take your word for it.
I said it's not my honest
Oh, I see.
belief, but I think it's a possibility.
Where might he be?
Israel, everyone is saying.
Has she called non-listers losers? Yeah, here, I got that clip. Give me 1 second. Let me pull that up. Yeah. Was it a short? What the hell was it? Oh, there it is.
I've always known that Andrew and Sarah Ferguson were much more deeply involved than with.
Wait, this is not it. What the fuck? There's no way they got rid of this.
He knew everybody.
Oh, they did. They got rid of this for a minute, but somebody reloaded it.
That was very powerful.
Damn, dude.
So he knew everybody that was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
He knew
yeah, he had to give commentary on this because he was just like, what the fuck?
Everybody that was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like,
we're doing this one more time.
Like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes! Losers! You're a fucking loser! You're not in the Epstein files, loser! Guys? I don't know. I'm gonna just say that I'm feeling a little, you know, classic Francais today. So, if I had to say my feelings, if you know what I'm
going to give you the opportunity to now apologise for saying that it was a fake.
Are you kidding? Come on, Piers. You know me better than that.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to you being in the Epstein files, of course. There might have been girls that were abused.
Damn.
That is not the wording, but it was not a sex trafficking ring.
Ms. Harvey.
I just want to get the right information out there because there's a lot of disinformation.
Yeah, and most of it appears to be coming
from you.
Mouth.
Yep. What is your message to Lady Victoria Harvey?
Are they so immature, reckless, self-entitled
where you've got this lady talking about being part of a club as opposed to a public-spirited moral leadership that Britain and America have provided to the world.
With the greatest respect, I think you talk utter shit.
She is her own level of evil.
Don't give a damn about these girls.
Let's see if he actually, like, you know, cares enough to be like, well, this was a great appearance. I'll see you later.
Many Americans
she just called him out for being in the files.
Rightly furious that the Epstein files have not so far led to serious consequences. Multiple VIP men have been humbled and embarrassed by the latest tranche of documents. None have lost their jobs. Nobody's being prosecuted. Life goes on. But not in the UK. The scandal may end the career of the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who is clinging to power by a thread. Top aides are quitting to save Starmer's skin, but it was his decision to make Peter Mandelson the UK ambassador to the US. It was his decision to honour a man who chose to remain friends with a paedophile and faces a criminal investigation for leaking government secrets to him. Now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the disgraced former Duke, is accused of leaking trade secrets to Epstein too, 2 years after his conviction. This following new claims that Andrew had sex with a woman sent by Epstein on royal property. The Prince of Princess of Wales have allegedly responded. They are deeply concerned by the continuing revelations, the spokesman said. Their thoughts remain focused on the victims. Well, frankly speaking, given the enormous scale of the damage to the royal brand, it will take a lot more than that.
Literally eating popcorn while the world burns. Appropriate.
We'll debate all of the latest fallout in a moment. We'll begin with somebody who's done more than most to secure the release of the files, now rocking the British and American establishment. California Congressman Ro Khanna joins me. Congressman, thank you very much indeed for coming back to Uncensored.
Thank you for having me back on.
I have seen like 80% of this guy's appearances now.
I've been sitting through Ghislaine Maxwell's deposition, where she, I understand, refused to answer a single question about any of this, pleading the Fifth
Fingerbalt's my favorite.
Said she would only
literally like
talk
my favorite
in
cynic.
exchange for clemency. So tell me what you've just been witnessing.
Well, it was deeply disturbing because a few months ago, as you know, she talked to Todd Blanche for 9 hours and was perfectly willing to answer his questions. Today, she said that she knows who the other rich and powerful men are who raped underage girls. She said that clearly. But she would only tell us who those are.
What's going on, you jackwagon? What's up, Big Carl?
Full clemency. So she needs to be sent back to a maximum security prison. You don't get to ask for clemency to tell the truth in this country. And she was responsible for abusing and facilitating the abuse of a lot of these survivors.
There is a sort of weird scenario going on here where a lot of powerful men in the UK are being brought down by this scandal, but we're not seeing the same thing happening in the United States, even though there are many, many more high-profile Americans in these files. Why is that?
Put them all in
British
prison.
have taken this much more seriously, and your country is handling it better. I mean, I am embarrassed that we have not seen the same kind of accountability that we're seeing in Britain. There, you've had Mendelson called out. I mean, as you pointed out in your monologue, it may topple Starmer's government. And by the way, I'm on the Democratic left. I've met the Prime Minister. I cheered when he won, but I've always said that the consequences have to be the consequences, and people need to be held accountable. What Mendelson did is horrific in terms of the allegations that he gave sensitive information about when Britain was going to be buying euros to Epstein. And so I would like to see that kind of...
I'm not even reading your comment outside of just, you believe that Biden fudged something to make Trump look, instead of just Trump being in it and protecting shut up.
Accountability in the United States.
This is what I was talking about. They're always going to create more fucking conspiracy theories out of this instead of just looking at the obvious one.
There are many people who've done worse
almighty,
things,
shut up.
frankly, than some of the
inflation spiked again, numbnuts.
The allegations in Britain.
If you actually fucking paid attention to anything besides Fox News, you would know that.
And we could learn a thing or two about how seriously you're taking the scandal.
We've had a release last Friday of 3 million documents in these files, but we're told there are at least...
Literally. Inflation spiked by another 0.2 points.
That many again.
Not good.
Which will not be released into the public domain. How does that square with Donald Trump's campaign pledge to be totally transparent and release
I
all
actually
the
care about the price of goods, and I've noticed that it's gone up again. Huh, weird.
Files?
It doesn't square with it. And Trump, one thing he has is a populist instinct. He understands public opinion. It is baffling to me why he has such a blind spot on this issue. It's the one issue that has
What's it now, 7%?
eroded.
If you genuinely think that, then get the fuck out of my chat.
His base of MAGA supporters. It's the one issue.
And Josh, I haven't had a problem with you, but god damn it, really? I hope you're joking.
Getting protested about. And I would just say to him, release all the files. Now, Thomas Massey and I are going to see some of the unredacted files. And you've seen the same
Relatively
things
chill
I
today,
have.
yeah.
There are emails where someone says, I enjoyed the night with a naughty girl, or I enjoyed a 10-year-old Brazilian. And the
That's funny. He just called it the Trump economy. He finally owned it.
name of the person who sent that email is blacked out. We're going to get to see those files. We're going to see why, if any reason, there is that redaction. And we're going to petition a court to get them unredacted if the DOJ does not come clean.
And what about the other 3 million plus files which have not been released? Are you going to be pushing hard for those all to be released?
Absolutely. I mean, look, they're limiting Massey and my time to 2 hours. So we're going to focus on some of the places where they've had the redactions. But we've already seen the explosiveness of the documents they have released. I've been told by...
No, objectively, it's not. The Biden economy was better than the Trump economy, and most Americans agree.
Survivors, lawyers, what...
But you are in your little bubble. You love your Lord and Savior. We're going to continue to recognize that he's not doing a good job, that he is tanking our fucking economy, that he's tanking our image as a country. But by all means, go suck your daddy's dick, dude.
Okay.
We know that you love him. We know that you think about nothing more than just Donald Trump. You sit there thinking about his fat belly, his waving wispy hair, the way his voice comes through like it melts like butter.
They haven't released some of the 302.
And then you get all hard and go, you go whack it with your little two fingers.
Documents that have been heavily redacted. Right. Some of the other emails are even worse. That's nuclear.
Man,
now, they called Massey and me saying we're indulging in conspiracy theories when we started this. I think that has been put to rest.
Justin Pereira, go fuck yourself.
Even the documents they've released has
telling me not to use profanity.
So many people and showed at best terrible moral judgment and at worst criminal behavior. Now there is mounting public pressure that the rest be released. I do think it'll be released, but it's going to be drip by drip. And my plea to President Trump is it's in his own political interest to get this out there. That's the only way we're going to get accountability, and that's the only way we're going to be able to move on is once there's accountability.
Right, and without that, there will be raging conspiracy theories. One of my panel members, who we'll be talking to in a moment, Lady Victoria Harvey, suggested that you're a loser if you're not in the Epstein files. And you responded to this by saying, this is why I coined the phrase Epstein class. Mm-hmm. This is why the Epstein class needs to go. These people,
all of them,
belonging to a club of the rich and powerful,
liquidate all their fucking assets,
speaking out against pedophiles and the rape of working class girls. What is your message to Lady Victoria Harvey? Not least because last time she came on my show, she tried to put up this very aggressive defense of then Prince Andrew and claimed that the now infamous picture of his arm around Virginia Giuffre was a fake, which has now been obviously contradicted by Ghislaine Maxwell in the files in an email where she confirms the veracity of the photograph.
I never knew who she was until I saw that statement, and I was appalled. I hope she will, when she comes on your show, retract it and reflect on what she's saying. First of all, has she met any of these survivors?
You're just
been in my office in
wow.
tears to talk about, to be so callous as to say you're a loser if you weren't part of this network is an insult to the survivors.
Inflation in January 2021 was 1.4%. By August, it was 5.4%. Biden took office in January 2021.
But the second thing I'd ask her...
Yeah, what else was going on during that time?
...to reflect...
It's almost like you guys forgot something. It's almost like you guys conveniently forgot about all of that. Just because COVID wasn't real for you, it was for the rest of the world, and that's why we don't take any of you seriously.
It's decline.
That's when we learned to just stop listening to you.
On American leadership. I mean, you had Britain produce Churchill. You had a country that produced Margaret Thatcher. They would not be caught dead corresponding with a pedophile or making callous jokes or saying they should be part of a club. How has there been such a decline of the elite in America and Britain? How are they so immature, reckless, self-entitled, where you've got this lady talking about being part of a club as opposed to a public-spirited moral leadership that Britain and America have provided to the world? That's the bigger question with the
Wait, so you're telling me that when it was 2.7 under Biden, too, because that's what he ended it at, it was under the 3.27, so that means that, wait a minute. So you're telling me that under Biden, inflation was actually getting better? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's almost like you have to admit these things. Otherwise, you just are full of shit all the fucking time.
These files.
There's some breaking news as I'm talking
Fucking
to you.
A, man.
I actually posted on X this morning.
Oh, by the way, his whole housing initiative gone.
That after I saw the statement from
he wants house prices to go up, not down.
The Prince and Princess of Wales, which I thought was a bit wishy-washy and kind of meaningless, just saying
you're doing your taxes this year. Good luck on those no tax on tips.
They're concerned about the new revelations. Well, we're all concerned about it, but it actually flies right to the heart of the monarchy.
Yes, I'm so angry.
Got Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, then
I'm raging so hard.
Prince Andrew, seemingly using Buckingham Palace as a kind of sex lair to bring anyone he fancied from Epstein and to do with what he wanted. And, to me, that's a very serious set of circumstances, which the royal family just haven't properly addressed. He's been removed from his grace and favor luxury home, royal home, but he's going to get another one, all just a bit smaller. And I said, the only way that this can get, to me, satisfactorily resolved from the royal family's point of view to minimize what could be an existential threat to the monarchy itself if this carries on, is for the King Charles, to order his brother to cooperate with the Metropolitan Police in the UK or any other police authority here about what was happening here and the allegation.
Everybody should be pissed off. Anger is the appropriate response. Yeah.
Against him.
Yeah, when we learn a bunch of billionaire elites are fucking pissing on us and we're all sitting here fighting each other online while they are laughing their way to not even the bank. They're laughing their way to the end of the fucking world.
Under oath.
And they are laughing at us for not fucking doing shit about it. Like, they probably have this conversation where it's just like, oh, you remember the good old days where we thought that they were actually going to revolt? Whoa, wasn't that funny?
To do this.
Now we've actually maintained the fact that they're just going to they're never going to rise up because they can't even find us. Now we live on a totally different plane of existence.
Same with the investigating authorities in the United States, where he obviously still faces very serious charges. And as we've been talking, Buckingham Palace now says it stands ready to help Thames Valley Police, which is close to London, in its assessment of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
This is
quote,
for
the
you,
King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct, the palace said. While the specific claims in
brilliant show, by the way,
question are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them as you would expect. As was previously stated, their
Did you really just fart after I gave you a
Majesty's thoughts and sympathies have been and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse. So, I mean, this is pretty, I've got to say, I've dealt with the royal family for 40 years. This is pretty unprecedented, what we're now witnessing here. I think that
this motherfucker
they're being pushed into saying these things and to doing these things because it's so alien, really, to how they...
That was the timing, too, where he ate that and he just went...
operated in the past. But it shows the magnitude of the crisis and I think a growing awareness at the palace that this is not
little shit
going away. The King was out on a walk
he found Super
today. He got heckled about Andrew. He was the other day.
Just saw the name and he's just like, Super Toot, I'll show you one.
They heckled about it. Prince Edward was over in the Middle East. He got asked about it. They're all going to get asked about this. Prince and Princess of Wales are in Saudi Arabia today. It will come up, I'm sure, if there's a press conference. So they can't escape this. And it seems to me, unless Andrew does actively cooperate with the authorities in the UK and US then this gets ever more damaging for the royal family.
Or we do this thing where we revisit the statute of limitations with these types of offenses, and we make it so when it's done by somebody that has this kind of wealth and power, that they don't get to just, kind of just brush it off and go, oh, oopsie, did you just happen to catch on right now? Or you make the statute of limitations to when we found out about the crimes.
I completely agree with you. I'm glad that they've taken this constructive step. But for most people...
Also, I mean, realistically, it seems like there's some good evidence in there to kind of not necessarily prove, but we could look into some disappearances that were implied. Some implied disappearances.
If you have allegations of raping underage girls, if you have allegations of giving sensitive information from the...
I refuse to vote for either hate-based side, so I sit on my thumbs and twist.
UK government to...
Every election day, I just...
To Jeffrey Epstein, just being stripped of being a prince is not enough. And I don't know.
You got a butt plug that just has government written on it that you sit on every time that, we're out there voting?
Oh, the details, whether this new house he's going to have is on the public dime or his own money. But if it's on the public dime, that seems totally unreasonable. And so he needs to face the law just like anyone else. This is the fundamental issue in this entire Epstein saga, that they're a group of people who think they're above the law. And it's fueled in
Brown Thumbs McGee
populist anger in America and in the Western world, that these group of people who think they don't have to abide by the law are getting away with things while ordinary Americans, ordinary people in Britain are suffering. And the royal family, if they don't address that head on, could be swept out, but with this kind of legitimate anger at an elite class. So I believe, look, it's obviously for the king and queen to decide, but I would answer the press's questions. I do a press conference. It's a different time. You can't have the queen...
I actually do vote, and I do, like, local advocacy. So, yeah, dude, I am involved.
Somewhere and then be annoyed because she's being asked a question. I mean, we live in a very democratic age.
Whoa, did I just make you feel bad for, not even engaging in the one right that, a lot of people would argue they fought for, and, I guess fuck all those people during World War II and that whole thing. What are you even what are you doing here?
Social media age, they need to...
Nothing more patriotic than just being like, yeah, you know what sucks? Voting. You know what sucks? Everything. You know how I solve it? Doing nothing.
Yeah, I agree. And finally, on Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, his revelation last week, his admission that when he appointed Peter Mandelson as the new UK ambassador to the United States, that he had been told, the Prime Minister, that Mandelson had continued his relationship with Epstein after Epstein's conviction for being a paedophile. Do you think that fact alone should be enough?
I just used that insult against somebody, and now you're going to come out here and just be like, you sit on your thumbs. Uh-huh.
To force his resignation.
I'll leave that for the British people, but I think that was a serious moral misjudgment. And I do think that the reaction of the British people is legitimate. I wish we had that kind of accountability here in the United States, where there are cabinet members who are now revealed as having extensive relationships with Epstein. But the other irony is, of all the places you would appoint Mendelsohn, why would you appoint him to the United States? As
14-year-olds and Russian nationals can't vote on, so online MAGA trolls ain't showing up to any polls.
Ambassador, knowing the relationship that he had with Epstein. So it seems a gross error of judgment. Like I said, I liked Prime Minister Starmer. I've known him for...
Well, it's almost like you don't just vote for the president, numbnuts.
Before he became...
It's almost like you have to vote for other people to do other jobs and fight for and advocate for your positions. This is what the whole, representation part of politics is. But you are so jaded that you just think, no. Politics is just we vote every 4 years or every 2, depending on the midterms. And then we just get fucked.
Sure.
That's how it is. I don't have to pay attention.
But
I'll just vote for whoever's on there, or I won't vote at all, but I'll complain about it all day.
when Massey and I pursued this, we said whether it's the left or the right, there have to be consequences, and there has to be elite accountability. So he needs to face the consequences.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Ro Khanna, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm joined now by my panel, the confidant.
All right, here we go. Here's the big
Prince
one.
Andrew, Lady Victoria Harvey, the royal author Katie.
While this piece of shit's doing that, I'm going to do this.
Nickel.
Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. We got an hour until the fun half. Ha-ha.
Tony
You know what? In
Spencer.
an hour, I will be opening this set of...
Kuvin, who represented several Epstein victims, including the original victim who led to Epstein's conviction, and the commentator and editor at the New Statesman, Ollie Dugmore. Welcome to all of you. Well, Lady Victoria Harvey, let me start with you, because last time you were on Uncensored, we discussed the infamous picture of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Virginia Giuffre, and you said this.
Andrew has never carried a wallet in his life. He's got a wallet in his back pocket. There's many pictures of Jeffrey Epstein with the same trousers. Jeffrey did carry a big wallet in his back pocket.
So you're saying in the picture
that bitch a glass of water.
It was faked.
There's nothing real about this image, Piers.
Well, what is the motive?
Because I want this guy to stay alive.
But who is the? What is the
dying
motive
in this case?
What is the motive of the person?
I am so glad that most people with any sensibility are looking at her just like, what in the actual fuck are you saying?
In your view, falsified this photograph.
This bitch is crazy? Yeah.
Oh, well, they were taking down the royal family, weren't they?
Well, who were?
Maybe Israel.
No, she deserves all the mean ones.
Well, who knows?
So we now know from the document dump last Friday that Ghislaine Maxwell sent an email to Epstein, said in 2001, I was in London.
Why is she dressed like a curtain?
When Virginia Giuffre met a number of friends of mine, including Prince Andrew. A photograph was taken, as I imagined she wanted to show it to friends and family. That is clear confirmation that Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in that picture, knew that picture had been taken and it was genuine. So I'm going to...
She's just saying shit. I swear to God, it's like Nick Fuentes. Like she's trying to be relevant, but like...
Now, I apologize.
Again, this is where anybody that watches Nick Fuentes should just kind of feel like, oh no.
It's saying that it was a fake, because clearly you were wrong.
Are you kidding? Come on, Piers. You know me better than that. So I spoke to Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer about that. It was a draft statement that had actually been written by a PR person. It was not ever approved by Ghislaine, hence it was never used for anything, and it just sat there as a draft, and it ended up... Look, everything ended up in the Epstein files, all right? Like, I'm even in your file.
You're in what, sorry?
I'm in your Epstein file.
What Epstein file?
Well, you're in it, obviously, because you're not a loser.
Well, we're going to come to that ridiculous statement in a moment, but what are you referring to?
I'm referring to you being in the Epstein files, of course.
She really is a dolt.
For what?
Just, you know, being at a
she's a fucking
party,
dolt.
possibly with Ghislaine, just
oh my
talking
God.
about you must have read it, surely.
Yeah, that's not in the files.
This is why the Epstein class should be abolished, because most of these people are about as bright as her. Like, none of them deserve what they have. I'm going to tell you that right now.
It is in the files.
The idea that somehow a billionaire worked that much harder than you to get what they have, I got many bridges to sell you, because apparently that's just the type of rube you are.
Deposition
No, it's
months
not.
ago.
I promise you.
No, it's not in. It's not in the files.
I saw it in the file. I've read your whole file.
You can literally search all 3 million documents in people's names. I'm not in it. The picture you're talking about. The picture.
You're in the Epstein files.
Do it after the show. Do it after the show. The only connection I've ever had to either of them, as I've said many times, is I met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes at a book launch in New York. She was then asked about that in her lengthy testimony, and she said under oath that was the only time she ever met me. I never met Epstein or anything else.
But just Google yourself in that government website. You come up quite a lot.
Did I know they called it Pocket Monsters? Yeah.
No,
Still
you're
do. It's Pocket Monsters in Japan.
Talking about you're talking about other people talking about me. We're talking about the Epstein file dump that came on Friday.
But exactly. So you've come to my
Yeah, she wants to tell. Yeah.
very point when I said if you're not mentioned, you're a loser because.
Like I said, the only person watching this and just being like, "Base," is Nick Fuentes.
People that are mentioned in it might not have even had affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein. They might never have met him. But the fact is, they were mentioned possibly in an email that was sent to him. Hence, they ended up in the Epstein files.
What up, Freethinker? We are watching Prince Andrew's ex defending his honor in a way that
Do you get it now?
I can only say is making the hand itch. Yeah, you know what happens when the hand starts twitching? Yeah. Gonna start chopping soon. Go into Ric Flair town. Woo!
Well, I don't quite get the point you're making.
I know, mixed impressions. Aha!
But in relation to being a loser if you're not in them, do you understand how crass and stupid that looks to people when you say that?
It basically was meant as if you are a mover, if you were like a mover and a shaker in the like high echelons of society internationally. You were in those files. Hence, everybody from Ben Affleck to Matt Damon to Elton John to Meryl Streep, everybody is in those files.
Let me bring in Spencer Cooven. Spencer, you represented the very first victim of Jeffrey Epstein, who was this 14-year-old girl who was abused by him. And
so the royal family has something on this woman? I would be willing to bet, yeah.
Led to the conviction for him being a paedophile. Two things about this, because I've seen you talking about this. I wanted to get you on the show to discuss this further. One is that it strikes me if the authorities, if the legal authorities had done their job properly, then Epstein could have been stopped in his tracks by what happened in that case. And they didn't. He got away with it. He was treated with unbelievable kid gloves, and as a result, was able to continue his nefarious
Yeah, but Todd Blanche totally on the up and up with Ghislaine Maxwell, not kids' gloves at all.
Activities for many more years. And secondly, I saw you say that the categorization of your client as a prostitute, given she was 14 years old, again, you felt was grotesquely wrong. So just explain that, and also maybe elaborate on my point about he could have been stopped then.
Yes, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. These young girls, as you point out, were 14 years old. Another was 15, and another I represented was 16. They were all within that age range. They had never, ever done anything like this before until they were enticed to go to Epstein's mansion here in Palm Beach. They certainly were not anything close to being a prostitute, which is why it was so insulting to them and their families at the time that the government would accept a plea such as that. This was sex trafficking, point blank, and they let him go. And as a result of letting him go, he continued his friendships, as we now see, with very high-profile individuals, including royalty. For example, the time that Andrew came to his home in Manhattan.
Yeah, and why do you think it was? I mean, there's been lots of speculation about this, but why was it that he was able to do such a cozy deal at the time of his conviction?
Well, we're now seeing close relationships that he had within the government itself. He had close relationships with Bill Barr, who later became
Steve Bannon,
Attorney General. He had close relationships with people within the institutions of government in D.C., very close relationships with top lawyers throughout the United States. I think that the federal government, frankly, just chickened out. I think they were afraid of the defense that would be put on in defense of Jeffrey Epstein. Mm-hmm. And in order to just quickly put this to bed, they were thinking that they would silence this, put it to bed, give him a small conviction, put him in jail, and that would be the end of it. And unfortunately...
Well, considering that you're not going to believe any of this anyway, this isn't for you. This is for the average American that actually still thinks with an objective fucking brain outside of, I must protect Trump at all costs.
Or fortunately, It wasn't the
And everybody is collectively going, yeah, this is fucked up.
end of it. And now
I'm not comfortable
we
with this.
see
I'm not
the
comfortable
entire
with him being in
conspiracy
it
that went
over a
on
million
to cover this
times.
up, and the people that were
Your
involved
name
with
doesn't
him,
get
regardless
mentioned a
of those
million
convictions.
times with all good things. I'm
We
sorry.
just had a dump of 3 million documents from these files, but we're told there are at least as many again that are not going to be released. How on earth does that square with transparency? I asked Ro Khanna earlier, the congressman, he said it doesn't. But I mean, what's going to happen about the other 3 million files?
That's a good question. And I've had conversations with the congressional committee. I've been interviewed by them as part of their investigation. And the one thing that I suggested to them that this law that they passed is missing is an enforcement mechanism. It's left up to Congress to enforce this. What I suggested is that they amend the statute to allow for a private right or private cause of action by
thank you.
The victims and their counsel, so that we could then
Yeah, they're literally banking on the fact that they're not going to get charged with anything because of a statute of limitations.
Bring action against the federal government for their failures to redact names of some of my clients, which they did, and for the over-redaction of names, which we want released, and finally, for the full release of documents, which, by the way, I've been clamoring for the release of all the security tape video that they have from inside Epstein's homes, which has not been released yet.
How big a monster are we talking when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, the more and more we read, the worse it gets.
Yeah, but it's almost like you're doing this thing where you're kind of like, oh, pish posh.
He looks to me to be ultimately one of the worst sexual predators in modern history.
I can tell you, Piers, I met the man on 3 separate occasions. He is what I would personify as the devil incarnate. He is a man who had absolutely no remorse about anything he had done. He attempted to bring explanation after explanation to validate or somehow make.
Yeah, it's almost like powerful men do this, and it's almost like the idiot rubes that are just like, yeah, big strong man like Trump. He never admits he's wrong, therefore he could never be wrong.
What he was doing to children, and even to the day when we settled cases with his counsel and him.
The fact that so many people apparently buy that.
Present. He was just adamant about his denial about anything wrong, even though he would admit that he had had sex with these children. And it was just horrific.
Katie Nichol, welcome back to Uncensored. I was saying a few days ago that Britain is being hit simultaneously with the biggest royal scandal I can ever remember in my lifetime and the biggest political scandal I can remember in my lifetime. To me, way worse than even the Profumo scandal back in the 60s. It feels like for the royal family, this is a very perilous time.
Is this a replay?
And you're beginning...
I mean, this was broadcast 9 hours ago.
To see them speaking out, but in a way that is very royal-like, kind of how they've always done things. And I'm not sure
he
it's
has so much money, he can't be wrong. Yeah, most of these idiots literally think like that.
going to work. I saw the prince...
Do you understand that, like, you could have billions of dollars, and then all it takes is one guy to be like, oh, yeah? Well, I have $1 billion in one. And then you're just like, oh, I must be like him.
And Princess of Wales' statement, it seemed very bland, very wishy-washy, very meaningless, actually. You saw Edward saying a couple of lines. You've seen the King now tonight coming out with stronger language. But ultimately, until Andrew is actually under oath in front of investigators here in the United States, I don't see how this doesn't get a lot worse for the royal family.
Well, Piers, I think they're almost in an impossible situation. I was speaking to a former palace aide actually last
Hey, man, I got to give Massey some fucking credit. He's got the balls of...
week for a piece I was writing.
I got no good example of what he's got the balls of. He's got the balls of a politician that's not just backing down because Trump said so.
Vanity Fair.
Which I got to give him enough credit on that one.
And they said that this was the worst constitutional crisis they felt since the abdication. And when you consider the 90s, obviously, you were newspaper editor at that time, you know exactly the sort of stories that were going on. The death Diana almost threatened to unhinge the monarchy at one point. It's not like this is a monarchy that has sailed through the decades seamlessly. There have been many challenges, many turbulent times. I mean, don't need to go that far back to Harry and Meghan leaving when we were wondering if that might be a constitutional crisis just because of how it left the state of the monarchy. But this, as you say, is in a different sphere altogether. And when you comment on how the royals are reacting, I think we have to cut them a bit of slack because they are in uncharted territory as well. I mean, unless Andrew gets up and is questioned, and we understand now to Buckingham Palace that the palace will be willing to cooperate with the Met Police, Thames Valley Police if they have to. But unless Andrew is up there testifying and answering those questions, is it for the king to apologise on his behalf? I don't personally think it is. I think the king's done everything he can do. He's stripped Andrew of his titles. He's pushed him out of Royal Lodge. He's keeping him contained on the Sandringham estate. I don't feel that it's the king's position to apologise. I know there have been protests. I know he's been heckled. I think he's in a very, very difficult situation. But this is uncharted territory. I think the one person perhaps who could have answered some questions is indeed the late Queen. And of course, she's not here to do that. But she was the one that sanctioned that 12 million payoff to Virginia Giuffre. Let's not forget a woman who Andrew can't remember meeting. And yet there was a rumoured, estimated, we don't know for fact, but £12 million settlement. So questions being asked just about how much the late Queen Elizabeth II knew about what was actually going on. But until we hear it from Andrew, it's speculation.
Yeah, Ollie Dugmore, on the politics side, as we're talking, Sir Keir Starmer, I would say, is more likely than not to be out of Downing Street imminently, given the way it's all playing out, which would be an extraordinary part of this scandal. We've seen Mandelson obviously lose his job and now facing a police investigation.
Still crazy that, again, the fact that Britain is doing this with the royal family, nonetheless, I gotta say, man.
Maybe others that follow. We don't know. We're going to get
that'd be nice if America could fucking catch up.
The release of all the contacts between British government members and Mandelson when he was over in Washington. And who knows what that's going to reveal. Because the bottom line is, from the moment Keir Starmer admitted last week that he was told before he appointed Mandelson that Mandelson had continued his relationship with Epstein after the conviction, all bets are off.
Absolutely, Piers. I think this is a case of when, not if. And at the beginning of the year, when we were talking about, the May local elections, this could prove to be a really tricky time for Keir Starmer. Well, I think he's sat there now wishing he could make it to the May elections. I mean, there's peril all the way through, not least the by-election in Gorton and Denton in Manchester, a Labour stronghold that very seriously under threat from both Reform and the Greens. I'm hearing from party aides in both of those parties, the polling is showing it's a three-way race. It's an extraordinary thing to be able to say in a greater city region.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys. Or thanks, Etcha. I appreciate that. Yeah, hit the double tap the screen, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying this content, and
Andy Burnham virtually won, I think, every single ward.
We're getting close to the fun half. During the fun half, I tend to watch something a little
in the last
less serious, and we have some fun.
Manchester area. Look. Morgan McSweeney, his chief of staff, has resigned. I thought the wording of that statement was very telling. It spoke about the advice that he gave. And at the heart of this, advisors advise and ministers decide. At the end of the day, it was Keir Starmer's decision. He was persuaded by his chief of staff. If you read the New Statesman last week, our cover story by our political editor, Alva Ray, covered this in some detail. Starmer was initially favouring George Osborne to be appointed to ambassador in Washington, and instead opted for Mandelson on McSweeney's advice. Now, he took that advice, and therefore, yes, okay, his chief of staff has gone, but I don't think the scandal is going to stop there.
Lady Victoria Harvey, I mean, you've been very steadfast in your support of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but given what you've now...
That's quite a long name, isn't it?
Reading... Well, he had all his titles stripped quite rightly, but
still got
given
his
what
name.
you've now, right, but given what you've now seen about what he was up to,
so let me just give you an update. Let me just give you an update. So as of within the last 24 hours, the FBI did a statement, and they said, with all the information that they have seen, all the millions of files, everything, they have come to a conclusion that this was not a sex trafficking. ring.
Well, where's that statement?
Let that sink in. It's all over. I sent the link to your producers this morning. So
I like how he's just like, what?
No, no one's been able to find that statement. So you're talking about a statement. Nobody has seen this statement.
The FBI has said, and I will send it to your people afterwards, that it was not. So exactly what I told you in 2019. I said, Piers, these girls were not trafficked.
Like I said, guys, it all needs to go. This is insane.
And that word was too strong.
The entire Epstein class.
Word. Anyway,
they all need to be in just one giant fucking facility.
The FBI have recently said this in the last 24 hours.
You know, they're building all those new ICE facilities. I think that would be kind of nice.
It was not a sex trafficking operation.
Throw them all into it.
Yes.
Well, let me bring Spencer Cooven. Let me bring Spencer Cooven back on that, because you'll know better than anybody.
It's out there, and I will.
Spencer Cooven, apparently, none of this involves sex trafficking. Spencer Cooven.
There might have been girls that were abused. That is not the wording, but it was not a. It was not a sex trafficking ring.
Miss Harvey.
So yeah. I just want to. I just want to get the right information out there, because there's a lot of disinformation.
Well, yeah, and most of it appears to be coming out of your mouth. I think at the end of the day, what we need to remember,
you're making money from this.
We have nearly hundreds of young girls under the age of 18 that were sexually abused and trafficked
because you are making money
Jeffrey
from
Epstein,
this.
By Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Don't forget that we have one woman who's sitting in jail, convicted.
How much money did you make from this?
Convicted of sex trafficking.
See.
And at the end of the day, I think the problem we have is that we're giving
fair game. How much have you?
Voice to people like Miss Harvey.
I'm not Miss Harvey. I'm Lady Victoria, actually.
Oh, okay, Miss Harvey. For 20 years, people have been fighting.
Anybody else have any opinions on the bourgeoisie?
These young girls have been fighting to be
fucking Christ,
heard.
Guys. If this is what you want, yeah, you got Lady Melania coming up soon.
Really?
Fighting to make sure the world.
I mean, we got First Lady Melania, right? But no, could you imagine? Could you imagine if she actually said that? I don't like it when you only call me Melania. You call me First Lady.
The world knows what happened to them.
So how much money have you made?
Just a reminder that our First Lady sounds like that.
From this.
And finally, the U.S.
Since Americans have an aversion to accents.
Government is starting to release the documents that verify what these girls have been saying all along.
The FBI just verified it's not a sex trafficking ring. Okay.
Okay. Is this the same FBI that apparently is hiding additional documents and deleting names that are in those documents?
I don't
is it
know,
the same
but that's
FBI
what,
that
that's
we're talking
what's
about?
happening. So
yeah,
it's out there.
we
Even
don't...
ABC News, which is
it's almost like the FBI is never going to be a trusted institution again. I have a feeling that if a Democrat does come back into office, it would actually benefit them to maybe not just restructure. I think that the FBI is like.
Victoria, here's what I just find completely baffling. That even with this unbelievable document
they also spoke about Virginia.
Hang on, let me finish.
Let
me finish, please.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Even notwithstanding a 3 million document dump of files, which reveal the most horrific stuff going on with Epstein, with Ghislaine,
Daddy Elo. Hey, what's up?
Maxwell, with others, you still just want to pretend there's nothing to see here. Why?
Don't forget that if you guys are members of the channel, that I do have the upgraded tiers where if you guys want to game with me off stream, you guys get my gamer tags.
I'm not pretending there's nothing to see here. I'm just stating what the FBI have come to the conclusion it was not a sex trafficking ring.
Nobody's seen that.
Which means Ghislaine is in jail.
Nobody has seen that.
For not trafficking to anybody. So she should be released right away.
She was found guilty.
But there were no clients. There was no client list, Piers. You're not understanding.
Oh, we don't understand. You know what? This chick just litigated it way better than the law or anybody that had some inside information. You know what? We should just trust Lady Victoria.
I like you a
You're
lot.
not understanding she was convicted and sent to prison.
I know. It's
Right.
very frustrating for people like you because it's
No,
just
she's a fucking dolt.
like the media.
Like I said.
Media has built it up into this huge thing. Yes, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein was a spy. Like, that is true. Like, he was working for various different intelligences. We know that. But the fact is, he was not lending out the girls to his friends.
He was.
Really?
We know that he was.
Everybody
We've
knows
seen
he
evidence.
was.
We've literally, yeah,
Your
we've
name-
seen out.
Name is the lawyer,
seen
but you
evidence.
obviously made a lot of money from this. Can you tell us what you made from?
Pep, it's been a chill vertical, but is the algo pushing the channel? Probably not, because somebody tried to fucking do that false report, but
Yes?
I already jumped on that. We're all right.
Can you tell us what you've done with Mr. Andrew? Can you tell?
That's why I got the boost this Saturday, because they were kind of evaluating that stuff, and honestly, nothing made me happier than learning that person had their accounts permabanned.
Tell us about your relationship.
So, just remember, guys, I'm not sure if you understand that YouTube TOS works both ways. So if you guys do a false report on a channel and they find that you were maliciously trying to go after a channel, you can lose your account permanently.
Relationship with him and what he's told you.
I haven't seen
Why
him
don't
in
you
many
talk
Good luck with that.
to us about what he's admitted to
I'm
you?
defending him because I know he is not guilty.
My mods and I, we all have receipts of every time that somebody's come in here and told me, because they're also that stupid.
And you know this because he told you
how do
this?
you know
and he
that?
talked to you?
And honestly, even if I, like, for instance, if I got mass reported for something, that one person saying, I reported you for this.
About it?
I know. I've been very good so far. I was right about COVID. I was right about the vaccines. I was right about BLM. I'm right about this.
You know what, Piers? Go with it. Since she was right, go with it. Since I'm sure I'm sure that you totally agree with her.
All right, Katie Nichol, let me bring you back in here. What? It's so febrile, this now.
Oh no, reported.
Scandal.
That sucks.
And the thing for the Royals
Whatever, dude. I do political content. I'm very used to it.
that's so difficult. They don't know what's left in these files to come out. They don't know how bad this could still get, even from this terrible position they're now in. It could get a lot worse. Almost every day brings new revelations. The revelation this morning that Andrew was leaking his secret information as a trade envoy for Britain to a convicted paedophile, that alone is unbelievably damaging to the reputation of the royal family. It's an act of treachery.
Well, it is, and we've all seen how it's ended up for Mandelstam, and I'm afraid that Andrew is not exempt for that. These are, as you say, new allegations. They've only surfaced today, as we know from the statement, which I think is broken while we've been on air out of Buckingham Palace. We know that the King, the Queen, all members of the royal family will cooperate with Thames Valley Police as and when they need to. The royal family.
That's how I know I've made it. I had somebody from YouTube actually get a hold of me.
As I said earlier, in a very, very difficult position. I think almost a position like
looks like we made
the rest of us. They have to wait and see what's going to happen next. Is Andrew going to go over to the States and voluntarily testify? Of course he's not. If the Met open up this investigation, then he will have to answer questions. And I think most people feel that that's exactly what he needs to do. But perhaps first, the statement that needs to come is from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, from Sandringham, expressing
That doesn't work.
some
You can change your name as many times. Your name is registered to your profile.
empathy
Your profile has a special key code, which it's kind of like an IP address.
for those victims. There is such a
So you can, change your name all you want. That's not going to do shit.
gaping hole in all of this, and that he's left
She said gaping hole.
that to other members of his family to do.
Ew.
He should absolutely be doing that. And I'm quite astonished by some of the things that Lady Victoria has said on air. I have to say, I think all of
It's Terry Hatcher wearing a doily.
our feelings and empathy need to be with those girls. When you hear how young they were, it's truly terrible.
Yeah, I'm
Piers,
afraid Victoria
I
is...
just thought of something else I would just like to put out there.
She had a thought? Oh no, guys.
Because
Get ready for this one.
Being in my position, I have been in a position where I have been able to be vocal, and that means that I've had a lot of people reaching out to me with information. A couple of months ago, I had a British girl reach out to me, and she said that her and her friend met Jeffrey Epstein in Virginia the weekend of March 10th, 2001, at the Dorchester Hotel. Virginia lured them to Jeffrey's hotel. She made the girls lie and say...
Oh, so she's making the dead girl, the one who's dead. Yeah, she's making her not only a victim, but apparently she's trying to trade her for Virginia Giuffre or for Ghislaine Maxwell. This bitch needs to fucking
say that they
I want to say something really bad.
were 18 years old. One was 13, one was 14. They actually signed NDAs with Virginia.
What good luck, Josh. I wasn't threatening you, numbnuts.
And
like, seriously, the fuck is wrong with you? Are you stupid?
David Boies paid them off. Now,
like, I could just, I don't know, ban you from my channel from engaging.
they're too scared to come out.
Well, unless you've got
Oh no, they give a fuck.
evidence for any of that.
They certainly do give a fuck.
I'm not going to just allow you to spew any cock and
it's
bull
true.
conspiracy
Now, I
theory that
believe-
you
Especially now.
come to your mind.
Once David Boies, it might take to the point where he passes away, and then I feel like the floodgates will open, and all
Well, you know
these
what?
people...
David Boies might well sue you. David Boies might well sue you over what you've just said.
Well,
it's a
these
very
girls
serious
are in
defamation.
touch with the Metropolitan Police. So what I want to tell you...
What's happening
is-
now? Prince Andrew's ex is going ham, protecting the royal family for reasons.
I'm very much in touch with the police, literally on WhatsApp.
She is one of the dumbest people I have ever heard, and that is saying something. I have listened to a lot of bullshit on this show. Holy fuck, this is a whole, like, this is next level stupidity.
And they know a lot of information that you guys are not privy to. But
Do you know what, Victoria? With the greatest respect, I think you talk utter shit.
all right.
And I'm sorry.
All right.
I've known you a long time. I think you've disappeared down a conspiracy rabbit hole that is frankly
Well, I've
repulsive.
always been right about my conspiracies. You know, you were wrong about COVID and you were wrong about the vaccine fears.
You don't give a damn about these girls. You don't give a damn about these victims. You think it's fine to smear all of them. You admit it. You proudly admit it. And I think it's
Why
shameful.
would I feel sorry for people that,
No, she's a disgusting fucking person.
that are
We now
liars?
know from these documents just how disgusting this scandal is, and yet still you come on shows like this and you're still in total denial for reasons that completely
can we
baffle
talk
me.
about the quality of girls? So Anushka DeGiorgio as an example. You know what she did?
Oh my god, here we go. Victim blaming by name.
Like, this is...
Holy fuck. Oh my god. Can somebody punt this bitch off the fucking planet, please?
Caliber of person we're talking about. Anushka DeGiorgio...
Actually, I'm not going
Holy fuck.
to let you smear them. I'm sorry. I'm
She
not.
was the
I'm
girl
just not
that
going to let
set
you do
up
it.
Tom Parker
No, I'm not going to
Bowles.
let you do it.
No,
sorry,
she
cut
did
her
it.
mic.
She did
I'm
that
not going to let you do
story.
it. I'm not letting you do it.
Wow, she cut her mic.
I'm not letting you
Epstein's
smear
lawyers
these
did.
victims
Wow, he cut her mic.
These young girls.
anymore. I'm just not going to let you do it. Just cut her off. Ollie Dugmore, this is an extraordinary scandal in so many ways. But
Well, Ollie still has to listen to her dumbass.
I mean, in your lifetime, have you ever seen anything quite like this in terms of the double-pronged threat to the real pillars of British establishment?
No, I haven't, Piers. You used Profumo as an example, as a point of reference. Profumo was a more junior appointee.
Finally. Holy
Mandelson
crap.
was. Obviously, absolutely not a member of
And that got her.
the royal
You could tell that she's definitely a little pissed about
family.
that.
Look, this might sound a slightly strange way of thinking about this, but it will make sense in the end. I've been thinking a lot these last few weeks about what being a man is, Piers, and I think one of the best things any man can do in his life is to involve himself in a child's, whether that's becoming a father or if you find a child that is growing up in a fatherless household, is to present them with a positive male role model, taking them to the football, taking them to the boxing, teaching them how to cook, teaching them how to communicate, all of these things. It's one of the best things, most meaningful things a man can do in his life. And I think it's one of the most important things that we have in our toolkit for combating the masculinity and misogyny crisis that we face in our society now. Because there is a strain of manhood in our society that views women as sex objects, not as friends, not as people. It views them as Pokemon cards, collectibles. And you see that in the emails, right? The way they talk about women is absolutely
Yeah, except I have just Pokemon cards.
Oh, I think there's,
like
there's
a healthy
Romanian
person.
you might like. I think you might be interested in this one.
Jesus.
It's disgusting. It's morally reprehensible. They're not men. They're scum. I'm sorry to use such strong language, Piers, but I think they're absolutely degenerate.
Excuse my... I beg in your pardon, sir.
The way that these people
I agree with you.
The way that these people were...
I agree with you.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. No, I was going to bring Spencer in here because also these aren't, in many cases, these victims aren't women, they're girls. They're young girls. I've got a 14-year-old daughter. These are young girls, right? Who were being passed around these rich, powerful, famous predators to use and abuse. That is what is crystal clear now from these files as more and more come out. And this is just the stuff they've shown us. We don't even know what's in the other 3 million. I mean, God knows what's in there. But it's horrific. And yet there is a lot of accountability going on in the UK. But as I said to Ro Khanna earlier, there seems to be no accountability going on in the United States. Why do you think that is?
It's despicable. It's just very frustrating. It's a different take on society.
Nobody's protecting Biden.
Because we've become so hyper-politicized.
And no, his name was mentioned in the files, but he didn't do shit. It's almost like you guys can wrap your head around that with Trump a million times, but one time Biden's mentioned. Biden's mentioned in the files!
Here in the States, between the Republicans and the Democrats, and you've got to pick a...
Yeah, it's the left's inconsistency that really makes it, politics that ridiculous.
Team, and then just defend your team regardless of what the facts show. That nobody wants to accept reality, and history will ultimately be the judge. I am very comfortable sitting in the place I am because of 20 years ago, the work I did on these cases. I can look back on that and feel proud about the advocacy I did on behalf of these young girls. I don't think that will be the same for some of the politicians and very wealthy people that are in these files now, or even the people defending them, like Lady Harvey. I think that history will look and judge them very poorly looking back on this.
Yeah, I agree. Panel, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only...
Wow. Okay, I'm actually really glad that didn't end the way I thought it would, where they were going to have, well, I'm very glad to have you here. We can agree to disagree on this, Lady Victoria, but it's just it's kind of, it is what it is. Like that was one of the more I gotta say, like one of the more absurd ones, but also one of the ones where Piers surprised me with his reaction. What a brutal woman! Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know, man. Like, what was that teacher from Harry Potter that God, she was like the worst. She comes in and takes over the head position of like the freaking wizards. I don't fucking know. I barely know that shit. I didn't see Harry Potter until way late in life. When my wife was just like, wait, you have never seen these movies? Umbridge, yeah, Dolores Umbridge. Yeah, there we go. And she's like, you never saw those movies? I'm like, no. And that was not good enough for her, so she was like, you're watching these movies.
President Trump's name is mentioned over 1 million times in the unredacted Epstein files. Why is that relevant? You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. Massive breaking news with the Epstein files, as Congressman Jamie Raskin has revealed when he went to look at the unredacted Epstein files, which, by the way, according to the law, I know laws don't matter anymore, we're all supposed to have access already to the unredacted Epstein files.
Yeah, all of us. This isn't supposed to just be like
Raskin
a secret room
and several
for
other
them.
lawmakers went for a few hours to look at the unredacted
Glad
Epstein
he brought that up. All right,
files.
I gotta pee.
President Trump's name is mentioned over 1 million times in the unredacted Epstein files. Why is that relevant? Because in the redacted garbage that has been released, Trump's name is only mentioned 38,000 times. How does that many mentions get redacted or scrubbed? We'll get to that. First, let me show you what Jamie Raskin saw in the unredacted Epstein files. Congressman Raskin told Axios in an interview Tuesday that when he searched President Trump's name in the unredacted Epstein files the previous day, it came up, quote, more than 1 million times. More than 1 million times. At least one of the files Raskin found appears to contradict what Trump has publicly claimed about his association with Epstein. We'll get to that in a minute. Trump has denied all wrongdoing in the Epstein matter, and he's maintained that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for poaching spa workers. That is also contradicted by other reporting. But let's first start. Trump's name is mentioned over 1 million times in the unredacted files. To be clear, the law, which I know laws no longer matter in the Trump regime with a corrupt right-wing extremist Supreme Court that has made him immune, but the law stated that only the victims' names were supposed to be redacted. So Trump's Department of Justice, at the behest of Trump, has already violated the law 7 ways to Sunday. But how is it that unredacted over 1 million times in the redacted slop that has been released, which, as we know, there's 3 million documents still to go. I think probably more that they're hiding, more than 3 million documents. His name only comes out 38,000 times. And why is that? YouTuber Aaron Parnas says, I just spoke with Congressman Ro Khanna, who confirmed that most of the, quote, unredacted files remain redacted because the FBI scrubbed them in March and gave the Department of Justice redacted copies. DOJ seemingly never asked for new unredacted versions. You know how Watergate is considered the biggest cover-up in American history? I actually think the Epstein files is going to make Watergate look like nothing. And by the way, the Flint water cover-up is actually bigger than Watergate. And I believe this because people actually died from Flint and are still dying from Flint. But that's another story. You could find out about it in my book, which is right behind me, We the Poison, Exposing the Flint water cover-up. But why is this important? Why was the FBI, as recently as March of last year, scrubbing through the Epstein files? And it seems that the orders they got was more to redact Trump's name over the victims. They had, there was reporting on this that there was an insane amount of FBI agents working overtime hours to go through the Epstein files, apparently to scrub upwards of 95% of mentions of Donald Trump. This is the biggest cover-up in American history. The president, can you imagine for a second if Obama, Biden had their FBI scrub their names, scrub mention of their names, nearly 1 million times for anything, much less something involving the world's most renowned child sex predator? Fox News would be calling for the death penalty. So would Steve Bannon and all the right-wing hysterical sycophants for Trump. Trump had his FBI basically destroy all the evidence, or at least black out all the evidence. And if you look at the actual percentages here, this is from Twitter here, Brian Allen. Lawmakers say Trump's personal lawyers, that's what they are, Bondi, Blanche, Patel, withheld or redacted an estimated 95% of references to Donald Trump in the Epstein files, roughly 950,000 of 1 million mentions per staff calculations. So the DOJ, I don't want to defend them, but they basically just took the cover-up and the illegal redactions from the FBI and just sent them out. That's part of why this has been so sloppy, why so many victims'
Then they
names
literally
have
just
been
said,
revealed,
"Oh, our bad."
Why meticulously you have redactions on the co-conspirators, because Donald Trump's FBI, and I think Kash Patel, in conjunction with Pam Bondi, the order number 1 was protect Donald Trump and his circle around him. How can anybody, I don't care if you're Republican, progressive, neoliberal, libertarian, politically, how can anyone at this point trust the Department of Justice, the FBI, anything having to do with Donald Trump
because that's the way that their guy gets off. Therefore, they need that to be true. So they're going to support that.
To investigate or release or distribute anything. This is the police investigating themselves, the fox guarding the henhouse on steroids. There needs to be independent special prosecutors today, yesterday.
Yeah.
And all of these documents need to be released.
Well, again, this also, this does kind of bring up like okay, if we're going to have this two-tier justice system, maybe, just maybe, we should do something that, affects these types of people. Like if you get caught trafficking on this, in this kind of way, then yeah, you should answer for it. You should have to pay a massive tax.
Yesterday, unredacted, other than...
Why don't we charge them 75% of their wealth needs to go back to the country. Otherwise, they can get the fuck out and never return.
The victims.
Just banish them.
I asked Ro Khanna when I interviewed him recently, if I or any American are subpoenaed for documents and we don't deliver them, we're going to be held in contempt and thrown in jail.
Yeah, we're going to jail.
Is there any accountability or, penalty for Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, the Trump administration for blatantly violating the law? To be honest, he didn't really answer. Well, there needs to be. There needs to be. Or else law is no longer law because there's nothing binding to the law and there's no punishment if you break the law. This also comes, by the way, as news is coming out that apparently an FBI agent under the first Trump term removed hard drives from Epstein's prison right after his quote-unquote suicide.
Info that I didn't even
from the
have.
Epstein files, an FBI document. Redacted advised that only one hard drive of the camera system was working.
Yeah, that's bad.
At the time of the incident, i.e. the suicide on August 10th, 2019. When a DVR went bad, none of the cameras recorded. There was a system failure of DVR2 on July 29th, 2019, and the motherboard failed on DVR on August 8th, 2019. The hard drive failure occurred on August 10th, the day Epstein was found unalived. Redacted recalled that there was a body alarm around 6 a.m. on August 10th, 2019, and he was one of the MCC Metropolitan Detention Center personnel who responded. Redacted stated that he was one of the personnel who briefly tried to resuscitate Jeffrey Epstein. After the incident, Redacted was asked about the cameras. There were 2 new hard drives to install in the prison camera system, but installing the new hard drives would mean that all prior data would be lost. The warden wanted video, and so Redacted was told to start working on the system, meaning the warden wanted video of Epstein's cell and what happened. Redacted started removing the bad drives in order to rebuild the DVR. Redacted advised that an FBI agent was the one who pulled out the DVR. Redacted also advised that he knew that by replacing both hard drives, the system would be wiped and that he had advised personnel of MCC of that. I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not a tech expert. Actually, I'm pretty tech illiterate, so I don't really understand hard drives, DVR, but I spoke with some folks this morning about this. Just because you remove a hard drive doesn't mean all the footage is lost. So it's not clear to me that by removing the hard drives, all video is wiped. The big thing here is, why was Donald Trump's FBI involved at all with anything having to do with Jeffrey Epstein's death? Why was an FBI agent on hand to remove hard drives or DVR? Can somebody explain?
I don't know. It's almost like Donald Trump was president.
That to me? It's the New York prison.
Wait a minute.
The Department
I got the answer. I got the answer. Biden.
If he
100%
was found suicided, which clearly, based on my reporting and others, this is not suicide, folks. 2 + 2 = 4. Isn't it pretty scandalous that Donald Trump's FBI, given what we know now about Trump's ties to Epstein, was removing hard drives or DVRs or doing anything? It seems like there's enough smoke here that either footage was partially wiped or edited, because we know there was missing footage, almost 3 minutes of missing footage. This is a scandal that's not being treated this way. It should be wall to wall, other than Fox News, who's obviously going to.
Again, this is where I say, this is where you can learn from the fucking Fox News crowd. Put on the acting face a little bit. Because if we're actually outraged about this, it doesn't even require that much work.
Cover for Trump. I also want to show you.
Like, fucking A, man.
Not just that Jamie Raskin revealed that there was over 1 million mentions of Donald Trump, but he revealed that based on the unredacted files he was able to look at, there is files in there that directly contradict, meaning Donald Trump lied about why and when he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein, which according to Raskin, he never did.
The Department of Justice has not sent forth its so-called privilege log, so it's not explained yet why there might be certain redactions that have been made. I saw one document which was an email that was sent by Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, which was the forward of an email that he had received from some of his lawyers giving an account of a conversation between Epstein lawyers and Trump lawyers and others about what had taken place during that 2009 period. It was during the period of the 2009 investigation. And Epstein's lawyers synopsized and quoted Trump as saying that that Jeffrey Epstein was not a member of his club at Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and he had never been asked to leave. And that was redacted for some indeterminate, inscrutable reason.
Because it contradicted a lie he told in public.
I know
Come on.
Seems to be at odds with some things that President Trump has been saying recently about how
why can't they just say he's lying?
It kicks Jeffrey Epstein out of his club or asked him to leave. And this
Why don't they just repeat? Yeah, he's a liar. That's what he does. He lies. He's a lying sack of shit.
Was at least one report that appears to contradict it.
This, by the way,
Jesus.
goes along with a Wall Street
Pussyfooting
Journal
around this shit.
story. Credit to the Wall Street Journal a few weeks ago that found basically a 18-year-old spa worker working at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago was sent to Jeffrey Epstein.
They beat around a bush like it's a hobby.
Mansion for.
Well, no, it's because like Sam Cedar was saying that their whole plan is don't look at me, don't look at me. I have a D next to my name. Don't look at me. Just pay attention to all the chaos that's happening with those R's. Don't look at us. Meanwhile, they don't understand that they're getting the reputation of do-nothings, which that's even worse. It's almost like they are not good at doing this politics thing anymore.
To give him a sign.
Anyone that's in the consulting class of the Democratic Party can get fucked, and they don't deserve it to have anything close to a fucking job.
Jeffrey Epstein tried to pressure her for
Get
sex
rid of him.
during the massage. She reported it to Mar-a-Lago's HR, and Donald Trump.
If I meet someone that like boldface just says, "Yeah, I'm a consultant for the the DNC," it's just like, "Oh, you're getting a swirly."
Kicked Epstein out only from spa services at Mar-a-Lago, not from attending Mar-a-Lago events.
So he literally just said, yeah, no massages for you. Because, Jeffrey, we all know what you do during massages. You know what? Don't go raping any of my masseuses, please, Jeffrey.
Epstein, for years after this, was still invited
Christ.
to Mar-a-Lago
That's
events.
the world we live in, folks, that we can just assume that this is what they do.
And Donald Trump nor Mar-a-Lago ever filed a police report on this 18-year-old employee of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago who was pressured for sex by this pedophile. And we know in the Epstein files that have been coming out, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein is making mentions of meetings with Donald Trump
Throw me on
Jr.
the front line so I
during
can
Donald
fight
Trump's
for my
first
landlord.
term. And there's indications that Epstein might have been with Trump and others on Thanksgiving in 2017 when Donald Trump was president. Donald Trump did not kick Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and there's enough smoke that they still had some type of relationship as recently as Donald Trump's first term at the end of the 2010s. This is a scandal, folks. 5-alarm fire. You don't have to have Trump derangement syndrome to recognize this is a massive cover-up, and we need all of the files unredacted. I don't care if it's a mention of Donald Trump and eating a cheeseburger at McDonald's. We need every mention of Donald Trump to see what he knew, what he knew, and if he was directly involved.
I agree. I'm going to be covering this Discord story here in a minute. But before we do that, I got something a little more fun.
So here's Asmongold, who's also another giant content creator on the right, and they're going to go full nihilism mode here. They're going to go full, fuck politics, fuck voting, fuck Trump. Like, it's all a waste of time. And I love this because of the implications of this.
Oh, really? You got a Grog and Pike from Vox Machina?
But let's take a look.
Oh, it's sick.
Look, and then we'll break it down. Here we go.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I need to find two nice D12s of all things. I need a blue one and a black one.
Told us when we wanted the Epstein files.
I looked at an Obsidian one and I was like, $200 for one dice?
We don't
I was like, no.
Need your votes anymore?
Yeah.
Hey, wish granted.
Fuck no.
Remember that?
Sure.
Remember in July of 2025 when Trump said, if you want the Epstein files, you're not a real supporter. I don't want your vote. Hey, wish granted, pal. Wish granted. You want
people said with a straight face that Asmongold knows more about politics than me.
wanted it, you got it.
Listen,
Fuck you.
I know I'm a bit of a clown, but come on.
You want to get it back on track?
Yeah.
Good luck. Call Netanyahu.
They're posting on Discord. Hell yeah.
That's the part that I love.
TikTok algorithm.
They sell us out. H-1B visas galore.
$200, goddamn.
Student visas galore.
One dice.
No mass deportations.
See, D20.
The thing Nick is advocating
It really gets me fucking pissed about
for
it.
that I agree with is that you should not accept to be slowly boiled. You should say that if you're going to boil me, let's just get it over with. Let's get it over with. And if you're willing to do that, then maybe something will change. And so that's it. No.
You know what's funny about Asmongold? Guys, I literally, look, no bullshit. I'm not sure if you guys ever noticed him. I have my own little chocobo too. That's fucking, mine's better though. He's got this, mine's the story time chocobo. So yeah, mine's better. He's got his little magic book.
Oh, and here's the thing: is that he just like JD Vance? He's not right. Well, I'm saying that this is really the issue, crazy. Right? There's such an outtake. I don't think so. And let me explain. This is really the reason why setting people on fire, accelerationism, exactly. And so, really, if you let the people that let's say you have basically. I'm trying to think of a good way to say it. Let me finish the clip and I'll talk about it.
Hey, guys, we need your help. President Trump needs more seats to keep the agenda going.
Yeah.
You know what I have to say about that? You're worried about your majority in 2026. You're worried about losing the House. Why don't you ask Bill Clinton for his vote then? Ask Bill Clinton. Ask those 600,000.
Who the fuck watches this guy?
Chinese students. Ask the H-1B workers.
Who is watching this guy going, base political takes from Asmongold?
Yep.
Ask the Israelis. Ask Netanyahu for a vote. You gave Netanyahu $20 billion. Ask him to vote for you. You gave Wall Street the corporate tax cut extension. Why don't you ask them for the vote? Ask them. Go and bother them with your campaign ads. Don't bother us, because we still have illegal immigrants in our cities. We still have rampant crime in our cities. The job market still sucks. We're not richer. Our purchasing power has not increased. Go ask somebody else, because we are not interested.
Who's got the D&D music?
We do want to burn it all down.
I'm guessing Asmon?
Correct.
So you see what he's doing? What he's doing is divide and conquer on the right. What he's doing is, well, what's even the point of voting for Trump? We didn't get everything we want, so even if you're a hardcore right-winger
yeah, that was my bad. I forgot to move.
I am, don't waste your time with him. Now, by the way, I love this because the impact is take all the groypers, take all the far right-wingers, take all the white nationalist types and tell them, hey, politics is stupid, don't even bother, don't vote for Republicans at all. And sometimes he even flirts with, if anything, voting for a Democrat is better. And sometimes even flirts with that position, right? But I love this because he's telling this massive audience of right-wingers who are very politically engaged and involved, definitely don't support Republicans, which, again, to me is hilarious because the argument is, hey, they're not right-wing enough. They're not fascist enough. They're not anti-immigration enough. And I mean this sincerely. What the fuck else would ICE have to do? How can they get further right on immigration? mass murdering literally everybody they arrest? Because right now, they're doing mass kidnappings, they're doing abductions, they're doing...
Oh, they want them to lock up the left.
Human traffickings. There's no due process. They got rid of that shit right away.
Oh, no. Kyle. You're adorable that you think that they think they're just gonna stop at immigration customs enforcement.
There's over 4,000 people literally missing.
So close.
Because of ICE. Many of them missing from Alligator Alcatraz. Remember that? There's about 40 people who've died in ICE custody, including a guy who may have...
Oh, that's WoW music. I was about to say, no, I recognize that.
At these ICE facilities, there's
Even
accusations...
though I was not big into WoW at all.
They do slavery. Literal criminals are joining ICE. They're assaulting 84-year-old...
All right, not at all. I played World of Warcraft 3. I didn't... Or just Warcraft 3.
Old liberals.
Not World of Warcraft. MMOs.
They're shooting a priest in the...
I missed out!
Face with...
I got an addictive personality when it comes to, like, long-form video games like that. That and Final Fantasy XI I could never play because I knew I would never stop.
Pepper balls. They're tear-gassing babies, running over people with cars, tear-gassing journalists and cops. They're zip-tying naked kids. They're deporting 4-year-old American citizens because they're fucking brown. Okay,
too much WoW.
They're raiding 7-Elevens and meatpacking facilities. Like, what else would they have to do for you to go, you know what?
I can't do MMOs.
That's right-wing enough.
I can't.
Like, I genuinely mean it. Like, would you...
The closest I can get is to, like, Final Fantasy games.
They just have...
And I'm not talking 11.
To mass assassinate everybody? Mass execute everybody? Like, fire up the gas chambers?
Although, the older I get, the more I'm starting to get to that point of...
Immediately, in order for him to say, okay, I think that's right.
Say that Final Fantasy 17 is an MMO again.
I don't know the answer. It's so crazy to me that this can resonate with anybody that, like, oh, Trump is not fascist enough. Like, this is the most fascist shit we've ever seen in our lifetimes. And it's like, nope, not enough.
Hey, Bandit, what up, dude?
Okay. But again, I love the impact of this because what it does is it makes these people
Hope you had a good evening.
Disengage. It makes them not vote. It makes them not actually get involved in politics. And
2 minutes.
That's good. Every right-winger, every fascist, yes, go take up a different hobby. Fucking go get...
Yeah, except I have a theory about Nick Fuentes. He is seeing that he's not doing as well as when Biden is in office because grievance politics sells. Trust me, I've noticed it with my channel. I have said this. I don't think I would be where I'm at had Kamala won.
Interested in pogs or yo-yos or Pokemon.
Did he just say pogs? Dude, me and my wife, we just went through her stuff. We just found her pog maker.
Or anime, or...
Which, yes, she has a pog maker.
Or comic books, or whatever the fuck you want. Just not this. Not this. So thank you, Nick.
I love comics.
Thank you,
Asmongold.
We appreciate this shit.
And Pokemon
You don't
cards.
want our vote? Wish granted. You're not getting
And Gundam. And Warhammer.
it this time.
I think that there's a lot of young men and young people in America that are sick of a managed decline.
Pogs are great. You know what?
That is...
I was all right at playing the damn game.
What Nick is talking...
Once you get the hang of using the slammer, and, like, obviously not everybody knew how to play, so it was like...
By the way, how would... If Trump was...
But I was one of the reasons that it got banned from my school because they saw that we were gambling with them. Because they saw at recess that...
More right-wing and was more fascist.
We had a situation where somebody lost their main pog, and I was like, well,
which is what both of these
fair
guys want.
fair.
How would that fix the managed
happy
decline? It would only
420,
speed up the decline.
Screen
And by the way,
smoke this
Asmongold goes on in
awesome
this clip
pepper.
at the end to say, he didn't even fucking do regime change in Iran. Which, by the way, Fuentes has the opposite position on that. He doesn't want the regime change in Iran, but obviously Asmongold does. But the point is, hey, right-wingers, you're getting your way right now. But if you got your way anymore, we would just further be plunged into irrelevance and the destruction of the U.S. empire and the next Great Depression. Like, how do you not see that? The way to actually fix this country is to arrest the Epstein class, the corrupt fucking billionaires, lock them all up, tax billionaires out of fucking existence, take that money and redistribute it and make it so everybody has health care, everybody has education, raise the minimum wage, let everybody join a fucking union, right? This is how you fix this country. Medicare for all, free
I have a copper slammer.
college, living wage, ending
Looks like a big penny.
the wars, Green New Deal,
The backside is Two-Face's scratched upside.
right? End the corruption completely. Arrest
I gotta find all my fucking my pogs and stuff.
the Epstein class. This is what you do. Give people freedom. actually give people freedom. Like, stop fucking with gay people, stop fucking with trans people, be pro-immigrant because it's actually good for the country. We are literally a nation of immigrants, and this country is way better off.
Wow, I just got ripped.
With immigrants.
Thank you again, Tinkerbell. That bowl is quite amazing. Also, did I show you guys, like, just if you haven't seen it, Tinkerbell sent this for my wife. Unimoogle is going to love it.
So that's how you would actually fix the country and stop the managed decline. But what they're saying is, no, we need a faster decline.
I'll put it in like a little basket for her Valentine's Day.
I know Trump already bombed like 7 countries. He should bomb 14.
I'll tell her you gave it to her, though.
This is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. I know he's already, rounding up a bunch of people and sending them to concentration camps.
Yeah, some of the slammers were jagged and they would destroy pogs.
He needs to send more of them and fire up the gas chambers. This is the argument, right? These people, man, they are fucking gonzo. They are gonzo. At least when Jimmy Dore did his, like,
It's so cool.
Holier than thou shtick. I'm purer than all the
I
other
can't
lefties.
get over it.
At least
It is.
he was actually saying, like, hey, you guys don't fight hard enough for Medicare for all, right? This is like, no, I need gas chambers now.
Like,
Where are the fucking gas
so
chambers?
cool, man.
And I think that he's completely right about this. They are sick and tired of being told that they need to accept. And
she's gonna go nuts over it. I can't wait.
They need
I'm gonna take a video of her reaction, send it to you, Tinkerbell.
to tolerate a managed decline whenever, a bunch of Chinese students are coming into America and going to universities.
Oh, the Chinese students are the decline of America. Are you kidding me? What he's about to fucking find out is we're having brain drain like we've never had it before because of Trump's fucking cracking down on
I hate to say this. I was one of like the ones that got into Beyblade like kind of late.
immigration because of the saying fuck you.
Because I was like, wait a minute. This is kind of cool. Like the way that like it had the tray and you use the Beyblade.
You're the best and the brightest. What's going to happen now?
I like the fact it wasn't a card game. It was an actual dueling game.
Is you're going to get your way, bitch. There's going to be not many people from overseas coming into this country, and medical research in this country is going to take a massive hit. Scientific research is going to take a massive hit. We're not going to get the inevitable patents on the new drugs that cure diseases, all because your dipshit ass
Asmongold lost it, should have stayed in his lane.
is fucking xenophobic and bigoted. So congratulations, you're going to get your way, and the result is going to be we're all going to be
the fact that he just kind of like skipped being on the right and going alt-right.
Worse off for it, you dumb.
And then he's like, oh, I'm going to just do groiping. It's like,
bitch.
Meanwhile, American students are being sent to trade schools and McDonald's.
Oh, you know what? Here, I'll find a video.
This seems a little bit unfair. And
first of all,
I remember that there was this.
There's big differences.
It was an early YouTube video of Beyblade.
There, right? McDonald's like a minimum wage
that's
job.
what
By the way,
got
don't
me into
disrespect those people. They should get paid more. But trade school that's legitimate. Studying to become an electrician, studying to become a plumber. This is part of the problem. This is a snotty elitist attitude. Looking down on somebody who goes to trade school, that's one of the few remaining ways to earn an honest fucking living in this country. And you're going to fucking sneer at them and be disrespectful to them?
So really, oh wow, we're doing mass deportations. Not enough. Not enough. Why did you let these animals in Minnesota run wild for over a month?
The animals are the fucking ICE Gestapo, you unshowered fuck. They're the motherfucking degenerate.
Unshowered fuck.
Who are going around busting people up, shooting them in the face, fucking ripping families apart, not even destroying the Constitution and not abiding by the Constitution.
This is why I love Kyle. I will say this much, man. When he drops those bangers,
because they're not.
When like the Nancy Mace one, when he said, "That's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch."
They don't have the warrants they need to go into these houses that they're illegally going into. I can't believe he has the nerve to say this. The animals in Minnesota are not the Minnesotans. The animals in Minnesota are not the immigrants. They're the good guys. The bad guys are the ones covering their fucking faces like little bitches as they do a terror spree and they illegally occupy the entire city. Fuck this guy, man. Fuck this guy.
Damage the public goodwill.
No, Kyle's funny. No, this is why I continue watching his stuff. His commentary sometimes annoys me. But yeah, when he goes into dark Kyle, I love it.
Get 2 Americans killed just because you were afraid of enacting the actual law.
Kyle he reminds me of a guy that if he smoked and liked it, he would be a little bit cooler. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't be as brotastic and just like he really did he was an Abercrombie douche. He was one of those guys. Like he was super into the preppy kid shit.
People voted on you to apply the law.
If I had to take this back to high school, which makes sense for us because we are the same age.
You apply
Kenzie.
The law.
They're breaking the law on a daily basis. We've never seen a crime spree like the ICE Gestapo thugs have done. But he defines
look at him.
Whatever they do as the law, and whatever the immigrants do as evil and bad and wrong, because he's a fucking idiot.
I'm pretty sure he owned half of a Hollister.
He's a dipshit. He's an authoritarian. He's a bootlicker. He loves the Jack.
I mean, I would. Well, let's see.
Thugs,
no, because Brian Tyler Cohen's the Abercrombie kid.
They're not at his motherfucking door.
Ooh. We could play high school.
But be careful what you wish for, son. Because you open the door.
All right, we're doing fun half stuff. Before we go to the next thing, I want to do a fun half bit where we figure out in what clique some of these guys would be.
Authoritarianism. There's going to come a time when your people are not in charge.
All right, yeah, because Crystal would be a popular girl.
Maybe they'll be knocking on your door. Now, won't they?
Maybe even Cheer Squad.
And it's going to be at that time that you'll realize, civil liberties. That's actually
Let's see. Emma. Actually, Emma would probably be sitting at that table with her.
It's actually good to have constitutional rights. Jesus Christ. We don't need...
I have a feeling like Michael, Kyle would be like friends. Like Michael Brooks and Kyle would be friends.
To watch the rest of it. But
Mockler would be the nerd.
Get the gist of it. I shouldn't even be yelling.
And somehow I would hang out with every single one of them. I would hop from table to table.
At them right now. Because at the end of the day, they're helping us.
Because I would literally be selling to Crystal.
They're helping us. They're telling all the
Kyle. Well, no, because Kyle, he's not really a user, but I know she was.
All the young right wingers. Hey, stay home. Hey, don't vote. Hey, don't even be
Anna Kasparian, actually.
Involved politically.
Oh God, I hate to say this.
I agree.
Anna Kasparian at that point, she strikes me like she would have. What do you think? No, not Mean Girls. Because she seemed like she might have been nerdy.
Every right winger in this country.
Okay, sounds like a fun game. I'm already in it. Like, let's just keep going.
Motherfucking stay home. Don't do shit. Sit on the couch. Eat some potato chips. Watch TV. Pop on
Straight up Mean Girl?
Flicks.
All right. Anna's a Mean Girl.
Whatever you got to do, bro. Whatever you got to do. Go get a job doing something somewhere. Like, I hope you have an all right life. I hope you get your...
All right, so here. Now, I'll finish.
Your bills paid for and all that stuff. I hope, everything's fruitful from now until forever for you. But, yes, bitch, stay home.
Stay home. Okay. All right, so I'm going to keep Kyle on the background here. He'll be my background. I like the freeze frame. All right. All right, so we're in political YouTube high school. Or, let's see, what would it be called? What would our high school be called? All right, somebody has to brainstorm this while I keep going here. Emma, captain of the volleyball team. I like it. Anna would be the captain of the volleyball team. I'd be hanging with Matt Binder, but he would be chastising me about how I smoke too much, and then I embarrass him at the punk shows. I swear to God, I hung out with somebody that was just like that. He was my drummer for a while. I have never talked about the fact that I was in a band. Not that I really want to, because it was like, totally high school in a band. Like, hey, I have a Persian rug and a drum set. I played bass. And we sucked. We played a lot of, oh my God. Let's see. Oh, I hate to admit this. You're gonna make fun of me. Y'all are gonna make fun of me. Fuck it. I'll go for it. We played a lot of Blink-182 because, yeah. Whatever. I love Blink. You know what? Blink is awesome. I can say that now. But I got called a poser a lot because they were like, wait, you're going to a Blink-182 concert? Poser. I'm like, but it's a good show. I saw them with Incubus, dude. That was such a good fucking show. Oh, I mean, I have my guitar upstairs, yeah. Oh, yeah, Blink was awesome live. I got to see them during the Take Your Pants Off and Jacket tour. That was also the CD that my mom threw out because she found it and she was like, hey, you didn't think I'd get this? Well, this is going in the garbage. Crack. It's like, oh. She also broke $3 bill, y'all, by Limp Bizkit. Because it had a track called Stink Finger, and she's just like, I'm not comfortable with that. You don't even know what that is. And I was just like, I feel like all of Incubus songs were sexual. Yes, they were all about fucking. So, dude, it's like the Deftones. You ever met a Deftones couple? Dude, Deftones couples are fucking uncomfortable to be around. They are totally the quintessential like pineapple couple, where it's just like, hey, I saw you from across the bar. Are you think my wife is hot? It's just like, huh? You like Deftones? Oh god. I watched you change. Primus is dope. Tool. No, dude, Tool's one again. Maynard, when Maynard had some accusations come out, that one, I still to this day have some problems because I'm just like, he's got some shit, but fucking goddamn it, A Perfect Circle. It's one of the best projects that Maynard's ever done. I actually like Perfect Circle more than Tool. I know, hot take, but god damn, it's so good. And Pusifier's not even bad. I saw Pusifier at a small bar in Rockford, Illinois. It was dope. He did a fucking country set. Like halfway through, he did a fucking country set, and I was not prepared for that. Yeah, Maynard James Keenan is a fucking... He's an odd duck, man. You know what? But... all those small things. Yeah. Wait, what I miss about Maynard? Oh, there was an accusation that he did something inappropriate with a fan on a bus during the Me Too thing. And Nima! Oh my god, dude. That's one of the good ones. That's one of the good ones. Man. I wish I could play music on YouTube. It's always these moments when we're talking about this stuff that I'm like, damn. I mean, when you're rich and famous, chances are you will have false accusations. Yeah, but there's also the ones that, it's like, when there's enough. Like, Bill Cosby was the one where I was just like, 80? I'm sorry. 80? 80. Like, yeah, Mr. Huxtable, go to jail. Yeah, man. Okay, so MJ, I got into like a argument with a friend of mine. Actually, he's like he's my Trump friend, which I did not expect this from him, by the way, because we were talking about, like, at halftime, he's like, yeah, you remember the MJ halftime show? I was like, yeah, it was pretty dope. But I'm like, yeah, I'm having a hard time with the art, like separating the art from the artist with this one. And he was just like, really? You just, I'm like, I mean, I can listen to his music and just, like, still jam. Like, Thriller is just objectively a fucking good song. But it doesn't take away from if you sit, like, too long and you're just like, oh, Michael Jackson. I don't know, man. There was a few too many of those, like, Neverland Ranch stories where you're just like, I mean, oh boy. So, yeah. I don't know. But he was just like, yeah, dude, he was set up, and then he even says, like, yeah, something happened where he pissed off the music industry, and that's why he's gone now. Remix of Ignition. Okay, yeah, I could give you that. The whole story sus. I mean, it's just, yeah, see, I've had other people, like, that's what I mean. Like, my buddy, I almost said his name. Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was just like, plenty of kids have come out and said nothing happened. Yeah, but see, that's where I was going with this, is there are enough to assume the other side of that, where it's just like, there's a lot, man. And some of those fucking stories where you're like, well, that was a lot of detail, and then you're just like, that was also a lot of cooperative detail. It's like, oh shit. I don't know. Think he should have listened to the song "Man in the Mirror." Wonder who that is. What's up, man? Ever tell you which is my favorite element? Wait, which element is my favorite? Water. I like water. Water's a fucking dope-ass element. Why am I not getting enough video? Wait, what's going on here? CPU usage. The fuck? How? I'm not using anything. The hell? Oh. Oh, I am. Hold on. Okay, wait a second. Alright, we'll close that. And then, give me 1 sec. I gotta fix something. I forgot that I left my stuff on. Not advised while you're doing a stream. There we go. Got it. Okay. It's your friend's band. Wait. Element 117? Nice. Hey, if they want their music, or if they want their music played, if they would allow their music to be played, I'd very much like to do that for them. I think that'd be dope. Wait, why he only wore one glove? Wait, Mr. Comment. Oh, zombie head bunches of dead. All right. So, back to the topic at hand. All right. We're doing leftist high school. Actually, just political high school, because yeah, we should include some right wingers in this. We already know how this would go. All right, so we figured out that Emma Vigeland would be captain of the volleyball team. We figured out that Anna would totally be a mean girl. Crystal would be captain of the cheerleading squad. Sam Cedar is the dean. I like it. He's already a teacher. I appreciate that. That's good. I was about to say Hassan. I'm not sure how he is at sports. He strikes me like he would be like captain of the basketball team specifically. But also, you know, part of the politics. Like he would also be like class president or some shit. Let's see. That would mean that Jank would have to be in the teacher realm, right? Like, he would be that weird history teacher that you're just like, you're very inconsistent in your values. I had one of those. Yeah, I think Jank would be a history teacher. Or social studies. Hassan is bad at basketball. Oh shit! So he would just be the cool guy in the hallway, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't cool in high school. I had like a dual identity. It was fucking weird because at my school, no, I was not cool. I was a class clown like a motherfucker, and also simultaneously very mysterious because I didn't want anybody to really know me. Because, yeah, you spend enough time with the same people from, like, kindergarten. Once you get to high school, you're just like, fuck you. Like, fuck you all. People were always just like, did you date anybody from your school? I'm like, no. Oh, no. By that time, it was into, like, oh, that's, like, my sister. Like, that's weird. Or, like, you know, I know people will be into that weird family stuff, you know, in the Bible. But that was one thing I was always just like, what the fuck, man? No, I know these people way too well. I don't. And yeah, I don't like them. Let's see. Ole. Yeah, always cool, but has top grades. Yep. Yeah. She would always, let's see, she's one that would come, visit, where it's just like, hey, it's like circle. All right. I know that's where I'd be. Like, I already know my place. As I said, I would be everywhere. I would just be like, hey, hey, what's up? We going? Circle? Hacky sack? Who wants the hack? Let's go. I brought the backpack. Let's do it. When I bring the backpack, it's on, because that's when I'm busting out the, oh my God. So at one point they were doing construction at my school, and this is a true story. I was stupid because, I didn't get caught. But man, I look back on this, I'm like, I got very, very close to getting caught. But I had a special binger that I brought with me. And during the day, because we knew that, we knew the dude's schedule. So by the time that we went out it wasn't like a recess, it was like an outdoor lunch thing. But when we would go out, the construction guys already went home. So I would go to my car, I'd grab my backpack, I'd run in to into the porta potty, and I would just leave it there, and we would take turns, and I may have made some money that way too. But yeah, I had everything in that backpack. That backpack was ready to go because it had the binger. It had obviously the stuff that you had to pack with it. It had multiple lighters, and then you had Ozium, cologne. I had some perfumes in there, for my for the ladies, just in case. Which ended up getting used more than the cologne, surprisingly. It was the Axe body spray that always got. Dude, we would walk into class just smelling like an Axe commercial, which every one of our teachers was just like, eh. You told us that we needed deodorant. We took it very literally. Oh man, that was a good time though. Because there are the few people in my school, the second that they caught on, they were just like, you? It's like, yeah. I didn't always have hair like this, by the way. I had short, spiky hair. Someone plays ball when they mention Ozium. Hey, what did I say? I'm a pro. Anyone remember the Axe chocolate spray commercial? No, it really doesn't function as an antiperspirant at all. No, it functioned as a deodorizer, which my gym teacher got really mad at us one time. I'll never, dude. This was 7th grade. After gym class, my gym teacher just kind of does this thing where he's just like, all right, I didn't want to have this conversation with you guys. I thought we were on the same page here. But this, and he holds up the little can of Axe body spray that we had. He's like, this does not help you with antiperspirant. And we're just like, huh? What's antiperspirant? It's like, it says deodorant. It's like, this is not deodorant. He's like, this is deodorizer. It's like, oh, that's when we learned the difference. Because he was just like, this just makes you smell like balls and ass. or balls and axe. And then he's just like, this? And he holds up a stick of degree and chucked it at us. He's just like, this is what you need. Yeah. Going to a small school was also funny. Backpack. All right. Dude. Hey, whatever. I own it. Have I changed that much? Not really. God, I wish one of these days, man, when my wife is not working for a company that doesn't allow her to be front facing, that will be fun to have her on here so we can kind of reminisce about that shit. Because, yeah, we've known each other a long time, man. I met my wife when we were 16. And, yeah. Long time. Supposedly aluminum doubles your chances of dementia. I'll take my chances. Oh, really? What study did that? Is that real? Is that a real thing? No way. That can't be a real thing. All right, let's see. I want to see a Beyblade.
OMG!
Yeah. In the high-tech XR stadium for the first time.
Rounds we had throughout this BGs, and we're going to celebrate.
Oh man. Yeah, just so you know. All right, here. I'll show it real quick. All right, so this is Beyblade. Not sure if you guys... I think that most of y'all knew what it was, but this game was fun as shit.
Enough airtime to send you up there.
Yo, you set me flying.
What?
Yeah. You do like a best out of 5. It's a good time. Like I said, it was like one of those games that like had an anime and all that shit, but like I don't know, it was an actual game. Damn, I've only lived a pretty solo life. The shit stains on the toilet. Ooh, that's gross. Jesus, dude, clean up after yourself. What's wrong with you? I've only been a bit envious of people like you who met their spouse in high school. I'm on my own. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. But, like, I knew her for a few years before we actually dated. Like, I've told the story where I used to sell to her boyfriend. No siblings, no cousins, no women. It's quiet. Oh, Josh. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? I know that, like, the loneliness thing. I hate to do the Joe Rogan bit, but it's like, that's a real thing. Loneliness sucks. Being lonely does suck. You know? I've had, like, little bits of that recently, just because, like, my wife being in, like, that medical isolation, that sucked. Not seeing her for over a month, that was rough. But, especially during the holiday where I was like, oh, this is the holiday where, you know, kind of missing my mom, and it was a lot. But I'm proud of myself. I made it through. I'm gonna give myself my my stars on that one, because I'm lucky I have family around me. Yeah, you are. Yeah, my family's all over. I'm close to my family, just like, we just talk, though. Like, you know, my dad will call me every other day or so. Sister, same. You know, we talk all the time. But I don't get to see them as much as I want because they all moved all across the country. So. Alright. I didn't finish the bit, though. Yes, pep talk. Yeah, I do. Live up to the name. Josh, you should join me at the local clubs of activities you enjoy. Or join local clubs. Honestly, card games, man. I'm telling you. You'd be surprised at who you meet through just playing card games. I've met some fucking amazing people. I have forever friends that I met playing D&D with. Like, I took a chance and just started playing D&D with this random group of guys that were getting together at a comic shop. I've been playing D&D with those guys for close to 10 years now, so even in a crowd I feel distant. I'm all right. Oh, I mean, women aren't some, it's not like they're to afford. Like, yes, dating is a thing, but I don't know, man. Once you get to a certain age, it's about personality, and it's about just vibing. You know, if you guys can't vibe on like $8 sandwiches and fucking, you know, a couple bowls, I don't know, then that ain't the one for you. But, you know, I kind of feel like if I were to offer dating advice here, which again, as a married dude, probably not the best at giving this advice, but I'm gonna just say, if it was me, That's how I would do it. I'd just be like, all right, I know that like dating's great and all, but I know this really great sandwich place. And I also got some, I got some really, really gooder. Down for a good time. And then just see where it goes. I have given friends this advice and it worked out, so maybe it works out for you. You just gotta not be afraid too, man. Like, just dude, life is short. Shoot your shots. Just don't be creepy about it. Like, once they say no, or that's the funny part is when they say yes, and you're like, huh? That's what happened with me and my wife, where I was just like, well, I mean, I had a vibe, but damn, it's like it actually worked. Someone to go to the shows with. You guys call each other every other day? I try. Like, my sister, I'd say we're on average, like, 2 to 3 times a week. My dad, though, yeah, he calls me every other day just to check up on me. My dad, he's a bit rough around the edges, but yeah, no, I'm lucky. You know what? I'm very lucky, so heard my viewpoints. No, I'm not like anyone too cynical and nihilist rubs off on people around me. Yeah, it sucks. Have you tried not doing that? Sorry. I'm only laughing because I understand how condescending that is. It's like, have you tried not being you? Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe, just maybe, it's time that you change that, or like you try some change. This. I'll just say, if there's one bit of bullshit out there, it's that people can't change. Fuck off. People change a lot. Fuck. I have. All right. Well, then. Nah, it's all right. Make sure your ass doesn't touch the seat. Oh, man. Used to play dominoes all the time with my homies and their fams. Yeah, I mean, I still see, like, my friends' families, though. Just this Christmas, I spent I spent Christmas with a friend that I have known since I was 8. And yeah, his mom has kept that place the same since we were kids. Like, that was wild, dude. That was so wild. I remember telling you guys, because that's when I came back with the magazines, with the Nintendo Powers and all that. I was just like, dude, if those Nintendo Powers are still sitting in that closet, I swear to God. And there they were. Tried to view things in a more positive light. Yeah, man. Forest for the trees. Exactly. Yeah. It costs nothing to be positive, man. It really does. Like, you can always change your perspective. What's up? S70 Ghost. What's up, man? Haven't seen you in a minute. How you been? Never actually sat on the... You just hovered. Nice. God, I've missed Chill Chat. Yeah, me too. This is always fun. Yeah, sorry, Natch. Sorry. Hey, Squishmallow. Look at that. I'm glad to see you. How are you? Oh, man. Actually, you guys will be happy. What's up? Come here. Come say hi. Say hi. Yeah. You gotta come say hi. Pay the cat toll. Pay the cat tax. Yo. Yeah. I've been good. I've been chilling with the kitty. Been lurking while you work. Oh, nice. Appreciate that. Oh, you gonna lay down? Oh. Maybe in a minute. Catzilla. It is the Catzilla. He's so good. The Executioner's cat tax. I'm trying to think, did I miss anybody though from this? We were playing political commentary high school, where we were taking like a whole bunch of big names from the political commentary space and trying to figure out where they fit into like high school cliques. I'll give up on the bit after one more time, but I feel like I'm missing like something big here. Because yeah, I brought up Brian Tyler Cohen. He's the Abercrombie kid. Brian Tyler Cohen, I don't know. Maybe. I think he'd be like the, varsity star, but our varsity sucks. You know what I mean? Like he gets the Letterman's jacket and, but they've only won one game. Mike Figueredo. I think that he would be in the same group as Binder, actually. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore would be the janitor. Jimmy Dore would be the janitor. Yeah, Lance would be a lacrosse jock, but also somehow, some way, simultaneously be the head of the oh my god, the AV club. Wait, Dora's the kid who thinks nobody can tell him he's hiding. Fuck, that Sprite bottle. He was the. Oh wow! You know what? You might have nailed that one. Hold on, that's good. What's the cat's name? Leto. Leto the second. Well, he's technically Leto the first, but because Leto the second is technically he becomes the God Emperor in Dune, so that's why I want him to yeah. Am I a prepper? What? I'm a pepper, not a prepper. Hey, we got a new catchphrase. All right. Run with it. Fun half here. Whoop, whoop. Yep. Fun half. Indeed. God, this is the fun half. And you know what? I needed this. First day back, and I needed this. This is exactly what I needed. I do have one more Piers Morgan video, though. It's that one with Megyn Kelly, where him and Megyn Kelly apparently, like, go at it. So, I might save that for tomorrow, though. Dora's too incompetent to do actual work. You know. When you're right, you're right. All right. So we got the stand cam. I gotta turn it, though, into the cat cam. Let's go here. There we go. You get yes, such a good kitty. Such a good kitty. Do I like Piers Morgan? Not really. I'll admit that he's like good at what he does, but like him as a personality, no. I think he's a net negative on like the world at large, so but doesn't mean that he's not entertaining. So Megyn let the racism flow through her. Oh shit, really? Ooh. Now I kind of want to watch that. Ben Shapiro has never seen. He just lives in the locker. Oh, yeah. Back to that. Okay, so, let's see. Dean and Parker. Freshman on, yep, Spirit team. Yes. Big time. Okay, yeah. So, we'd be seniors in this regard. I like that. Although, I think I might be a junior. No, I'd be a junior in this one. Although, wait, that means Kyle's a junior, too. Me and Kyle would be the same class, and oh, that makes sense. He would have a crush on Crystal because she's the senior girl. Hey, all right, I like that. Hate to say it, but Emma would also. I think Emma would be a sophomore. No one even locked it in there. He just prefers it. He gets shoved in a locker. I actually prefer this a lot. This is my new safe space. Thank you, guys. Meanwhile, we all know where Tim Pool would be. Ironically, he would be the skater kid. You know, I won't take that away from him, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't have been, still Tim Pool. So, I have a feeling that Tim Pool would have gotten swirlies. That's where all his hair went. It was all the toilets that sucked it off his head. Let's see. Yeah, we already did Lance. Lance is... Francesca. Actually, yeah, where were Francesca? Theater club. Francesca would be like the theater, the theater girl. Funny, but also like does like the whole can sing, can like do the plays and all that shit. Tim is the skater kid who wasn't invited to smoke sessions. I can actually like confirm that. I think that's why he didn't like me. Anyway, Alexander, have a good one. I will catch you later, man. Thanks for hanging. Who got expelled in this? Me. Me for ripping bingers in the porta potty. Now, the question is, who got caught with me? Oh, you know what? This might be a little bit of wishful thinking. But like a Jamie Peck, I could see us getting caught, and I'm not saying for like other stuff. I'm saying, smoking, and then they would think for other stuff, and I'd just be like, eh? And she'd be like, no. It's like, oh. Who got expelled? I could actually see Jamie Peck actually might be the one to get expelled. No, Miki would be the girl that's always in the front with her arm raised, ready to answer that question. The teacher's pet, possibly also fucking the teacher. Oh, that's disgusting. I miss Jamie. She was good. Yeah, she was. No, she was really, really good. Trying to think though. I feel like I'm missing someone. Ooh. Esh, I know which one you're saying that to. The Vanguard boys, they would totally be in my circle, but I also put them in that freshman class. Actually, maybe sophomores. Yeah, we'll do that. Pastor Ben. Oh yeah, Pastor Ben. There we go. Pastor Ben would. What would his class be? Billy and Billy would write the school paper gossip column. All right, I like that. Definitely running for school council. Yeah. No, Miki's definitely running for school council. Taylor Lorenz is the editor of the school paper. I know I'm missing somebody here. Vosh. All right, where would Vosh be in this? Pastor Ben's debate club head. Oh, yes, with Destiny, his student that drives him fucking absolutely... Oh, you know what? Vosh and Destiny could be the debate kids. Actually, no, it'd be Andrew Wilson in Destiny at that point. Because we got to include some right-wingers, like I said. So Andrew Wilson, yeah. I think we're, like, not too far off in age. Let's see. Vosh is the weird guy with the point sometimes. So, he has a point. Oh yeah, he's here. Andrew Wilson smokes in the bathroom. I could see it. Oh man. This This has been fun. For real, I didn't think that we were gonna like, go this deep into the bit, but I'm enjoying it. This is cool. Did I actually get expelled? Hey, shut up. We don't need to talk about my past. I'm coming back. All right. We'll go back to set. Oh, look at him. Staring at his camera. Are we building lore? Oh, Pep is the guy who debated on Speakeasy? Yeah, that's me. Destiny gets expelled for having S on the bus? Alex Jones is the deranged PE teacher. You nailed it. You nailed it. Joe Rogan would be the wrestling coach. Yeah, all right. You nailed it. I don't think I missed anybody. Tim Dillon is the senior class clown guy. Gotta go. Night, Mitchell. Take care. Yeah, we're just hanging at this point. Also, I'm gonna open these Pokemon cards. Oh yeah, you know what? I never did this. Hold on. Even though it's fun half, I do kind of want to cover what I wanted to cover. Because, yeah, this Discord thing is going to suck. But I also feel like I can cover this tomorrow. Because, yeah, we're looking at the end of net neutrality again. Which, I know. I feel like we run into this whole, scenario a lot. Where they're just like, oh, yeah, we're going to do away with net neutrality because we just feel like the companies are really getting fucked over on this one. Ooh, battle cage, hell yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. You got a full art. Woo! Nimble. Little bug Pokemon. Nimble, a bug Pokemon. You can find him in the Kanto region. Actually, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Oh, that's cool. Full arts are always neato. Ew. Tucker's. Oh yeah. Tucker's teacher's pet. Well, that would make letter hack. Oh, yeah. Letter hack would just be part of the art department. He's just that guy where it's just like, hey, Matt, you want to come smoke? It's like, huh? It's like, no? All right. Gotta finish this project. It's like, oh, okay. I kind of feel like it's that way in real life. I don't think he partakes. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Should probably ask him. Never really thought to, but probably should. Hannity teaches drama class. Wait a minute, that's a poll. Nobody. Wait, that's the kicker though. He's not good at it. It's like, Mr. Hannity, why are we doing Springtime for Hitler again? Jordan Peterson is the comatose school trustee. I was good. Yeah, comatose. Yeah, school trustee. That works. Or I was gonna even say school counselor because those are pretty, useless. So. Lesson 1, how to make that stupid fucking incredulous face. What does Candace do? She would be in the same class as Emma. So sophomore? Oh, she makes up shit about all the other girls in the class and they all hate her. Yeah, she fights out the girls. Yeah, but she doesn't actually fight. Yeah, Pearl. Now, Pearl. Oh, wait a minute. You're throwing a curveball with Pearl. I mean, when I'm saying throwing a curveball, I mean she is playing softball all fucking day there, son. You don't got that butch-ass body and not fucking playing center field. Anyway. I feel like we've run through the gamut there. I mean, Erica Kirk could be in there, I guess. No! Oh, that's funny. Tinkerbell, scary, accurate there. Pearl is the girl that everyone thinks will come out after graduation. You see her at a 10-year school reunion, and it's like, oh, Pearl. Oh, you're not. You're not gay. Oh. Oh man. Yo, that was shade. That was fucking wow. Just gotta say, that was not a Pep Talks original there. That was definitely sponsored by chat. Fucking wow. I still. Oh man, Candace runs her own alternative school paper by using her parents' money. I could see this. Candace started the Aliens Are Among Us club, and it's hers. A whiteboard, tinfoil, colorful imagination, plus no one likes her, but she's rich, so they tolerate her. Oh, they tolerate her because she has fucking Teddygrams at her house and Gushers. It's like, oh, wait a minute, you got them good snacks. It's like, you got mini muffins? I guess I could be part of the fucking alien club. How often we meet at your house? Every Thursday? All right. Bring my backpack. Candace, why do your friends take all the Gushers? I don't know, Mom. I'm just popular. Oh, man. I think that we got through it. Because, yeah, I can't think of anybody else. Who am I missing? David Dole. David Dole is the foreign exchange kid. He just happens to be really good at hockey, too. Where it's just like, oh, you're stereotypical. Okay, you're one of those Canadians. Cool. Not sure if he's actually any good at hockey. Definitely like to check a game out with him, though. Benny Johnson. Well, Benny Johnson is the guy that makes fun of all of us, but we all know what's up with Benny. We all know. We don't even gotta fucking do nothing about it. We did Bender, but there's others. Yeah, I mean, there's. Oh yeah, Matt Leck. Matt Leck would literally be the head of like the young communists in our, or well, I'm not sure if there is that, but you know, I don't know, like a revolutionary party in our high school. Like I could see him totally just being like, you know, wearing the Che Guevara t-shirt. Not like I didn't, but yeah, I think we got it. Unless I missed like somebody just overt. Brandon Sutton. Oh yeah, I forgot about Brandon Sutton. let's see. What would Brandon be doing? Because I know he's a little athletic, but he's also like super nerdy. Yeah, no, he'd be that guy. He would be that, like, you know, after football practice, comes and plays some D&D. I don't want to miss anybody just in case this, like, for some reason gets back to them. Where it's just like, hey, I'm trying to be as, like, fair here, too, as I can be. Let's see. Actually, I think that Emma, she would be the captain of the volleyball team, but simultaneously would also come and play Pokemon at the lunch tables. Where it's just like, oh, she knows how to throw down on some Pokemon, too. Oh, left past 10, yeah. Jake would be... I think he would just be part of my friend crew. Actually, I kind of think that most of us would just be that crew. We all have our certain personalities, but it's like, oh yeah, you know, the weird people. That's probably how they see us, too. You know, all the bigger names. It's just like, ah, you guys, you know, we love you, but... Icky, no girls allowed. Oh, yeah, John Adirola. Yeah, we forgot about John Adirola. Board, like, well, did they have a board game club? No, we had like a typing class. He would be the dude that's the best at typing class. That guy is so good at typing. Let's... Yeah, the Stranger Things. Yeah, no, that's what I feel like we would be, is the Stranger Things clique. Sandy and Letterhack would be chill teachers. Yeah. Wait, I keep forgetting. Yeah, Matt is a little bit older, so yeah. Sandy would be like a dope ass teacher. She'd probably be my favorite teacher. I had a teacher actually. That was She would art teacher. Art or music, or science actually. No, she reminds me of I had a science teacher that was a lot like her. Michael Knowles. Damn it, we're like the same. Yeah, we're about the same age too. Yeah, he would just be a dweebus at that point. Starts wearing a suit to school. Oh, we totally had a kid like that, and he was the leader of the Young Republicans. That's Michael Knowles right there. Oh my God, Sean. I'll never forget that fucking kid. He ratted on us for smoking weed, and like we used to invite him to our table. That shit was wild, dude. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna dox his last name, but fuck Sean. Sean sucked. Not Legend of Sean. Legend of Sean is a legend, but that Sean is a legendary piece of shit. Farron Cousins. Oh, man, I don't want to be mean here, but Farron Cousins, you just kind of reminded me of, like, Farron, where it's like, yeah, I watch his content, too, but I'm like, oh, yeah, he's there. Oh, shit. Ah. Oh, man, I was just, yeah, you know, I'll just say what's on my mind. Why should I be fucking, Sean is definitely AV Club. Yeah. No, but Farron. Farron and Jeff Waldorf, the logical leftist, they're in the same, like, they're literally at the same table every time, but they don't actually hang out. We just assume that they're brothers or something. And we're just like, you guys are friends, right? It's just like, no. Why would you assume that? Just because we're bald and we have beards and we're leftists? I mean, seems like a pretty good reason to be friends, but rude. Michael Brooks, coolest kid in school. Fuck yeah. No, he'd be the one I would be like chasing to be my friend, or like I'd be looking up to him. He'd be the senior. I would just be like, oh, I would copy his style. Like, I would literally, like, try to wear, like, low-key, like, the same clothes he wears, just different days. And just be like, yeah, man, Michael's cool. I was very much that kid. I tried to look up to, like, what the coolest kid in the grade above me was doing or, like, wearing. And I was kind of like, yeah, I'll try that. God, I'm such a douche. J.R. Jackson. No, I didn't. J.R. He'd be on the football team. Yeah, he'd be on the football team. He could have been president. He legit wanted to. Really? Oh, Michael Brooks? Yeah, I think he could have. Yeah, especially if he got into politics like now. Who's AP valedictorian? Vasora. Vasora, but she's a freshman. Jinko jeans. Dude, those things are expensive now. I actually kind of want a pair. But they are pricey. My wife really wants the corduroy ones. She used to have a pair that were just like that. But yeah, we can't justify spending, you know, damn near $200 on a pair of pants, man. I can't justify purchases like that anymore. Fuck, dude. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to be updating the cancer fund to reflect more of what we actually owe, so don't be surprised when this changes a little bit. I was kind of hoping to get to the 100% mark by the time we do that, though, so I'm going to leave it for another week. But yeah, we just did our budget. And guys, don't get cancer. Don't get fucking cancer. It will fuck up your entire life. Outside of your health. I would talk more about it, but obviously. Oh, I just got like a intense fucking pressure headache right there. No, I'm not okay. I'm on it. If I'm being honest, guys, yeah, that might have contributed to yesterday too. Just realizing, like, holy fuck, man. I'm gonna be in debt for the rest of my life. And it's not debt that I can run from, so it's just like, oh, cool. Fucking great. Anyway. Not gonna dwell on it. Actually, I'm definitely not gonna dwell on it. Yeah. We'll be alright. Again, you guys have helped. I just feel like this might be for everything. That's where, I mean, for real, guys, when we crunch the numbers, we hit a point where we were just like, what do we do? So I'm gonna work with everything that I can to try and get these numbers down. And yeah. But thanks, Trump, for making medical debt something that you cannot escape. It goes on your fucking credit report. Yeah, it's complete horse shit. What strain am I chiefing? Kush or oh, I can't say it. Lemonade. Yeah, by the way, they come after you for that one. I don't know why, but can't say the God. Worse than the CBD. Gotta persevere as hard as I know, man. No, I'll be fine. I am persevering. I'm here. I'm here. I'm still making the best of my life. I'm doing the stuff. PEP, so the credit system makes it hard. So it's harder to get future loans. Yeah, I know. No. It's the fact that it's a different condensed form that, for some reason, it's labeled as like not a slur, but, like when we're talking about it, that's why we have to say THC. You know what I mean? What do you call it? I'm not sure, actually. Let's see. Updated list. What'd you say, ZA? Here. No, it's still a little questionable. Because they say references. Oh, hey, but speaking of Visora, literally, that's wild. Thank you for joining Visora's viewers. Yeah, we actually were just talking about Visora because we were just talking about we were doing political high school. So, like, we were trying to figure out where everybody would, like, kind of fit in, like, in a high school setting. And I said that Visora was the freshman valedictorian. Does that make I feel like that fits you. I'm not sure if I don't want to, like, get that wrong, but yeah, we did say that you were the valedictorian of the freshman class because, we're making our way through this thing that is the, political internet. But yeah, we were actually talking about how, like, Emma Vigeland would be the captain of the volleyball team, but simultaneously would also still make time to play some Pokemon at lunch and also talk some sports, with all the boys, kind of, Silly and Billy, the Vanguard. We determined that they were going to be the guys that write the gossip column at the school paper. Matt, Letterhack, and Sandy are, like, the cool teachers, God, yeah, I'm already starting to forget. All right, where else did we have some people? Because we had this, like, laid out. I'd record in Pokemon battles. Dude, I just pulled this. Check this out. Pulled that today on stream. Now, if you think you would wreck me at a Pokemon battle, I literally just heard, like, the Game Boy Pokemon battle music cue in my head where it's just like, let's go! I choose you, Charizard! Alright, Charizard EX deck. I just added my Megas. Let's go! They know I'm not kidding, by the way. Oh yeah, Dean and Parker were the spirit team. I loved that. That was good. That was good. Yeah, we have, I don't know. I feel like we're kind of being, silly here, but it's a good time. Oh yeah, Jamie Peck. We determined that she was one of the ones that I'd be vibing with. We'd be smoking, having a little bit of a circle, like a fun circle. We can literally have a battle with Pokemon Showdown. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I gotta actually, you know what? I'll hit you up on Discord because I gotta put this stuff in. Do you play live? Because I haven't actually, like, built anything in the live version of Pokemon. So just backed out of NATO in South Korea. We broke. Wait, I was about to say, yeah, America's poor as fuck right now. I wasn't sure if you were talking about Australia. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, you get American Pokemon cards, right? God, brilliant. Man, this is what happens. We start talking some Pokemon. Nightmare. Oh, Nightmare rotation. Nightmare rotation. Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson would be definitely part of that. Megan Kelly. Candace Owens. Ooh. I don't know. Who do you guys think? Sorry, Stunlock. Oh, I'm in fun. This is literally my fun half, so consider this like the Stunlock half. This is part of what we do. I think I did a debate with Andrew Wilson where Andrew Wilson was there. Yeah, my first debate ever was with him. And I had COVID. That was fucked up. That was really fucked up. I didn't know I was debating him either. They just made it sound like they're like, yeah, you're doing it's a 2-on-2. And I don't even remember who my debate partner was, but funny enough, I got invited back by the other guy, Speakeasy. So yeah, but yeah, I debated Andrew. I didn't do great because I had COVID. I will just say that was a valid excuse. I also was, first time ever. So your first debate ever was actually insane. Damn, you want to see that? Man, I'll find it. I have it. I was on Modern Day Debate. It was okay. That's where we got so yeah. Oh wait, Edge, I just realized you guys weren't here for that, were you? Isn't that when you had the camera issue? Yeah, that's when he exposed himself as like being actually kind of a decent dude. Because when we were in the green room, and I know I'm breaking protocol here. Technically, this is like an entertainment faux pas. But I don't have a manager. I'm my own boss, so fuck it. He was nothing but nice to me in the green room. And that's where I kind of like caught on. I'm like, oh, this is totally like pro wrestling. Like you're playing a character. Got it. And like the second that we went into it, it just became, we started arguing about like Christian fundamentalism, and he was just like, are you Orthodox? And like he tried to like get me there. I'm like, no, I'm not Orthodox. He's like, so you don't even know about this Orthodox thing. It's like, no, I just told you I'm not Orthodox. And then like the ultimate gotcha was when he at the very end was just like, so you don't believe in a soul? I'm like, no. And he's like, oh, well, you must have a really fulfilling life. I was just like, I do, actually. But what does that have to do with having a soul? It was really weird. It's filled with Dems and Republicans. They literally are eating, well, yeah, no shit. Yeah, we've definitely been having that discussion today. Empathy equals soul. So I mean, he was asking about like when you die kind of shit, because I came from like fundamentalist Christian background. He assumed like that was his big thing when he found out that I grew up in a fundamentalist background. He wanted to make it like the whole point of the debate to corner me and say, you would not have the morals you have unless you were in that school. And I was just like, you are fucking wrong. It's like, no, you're wrong. You're just objectively fucking wrong. It's like, dude, and I read the Bible on my own time, and that's when I became an atheist. It's like, no, I hate when people do that. Because technically, I feel like I could have gotten that same moral, like, lesson from, Superman or Spider-Man. I tell him to try and let me know. I'll let that, Visora said that. I've died twice, saw nothing. Oh, shit. If conservative was in the files, a Democrat would have leaked it a long time ago. Wow, Jesus. It's like it's pre-programmed at this point. Visora, have you seen the, I forgot who did it. Here, let me pull this up, because I just watched it. I was gonna watch it on stream, but decided this one was for me. But since we're discussing this, it was where? Oh, here it is. The Don't Talk About Politics. Have you heard about that book?
Negative effect that.
Here. Adam Burns, is that his name?
Sarah's the author of Don't Talk.
This guy. Okay, so this guy, he did a video about this book specifically, but he did a pretty good breakdown. Here, I'll link him. It's a good chat. It's mostly about how what we do here, honestly, you might like this a little bit more than me, Visora, is the fact that you are more educational in your, the way that you do your stuff. I am, I'm a bit of I call myself a goofy goober or whatever, but God, I started doing that after the Tim Dillon thing. I'm a bit of a goofy goober, okay? But I really, I am. I understand politics a little bit better than, the average schmo, but I'm also not trying to overstep my bounds, Never claim to be smarter than I am, but because I am kind of a dum-dum, I am always in a mode of learning. All right, I don't know what he's doing, but... Wait, do we have bounty hunters out here doing the Guthrie thing? Yeah, I'll keep that up in the background. Based on this video, I'd be considered one of those schizos. Nah, you're not a dum-dum. If you were a dum-dum, you'd just not be like the rest of them. Goofy politics is better than dry... Yeah, trust me. That's where I know my value here, where I'm just like, no. I am here to at least have a chill space when we need it, okay? I also just genuinely, like we were just saying, the online debate sphere sucks. I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. Destiny, I would argue him and Andrew Wilson, those types of debates have ruined discourse online because that's not debate. I'm old school, and I mean old school. When I was in debate class in high school, we would always try to learn something, and it was always part of our assignment to learn something from our opponent and kind of not concede necessarily, but kind of go, oh, I see where you're coming from, because they wanted to show that we could do a critical thinking exercise, which again, at a church school is insane. It's a little counterproductive for them, but exactly, debates are now blood sport. It sucks. I fucking hate it. It's why when I was saying with the Andrew Wilson thing, they were just oh, you got bodied by him. It's just dude, you say that for every debate he does. Yeah, because he's so good at it. Is he, though? Is he? I mean, the olive jar aside, which was hilarious, I'll just say, I'll only debate a leftist if they have a real thing to debate about. Yeah, see? You're kind of like me. I don't really like debating our side. I've done it a few times. All right, we had what I'm gonna just call the dead horse arc on this here program. Actually, this involves a horse. So, on this here program, we beat the dead horse. The dead horse's name was PSL, and my other dead horse's name was DSA. We kicked those damn horses until they were completely bone dry. Because yes, it just was constant, and honestly, I got annoyed. I was just you know what, this isn't helping. Can we just agree to disagree on certain things, please? 16-person. Whoa, you did a 16-person debate with the audience voting people. Wow, you did a jubilee? Oh, damn. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. You did in person, or is this online? Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, you're cool. It might not show, but if it doesn't, yeah, just send it through Discord. I got it. Kinda, but the streamer's audience voted? Really? Huh. I mean, I don't hate the format. As much as I'm saying I hate like debates, but I mean, if you're making like a I like blood sport stuff and tournament stuff, but it's not DBZ. We're arguing in the marketplace of ideas. I don't think that it should be a blood sport to just be like, hey, you should really know this. It's like, oh yeah, well, fuck you. You should, you know what? My audience should know this. Fuck what you're saying. It's like, oh, okay. Not exactly conducive to teaching, new methods of politics. Oh, Mad Max style. The right came for me early. They got voted out, and the rest of it was fun. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I think that you can vibe with this a little bit. Like, it's kind of nice when you get like when you realize that you're doing well, because like even their audience kind of turns and they're just like, hey, you know what? I may not agree with all this, but this is pretty good. Oh, we got a Macho Man call out? Oh, damn. Sorry. I gotta commit to the bit. On something like that. Oh, yeah. Next time, gonna have to start breaking down some of the leftist space leftists going who's who in the ring. The squared circle, we call it in here. Yeah. Gotta say, we already know who that fella Pep Talks would be. But we don't know who the rest would be. We gotta look into it. Yeah. All right, sorry. I can't actually do like Macho Man right now because of yesterday, where if you need some catching up, I was not feeling very well, so impressions might not be on point tonight. So I stole a bunch of followers from Wick. Nice. This one actually did result in a good conversation. Well, and that's what I enjoy those. Like, that's why I love my show here. Like, in the way that I don't just kick out a whole bunch of people. Is it always beneficial? No. Do I have to kind of, weed through them to get to the one good one? Yeah, it's very much like the Majority Report, where it's just like, hey, I would like a libertarian, but they should never wonder why they don't have libertarians calling in when they allow their chat to moderate the way they do, where they do not tolerate dissent in the slightest. So we should do this. Yeah, no, Visor, we got to do that. This would be, yeah, you know what? While Discord's still a thing, we have to do something, because yes, but you know what? Maybe I can set something up, because I got I'm technically a libertarian socialist. I realized that I am very, I'm very basic and I joined DSA, and once I did that, I did just kind of give up. Where I'm like, all right, I just, it's not like I don't like capitalism, all right? I don't. But I just see that it's not going anywhere in my lifetime, man. I just want to see something more come. Let's have some more socialism, please, for fuck's sake. I don't know, I literally hit a point in my 30s where it was like 35 or 36 where I was just like, I'm not gonna be alive long enough to see this. It kind of sucked. I was like, as long as I see progress, that'd be cool. Join SRA. 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing self, community, defense, or education. Face them alone or stand together. Your loved ones need you. No second chances. Are you ready? I don't know. I don't know. I'm under the impression that because of my DSA chapter, I'm not necessarily allowed to technically pivot. I got it. This is where part of our debate came through, because I wanted to do stuff with PSL, and I was like, oh, there's I can't apparently. Just whatever. Non-political organizations, you don't talk about. Oh, cool. Oh, DSA and SRA like each other? Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, community self-defense. Wait. Yeah, PSL you can't. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So I'm not mixing that up. So when you say this is non-political, like, this is like, is it like a support group? Community defense. So, like, do they teach? Oh, okay. I mean, already a 2A guy. Let's just say that I was already a little unpopular in some leftist circles, like, before I even started this stream. Where it's just like, wait, you like what now? It's like, you, I don't know. I was one of those guys where I'm just like, I don't want them having all of them. Like, it's because I've said this a lot. I work and have worked with right-wingers pretty much my whole life. So they're all into that stuff, and they're all into shootings, and yeah. You can only go to Wisconsin so many times and just be like, I'm not sure, to finally where you're like, all right, it's just all right. And then you also kind of realize, hey, like I said, I don't want them to have all the fun. The lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. Oh, my neighbors, shit. My neighbors don't like me. So I'm pretty sure that they're just like, hey, yeah, finally get this stoner out of here. Makes my whole neighborhood smell like skunk. They said that to me once. They're just like, why do you have to smoke such powerful stuff? It's just like, I am in my garage, lady. What is wrong with you? But, makes them like you. I mean, I'm just saying my direct neighbors. The rest of my neighbors think I'm, we're cool. I just realized I never got my Girl Scout cookies. Everybody else got their shipment. That's not cool. That's why I beg people to talk to their neighbors. Well, I don't know. Like, no, my neighbor, there's not a lot that I could do to make them like me. Like, they're assholes. Like, they're Trump-loving, flag-waving, just assholes. Now, they haven't flown their Trump flag in quite some time. You're out? Nice. All right. So exhausted, but yeah. Yeah, we'll chat. Yeah. I'll hit you up in Discord. We'll figure it out. I'm pretty consistent in my streaming schedule. Promise I can make those people like you. Hey. Cool. I always like when people like me. Yeah, later. I appreciate you stopping by. Also, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys are vibing from Visora's stream, hit that sub button. We have fun here. Hey, cool. Thank you for that. Literally, as I said it. What the hell's even going on here? All right, so they're looking for Savannah Guthrie's mom. Apparently, like, they are literally looking for this woman. So,
Having trouble standing to something directly, but is ignoring. There's a fire by
okay, so right wing, or the left one is the police radio, right?
Haven't identified this person
yet.
Yeah. The mustache, the goatee, the look of the kind of a waxed eyebrows.
Waxed eye? What? A goatee, bald head, waxed eyebrows. Are they looking for Stone Cold Steve Austin? What? Let me tell you something. I ain't been to Tucson in a hot minute, so you can't... There's no way you can place me there, Jack. Oh, man.
I have good buddies of mine.
I hate the fact that their audio's. That's fucking with me. It's gonna fuck with you guys. So I'm not gonna subject you to that. Stream just froze on his end. Not my end. Fuck. But why? But why? I was actually what? Oh, wait, he just stopped. It's not frozen. Cool. All my neighbors are, facey? I try to cultivate a sense of mutual aid when I can. Yeah, I don't know, like... I should probably, like, try to do something just a little, more community-based with my neighbors. Like, this sort of brings up a good point, you know? I could definitely benefit from that. But I also have a pretty, like, strong community of friends and stuff like that, so I'm lucky in that regard. You know, most of my friends are still local too, so not as local as we used to be though. Like fucking Kaz, that asshole moved all the way out into the sticks. Yeah, when you guys watch my protest coverage, that's the reason I'm so far out. It's because Kaz is my protest buddy. I'm so glad that he went he's like out as a public figure. Where I was just like, hell yeah, man, because it's made this a little bit more fun, and also it made it possible to where I'm like, okay, so now we can start planning this a little bit more in the future. Like when he was at Broadview and he didn't send us video. Still mad about that. Sends me a text message and he's literally him and Robbie Roadsteamer. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, dude, you didn't think? Like, huh? It's like, I am so sorry. So I love that guy. Because he doesn't think like that. Like, you legit do have to just be like, hey man, can you get me some footage? Yeah. And it's not like he's stupid or anything. He's just like, you don't think about it. God, he was mad at himself. He was just like, oh yeah, my bad, man. What you gonna do? You need to catch the next Kaz Pep stream. Yeah, no, I need to have him on long, like just for a whole show. I would like to do like a podcast with him. Get the second mic actually working, so I need to set my desk up in a way that could actually work that. Because for some reason, just it like crams us in where like I have more space. Like I don't know. Like, theoretically, could just actually move over here. Wait a minute. Duh. Just move this over here. Because even if it's vertical stream, then right. Yeah, we can. Hey, making future plans. Not everybody is content brain. No, he's not. Not at all. No, that's why I need to do what I help him with, where it's like, oh, we need to get you like a commercial or like a just like a little, not a commercial, but what do you call it? Like it's a 20-second bumper thing for the party. Introduces himself and his position. It's pretty cool. You know, I'm proud of him, man. You have this space, but wait, shit.
Hold on, I gotta go ISO.
JLR investigates. So he's actually like All right, so we have a bounty hunter going out and looking for her. Okay, cool. I will keep that on for the next few minutes because I was just like, oh shit. Seriously though, this space can become a serious platform for leftist candidates. Yeah. No. This space is gonna grow into the anti-TYT, or not even anti-TYT, but it's gonna grow, and it's gonna be that though. It like everybody's gonna kind of know what's up. It's like, huh? All these people have one thing in common: they've either been associated with TYT or they were disenfranchised by TYT. Like I said, I am. Oh God, this is why I don't think I'll ever be able to actually have like a content manager, because yeah, they'll just be like, you're your own worst enemy there. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Like, did I have it recommended to me to maybe not tell everybody about the cat situation? Yes. But, like, come on, man. I've teased it enough on the stream where I'm just like, guys, this is... Come on. Y'all knew something was going on. Now we got Riverboat Jack. Yeah, which is awesome. Yeah, no, she's cool as fuck. I actually have, like... Man, I got a whole bunch of future stuff set up. I got that. I got... Oh, no. I'll have Sora. I got Hank. I got that one... Johnny Walker Dread wants to come back on, which... He wants to talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, and I think that'll be a good podcast, but that's going to be rough. You were excited about the hit? Yeah, no. It was like when Boston Brian got signed. Like, yeah, Boston Brian was a dude that I was already like a fan of, you know, sub to his channel. Love his content. Same thing with Riverboat, where it's just like, oh yeah, shit, I was already a sub. Like, this is cool. I'm loving the show. Hey, thank you, Latino Mufune. I appreciate that. Is this your first time here? I know that, like, you hang over on this space. So. But yeah, no, we chill. We chill. We talk some politics and stuff too. All right, I was wondering what he did here. Okay, so he like covered it with brush. 'Cause I saw this part. Yeah, he like took a whole like a handful of something, just like stuck it to the camera. Yeah, you know what? I'll just do the yeah, I'll just do these last ones tomorrow. Gives me something to look forward to. Because I got the Piers Morgan, Megyn Kelly thing I still haven't watched. I will save that for you guys. The Discord thing, although I feel like I should probably bring this up here. You know what? Because you all know about this, and it sucks. Like, I'm not happy about this at all. And targeted advertising. They definitely know their audience here. Discord will soon require all users globally to verify their age with a face scan. Oh, it's all global users. I didn't know that. That was just in America. Shit. Or by uploading a form of ID if they want access to adult content. So with this change, what do you guys think? Are we panicking, or are we kind of just going like, okay, I guess I'll do... I mean, somebody made a really good point where they were just like, well, you're already a creator, so... My schedule prohibits me from being here as much as I would like. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I'm glad that you get to check out the show. Yeah, you know what? I do kind of stream at the same time as this space, so it doesn't always work out. But... God, I had a good show today. It was fun. Got to do a second hour impromptu, and honestly, I'm so glad that happened because I already, like, I bit off way more than I could chew, and I didn't realize I was going to be giving as many opinions as I did. So, back to Team Spark, I guess. I ain't giving, yeah, but the thing is, I don't know what to do here. Like, I want to maintain Discord. Like, I like what we have there. I like the community, but if there's something else that we can use, but I just kind of feel like they're selling our information just as much. I don't know. Like, God, what was that, Upspark or Upspeak, or not Upspeak, Upspeak? What the hell was it? It was the alternate to TikTok that turned out to be like a cesspool where it's mostly prawn and like they actually had like CP on there. It's like, no, I don't want anything to do with that. It's time for another platform to rise. Unfortunately, Taylor Lorenz has done a pretty fucking great video, and that pains me to say. No, she's fine. Honestly, I think that, funny enough, she would definitely hate me, but I also simultaneously think that it's like, we're cool, right? Come on, like, we're opinionated. But yeah. No, it's going into effect in March, but there's no guarantee that it, because they haven't actually, like, put it on the platform yet. This has just been reported on, so, I don't know. Being a bit doomer, maybe? I feel like I am a little bit. How long is YouTube gonna last? I don't know. Hey, you know what? Don't ask the creator how long the platform that I am on, that I am now kind of counting on being here. You know, I'd like to think that it's gonna outlast all this because they, if Google understands one thing, it's business, as far as like not just getting rid of, like, you know, of something because it's bringing in money, and that's politics for them. They may not like it, but it's bringing them in money, you know, especially guys like me. Fuck, they're definitely workhorsing me. But Discord implemented changes like this in the UK, and there's already been major leaks from that, so yeah, that's not great. But somebody pointed out that I'm already like a public face, so what's the big difference if I have my face tied to my Discord account? I was like, yeah, that's a good point. Might look different every few years, but it'll be here. Yeah. Who gets the guy with TD? Wow. Latecomer. Literally at the back end of stream where you all chilling and you're just like, TDS and ladies hair. Whoa, what are you, trans? You forgot that one. Here, let's oh, void of testosterone, I guess. Whatever. Here's to these idiots that think that they actually affect me with this, but I appreciate it. Oh, man. We actually did it. This used to be my outro song before Kirk was so gracious. Bro, if you find Pep here attractive, it's okay. You don't have to imply that he is a woman. Also true. Back to Skype. Bit too late for that. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, though, is because, like, I use that for calls, so I don't know, man. I do kind of feel like we're freaking out a little bit too hard. Like, yes, they are definitely, you know, there's fishy shit there, but does that really... I don't get it. Like, how does that necessarily hurt? Because I'd assume they have this information anyway, at least in most our cases. MySpace, we're bringing it back. I thought that we already tried that. I remember there was a time that we tried to bring MySpace back and it just didn't work. Let's just try to randomly run into each other on Omegle. Oh, yeah. We could just, you know, Threads or whatever. Ugh, whatever. It's all owned by fucking corporate overlords who are just gonna sell your data anyway. I'm not freaking out. I'm just speculating on what's going to happen. I think there's enough of an outcry that Discord will walk it back. That's usually how things go. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be enough people that just don't want to be part of it. And yeah, that will ruin their engagement. It's almost like they're a business and they kind of rely on us to be there. So, I don't know. Instituting that worldwide seems like a really dumb move. It's about them making it so you have willingly given them permission to scan your face to avoid legal complications. No, I get it. I get it. You know, certain websites have to do that shit. It's like the internet gave us hope for a second and we're seeing it die. Yeah. Yeah. I saw the birth and now the death of the internet. If they get rid of Section 230, we're cooked. I won't be able to do the show if that's the case. But, hey, Patreon, you know, Patreon, Twitch is hopefully going to be, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, if they repeal Section 230, it's over. Yeah, no, we're fucked. Yeah, but I don't think they're going to. Because the thing is, as much as they think that it could benefit them right now, their AI isn't that good. That's like the one thing that keeps us from going into a complete dystopian fucking shithole. It's the fact that they have overestimated how good the AI is, and they understand that. BIPA in Illinois is going to probably help with the face scans, to be honest. Yeah. Yay! Yay! This is great. This thing's great. We're ending on such a fucking high note. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap up for the evening here. I do appreciate you all hanging out. This has been a really good time. I can find my outro. There we go. Found it. Alrighty. Thank you, Squishmallow. I appreciate that. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. This was fun. If you are a new follower here, I really do appreciate that. If you haven't hit the like button, though, please, just that little bit helps. And, thanks, Hatch. I really appreciate that. No, today was fun. But that being said, I do appreciate y'all. I will catch you tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Be there, and we will hang. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.